Guys, welcome to the PC Tips Pro. And if you haven't yet subscribed to the PC Tips Pro, please do subscribe. And now let's get into today's topic. So in today's course, like we're gonna see about the CSS. So maybe quite many of you might have heard about this CSS. So HTML, CSS. So these are very quite common skills that are expected in a person, like in a technical person. So the CSS is a language we use to style an HTML element. This describes how HTML elements should be displayed, and in this course, in throughout this course, we'll be just seeing something from the basic to the very good level of the CSS. So we'll be just dealing with the examples like which are about the CSS, and we'll be using some real, like how can we use them in our real time websites. We'll be just learning about some of the many of the properties and the usages of them with the proper examples. How can we make, like if you have watched about this if you have watched about this HTML tutorials already, this will be quite easy for you to grasp the content. If not, don't worry, you can still be on par, but it's good to just go to the HTML course and get back over here again. So it will be great if you just know the HTML tags and all, so it will be easy for you to pick up with the CSS. So now, without any further delay, let's start with our topics. So now let's have a brief introduction about the CSS. So the CSS is a language which we use to style a web page. The CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And this is used to describe how HTML elements are to be displayed on screen, paper, or in any other media. CSS saves a lot of time, and also it saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once, and external style sheets are stored in CSS files. So now we'll just say that when we have one HTML page, we can add multiple styles to the particular HTML page. So we can just create an HTML document, and to that particular document we can give the styling using the CSS. So why do we use this CSS? So why? CSS is used to define styles for your web pages, including the design, layout, and variations in display for different devices and screen sizes. Like you might be viewing the particular web page in a mobile phone, or in a tablet, or in a laptop. So there may be different sizes of the screens. So how can you style them accordingly? So these are all aspects that we need to consider while we are styling our page. So let's see with an example like how the CSS looks like. If you have gone through the HTML course, then there you can just see that there we have different elements like body element, h1 element, p element. So if you are new to this, you can just head over to the HTML course, and there you can see like what all this. There was a very detailed explanation of this all. So now let's use some basic CSS, and let me just show you how can we use the CSS, like with the, you can just get some familiarity with the syntax and all. So I'll be just showing you here. We can just see that the body is my element. So this is my HTML element, body is my HTML element, and here I am giving this property in the CSS to be background color. So this is my property of the CSS. So basically in the CSS we have this property and the value. So this is the background color property, and I'm giving it to be light blue, and then we just give a semicolon. And after this, if I want to add even more properties, so if I want to add more, I could add, and if not, let me just go back and like let me just style one more element. Let's say I'm having a h1 element, and here I'm giving the color. So the color will be color of the text, and the background color will be the background color of the particular body tag, like whatever content is in the body tag, the body element will be given this background color to be light blue. So the color that I am giving it to be white, I just want it to be white color font, and then I just want the text alignment. So I'm just you just need to remember this point, that whatever elements that are visible to you, like whatever content is visible to you, and whatever the elements like h1 element or p element, any element, those all are inside the body tag. Because whatever the content is visible to you in the web page, it is all given in the body tag. And in the other tags, like head tag and all, there will be the metadata. So this is just for your information purpose, like for the better understanding of the css. So then now let's give the text align, and then let me give the text alignment to be center text alignment. Close this, and then we can even add many more properties like when it comes to the practical web pages. And then p tag, so I want the p tag to be font family. So font family, let me just give it to be, so this is the property. So I'm giving the font family to be Verdana, and then font size, to be like, it can be anything like, but it will be in the pixels, so just remember that. So I'll be giving in the 20 pixels. And then now this is how like you can just do the css part for your html. Like I'm just telling that my html document, like I'll just show you how my html document blueprint looks like. So it will be having some doc type declaration. So the doc type declaration, like I'll just give the name like this. You can just go and refer the HTML course for the better understanding. So doc type declaration. This is very rough one. This is not the proper syntax. So the doc type representation and declaration, and the HTML tag will be having HTML starting and closing tag, head tag, and also we'll have the title tag in it, and then the body tag. And inside the body tag we'll be having all this like body. According to my example, inside the body tag I'll be having, so inside this I'll be having h1 tag and p tag. So this is the blueprint, like this is something like a brief thing, like what could be my html document. So just for the very important note is that this particular css file will not work alone. It needs a HTML document which gives a structure to your web page, and this CSS will give the styling to your web page. So this is how this sample works. Like this will make the background image to light blue, color to white, text alignment to center, font family, and also we have the font size. So I'll in the future parts of this videos, like I'll be just showing you how can we practically implement this with a HTML document and all. For now let's see like how the css solved a very big problem, like how it is very important for this particular web development and all. So let me just say that why css solved a big problem. What is the problem? So we'll be just discussing a brief about it. So HTML was never intended to contain tags for formatting a web page. So HTML was created to describe the content of the web page. Like you can just see that in the h1 tag will be having heading, in the p tag will be having paragraphs. When tags like font and color attributes were added to HTML3, which we are learning now, the HTML3 version. So the specifications, it started a nightmare for web developers, like development of large websites where fonts and colors information were added to every single page become a long and expensive process. So when there were all these tags and all, like adding styling to each and every element, each and every page was really hectic and tedious. To solve this problem, the worldwide web consortium created CSS. So the CSS removed the style formatting from the HTML page. So this CSS saves a lot of work. So in this way you can just understand that how did it save a lot of time, lot of work, and lot of expensive stuff and all. How did it overcome, like why is it so important, and why it is saving a lot of work. So I think like, you could understand this by this particular scenario, and this style definitions are normally saved in external .css file. So when we create this file, we'll be just saving this in the .css extension. With an external style sheet file, you can just change the look of entire website by just changing one file. So this is the power of CSS. So now let's see the CSS syntax. So here I have just opened this HTML document from the previous work and all. So here you can see that from the previous tutorial I have taken this HTML document. So if you want to understand all these things like by step and all, you can just go back to this head over to the tutorial of HTML, and there you can find all these concepts. So for this I'll be telling you the CSS. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS syntax. So a CSS rule consists of a selector and a declaration block. So let's say I just want to style my h1 element. So h1 here is the selector. So this is the selector, and now we'll be having the declaration. So the declaration will be opening this flower bracket, and in this let's say I'm just giving the color to be blue. So my color, I want it to be blue, and yeah. So then here the let me just add one more thing, that is font size. So I want my font size to be let's say 12 pixels. And now this color part is called as property. As I have told you, this is the property, and this blue is the value, and the font size, again this is the property, and this 12 pixels is the value. So this selector will points to the HTML element you want to style. So when it comes to the HTML element, when I say about this h1, I am actually referring to the h1 which is here. So this is the h1. And so here this is the selector. So this h1 is the selector. This will be pointing to the HTML element you want to style. And then the declaration block. So this part, so this declaration part that contains one or more declarations separated by the semicolon. So here in this example we are having two declarations which are separated by the semicolons, and those are color blue and font size 12 pixels. So these are two declarations. So each declaration includes a CSS property name. So the color is a CSS property name and a value, and this is blue is a value, and this is separated by the semicolon. So multiple CSS declarations are separated with semicolons, and declaration blocks are surrounded by curly braces. So here we have seen this, and we can even add more things, like we can even give styling to the paragraphs with let's say I just want my color to be red, and also let me just give one more property, that is text alignment. I want it to be center text alignment. So in this way I can just add this kind of styling to my P element. So where in this example the P is the selector in the CSS, so it points to the HTML element where you want to style. So P is the HTML element that I want to style, so I have chosen this P as my selector, and the color is a property, and the red is the property value, and similarly the text align is the property, and the center is the property value. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS selectors. A CSS selector, which we have seen, is this which selects the HTML elements you want to style. So it can be one element or it can be multiple elements. So the CSS selectors are used to find or select the HTML elements you want to style. So you can divide the CSS selectors into 5 categories. So the first one is, so the first category is, so this is something like my comments. So the first category is the simple selectors. So let's say the simple selectors. So the simple selectors are something which are selected based on the name or ID. So let me just show you. Firstly, the types of selectors which we have. So this is something which will be selecting the name. So it you can say that it will be selecting the name, ID, or class, we can say. So these are the simple selectors. And the next comes the second one comes out to be the combinator selectors. So the combinator selectors are ones which will select the elements based on the specific relationship between them. So these are the combinator selectors. So the combinator ones which will be selecting based upon the relationship between them. And then let's go down, and the third one will be the pseudo class selectors. So this selects the elements based on a certain state. So these are the pseudo class selectors. So we can see the pseudo class selectors. And then the fourth one is pseudo element selectors. So the pseudo element selectors are something which will select the style a part of select and style a part of an element. So it will be just styling a part of the element. So this are called as this two pseudo element selectors. And then comes the last one, that is attribute selector. So let me yeah so attribute selectors are something which will select the elements based on an attribute or attribute value. So these are called as attribute selectors. So these are the five types of the CSS selectors that we have categorized, that are simple selector, combinator selector, pseudo class selectors, and pseudo element selectors, attribute selectors. And we have seen like what are they, on what basis they do select and all. And firstly, we'll be discussing about the CSS element selector. So the CSS element selector. So let me just move it up here, and here I'll be giving the element selector. Regarding this element selector, so let me just give some comment, and let's say that it is element selector example. And then let me come back, and here I'll be giving it to be element selector is something that will be just taking the HTML element, and it will be styling, like it will be selecting the HTML elements based on their element name. So this one is an example of element selector, the taking of this P element and V styling it using the properties and values of the particular one. So this is the element selector in the CSS. And now let's see about the CSS ID selector. The ID sector uses the ID attribute of HTML element to select a specific element. So if you guys are wondering like what is id and all, like you must really go to the HTML course, and there you need to just check it out. But for now I'll just give you the brief overview of what is this id and all. So id is something like, here you can see that in this HTML I have given this id attribute. So this is the attribute, like where we can give some value to this id. So I have given this id attribute value to be home. So by using this home, like let's say you want to just style one heading, which is h1, and I'm having like let's say I just want I'm having two paragraphs in my page. So I'm just having two paragraphs in my page, and like let's say here I'm having this hi page, and here I'm having the hello page, like hello paragraph, sorry. So hello paragraph. So when I have this two paragraphs, and let's say you want to style this high, like you want to give the background color to be high, for the high to be, let's say tomato, or let's say red color you want to give it to be. You'll just go to the CSS and you'll say that color to be red, background color to be red, to be the proper one. So the background color to be red. When you give the color to be red, it will be giving the font size to be red. So let's say okay, I want to give the font size to be red. So this is my CSS. When I do this, happens what? So it will be this red color font color will be getting to this, will be applied to this all the paragraphs in the particular web page. That means this red color font color will be applied to this paragraph as well as this paragraph, which is something that we don't need, like which is something that we are not expecting, right? So when you just want to add styling to this, how to do? And in these cases, like we will use the id, like we give the id like this, and in the id we'll give some name, like we'll give some id name, and then by using the id we'll be styling it. So this is one of the method. And the other reason why we use the styling is this id is, let's say I want the styling for my h4 element, and for my I element, and also for my this particular p element. So this particular p element, I want these three to be styled at once. Like I have the same styling property and value for these three elements. What should I do? Should I write them separately, like once p and again once h4, and should I just repeatedly do this job? No. You can even do this by giving the same, like this can be used with the classes. So the id, it can have only one, like for one element you can have only one id. For the classes you can just use the same class for multiple elements and all. So in that case you can use this classes concept, so which we'll be discussing on, and also which we have discussed in the previous parts, like in the html course and all. So you can just feel free to go there and just watch all those things, get to know all those things in a practical way, and then you can understand css much better, and it will be useful for your html document to enhance your visibility and the presentation of your web page. And coming back, so how can we use the css id selector? The id of an element is unique within a page, so the id selector is used to select one unique element. To select an element with a specific id, we need to write a hash character. So let me say that I'm just telling about the id selector. So I'm telling about the id selector, and then when I just come back, let me just give it to be element selector. And id selector, we just use this hash key, hash character. And let's say I'm using the home, right? So I'll be giving the home, and inside this I'll be giving the any styling which is needed, like which I am expecting for this particular id element. Like whatever element is having this particular id attribute value, this style will be applicable to that particular element. So you need to remember this. And then for the color I want to give it to be red, and then we can just use this id selector like this. And then comes the css class selector. So the class selector is something that we are just now discussing, like regarding the classes. Like we can have the multiple elements can have same class. So the class selector selects the html elements within a specific class attribute. And to select elements with specific class, we need to just use, like as we use a hash for the id, we need to use a period for the class. So let's say I'm having some class, for the p I'll give the class to be, let's say I'm giving the class to be the first, and also I want my p and the strong. So I'll be giving the same class again, the first named class. And also I want this to be for my h4, so I'll be giving the, let me just go here and give class, and let it be the first. Now we can go here, and then here we can just give our, we can just give the first is our class name, and then here we can give the styling again. So our styling can be like again the text alignment, we can give it to be center, and then the color to be red. So in this way we can do this class selector. And then we'll be having this, you can even specify that only html elements should be affected by the class. And then html elements can also refer to more than one classes. So like one html element can have more than one classes. So the now we'll be selecting about, now we'll be discussing about the css universal selector. So the one thing to remember is that a class name cannot start with a number. So just remember this and name your classes accordingly. And now we'll be discussing about the css universal selector. And this universal selector, like let's see. And so universal selectors, we use the star symbol which selects all HTML elements on the page. When you want to give the styling to all the elements on the page, you can use this asterisk symbol, and then we can just open this curly braces. Text alignment, we are just using the same style again and again. And then color to be red, like I'm not the one thing to note down is that I'm actually repeating these things just to show you the difference between the different selectors and all. So you shouldn't, like when you repeat the same styling again and again, it is not a good CSS file, I would say. Like you need to, when there is a similar selection, you can just give the common, if there is similar styling, you can just give the common styling for all of them which you are intending to give. So then now we'll be discussing about the CSS grouping selector. So let me just come down and say that it is CSS grouping selector. So the CSS grouping selector, which the grouping selector selects all the HTML elements with the same style definitions. So when we can just say that if you are having three elements which are to be styled with the same style, like let's say I have an h1 element, like let's go up. So I have a p element. Let me copy this and I'll show you in a better way. So I am having this p element with this styling, and I'm having, let's say I'm having an h3 element that is to be styled like this, and also I am having some element called, let's say, h6, which needs to be styled like this. And is it really needed to repeat our styling again and again for these three elements? No. The answer is no. Like how can we do that? Like how can we group these three elements, and how can we write the single styling for these three elements instead of writing three times this one particular element, one particular styling for the element? We can just do this by just giving those three elements separated by a comma. So let's say p h3 and we are having h6. So we can just open the curly braces, and in the curly braces, now we can give the color to be red and text alignment to be center. So in this way, so this particular thing, like this complete thing is equal to this thing when you just use this concept and when you can give the styling to this. So this is how we can use this grouping selector and all. So we have seen how can we use this id selector, class selector, and also universal selector. And also we can have this when you're using the classes, like let's say this one. So when I say p dot let's say p dot first, this means that it will select only p elements within the class first. So in this way, we can even use this element dot class selector, and then we can even use this element dot element selector, which, like how can we use this is, let's say I'm having some, let me just go down and I'll just show you this example. Let me So here, let's say I am having the div elements in the p element, and there are many more elements inside the p element, but I want to only style the div element. How can I do this? So I can just do it by just saying p div dot p and open the curly braces and all. So this will select all the div elements and all the p elements. So like here, like let me just tell you that if you give the comma, you can say that it will be giving you the all the div elements and p elements. Whatever you style here will be, this styling will be applicable to the div and p elements. So now let's see how to add CSS. When a browser reads a style sheet, it will format the HTML document according to the information in the style sheet. So there are three ways in which we can insert this CSS in the HTML. So the first way is external CSS method. When with an external CSS style sheet, so this is the external CSS style sheet, and by using this we can change that the look of the entire website by just changing one file. Each HTML page must include a reference to the external style sheet file inside the link element inside the head section. So here inside this head section we are having this link element, and in this link element we are giving this rel attribute to be the style sheet and href to be the style1.css. So this style1.css is my external CSS file name with the .css extension. So by using this we can give this external style sheet. So in this way, like, we'll be just creating one more document, like one more style sheet with a .css extension, and there we'll be giving all the styling to the HTML document, and then we'll be linking it by using this link element. And then an external style sheet can be written in any text editor and must be saved with .css extension. The external .css file should not contain any HTML tags, like you shouldn't give any HTML document, like it should be merely for the CSS styling and all of the particular selectors. So we shouldn't give any HTML tags here in this CSS document, in this external style sheet. And um, and then there is a small note that you shouldn't add any space between the property and value and the unit. So the spacing between this, so how can we do this is, like, we can just you shouldn't, like, when you are writing this 12 pixels, just don't use this 12 space pixels. Avoid the spaces for the proper, without any bugs. If you want to create it without any bugs, just don't use this. Avoid the spacings in between this units and the value. And now let's jump over to the next method, that is the internal CSS method. So the internal CSS method is something that in this we use the style element. So we have discussed about the style element in the previous HTML tutorials, and also we'll be discussing about this, like we'll be going through around this in this tutorials also. So and this internal style sheet may be used if one single HTML page has a unique style, and the internal style is defined inside the style element, and inside this style element is in the head section. So here we'll be using this, like when you're having different HTML web pages, and if you are having different styling for each of the web page, so then we'll be giving the styling to each of the HTML document by using this internal CSS method. So by using this, like in the head section, in the head element, we'll be giving the style element, and we'll be styling all the elements of the HTML document. And then the third method is the inline CSS method. So let me search for the example. Yeah, so here you go with the h2 element. So this h2 element is having a attribute called as style attribute, and in the style attribute we are specifying this property and value. So in this way we can specify as many property and values as needed for this particular element. So this inline CSS method is used when we want to apply a unique style for a single element, and to use this inline styles we need to add this style attribute to the relevant element, and the style attribute can contain any CSS property. So in this way we'll be using this inline and the internal and the external CSS methods. So a quick review is that for the external CSS, quick recap is that for the external CSS method we are using this external CSS file, and here we are giving styling. And for the internal CSS method we are giving a style element inside the head element, and here we are giving all the selectors, properties, values and all. And then in the inline CSS method we are using this style attribute. So we are using the style attribute and we are giving the property and value. So in these are the three ways in which we can use the CSS. And now, and the one tip is that an inline style loses many of the advantages of the style sheet, like by mixing the content with the presentation. So it will be somehow ambiguous to the user, like if at all some other person is looking at your document, like it may be somehow ambiguous. So it's better to use it sparingly. And now if some properties have been defined for the same selector, let's say like for the same one, like h1 tag, we are having multiple styling, like we are providing the multiple style sheets for the same selector. So in that case, which will be applied to your selector? So then the last red style sheet will be used for this selector, like when it is getting presented on the web page, the last style sheet will be used when there are multiple style sheets for the same selector. Say like for like same properties is defined in different style sheets, then which property and value will be applied, that will be depending upon the last red style sheet. So this is about the multiple style sheets. And then now we'll see about the cascading order. So let's say we are having this inline internal external CSS. So what will be the priority order, like which will be of the more priority? What style will be used when there is more than one style specified for the HTML element? uh, so when there are more than one style specified for an HTML element, what is the priority order of this all the styles? All the styles in the page will cascade into a new virtual style sheet by following some rules. Like this priority order goes like this. Like the first is the inline CSS, the inline style, which is inside the HTML document. And the second priority is internal and external style sheets. So it is in the head section. And the third priority is the browser default. So this is the browser default. And then here it shows that the inline CSS, the inline style, is having the highest priority, and it is overriding the external, internal, and the browser default styles.
So now we'll be discussing about the CSS comments. CSS comments are not displayed in the browser, but they can help document your source code. So the comments are used to explain the code, like what are you are doing in this particular section and all. So and may help you with the edit the source code at a later date. Like if you are doing something with the source code now, and you say that you are you are just doing this, like you are just doing this code now, and you want to edit this after some time. How can you do this? Like you can do it like in a normal way also without adding this comments. It doesn't make any change in the execution, but the main thing is that when you add these comments, it will be easier for you to recognize things, like when there are some bugs or errors in your code, or else like if something is going wrong in your web page presentation, like if it is not as expected as you want, you can just go to this particular section, like like if you are intending for something and you got something else, you can just go through this comments, and you can just see that what were your intentions and what was something that is written under it. Like adding this comments will help in increasing the readability of your code, like of your source code, and also it will be helping you to solve the bugs, find the errors, and to make any changes in the future of after writing the source code. So the writing the comments, like making habit of this, is really useful for you. So these are used to explain the code and may help you, will be helping you to edit the source code. And the thing is that these comments are ignored by the browsers. So the CSS comment is placed inside the style element. Like when you're using this in a internal CSS method, you can use it inside the style element by using these symbols. So you can see this is this for the start of the comment, and this is for the end of the comment, and in between this we'll be giving the comment. So you can add comments wherever you want in the code. And the comments can span multi-line also. So here you can see that it is spanning for single line, and you can even make it for multi-line also. We can just do that by, let's go to this, like we can use this comments in the external CSS method also. So here you can see that this is the single line comment. So here we are having the start of the comment, the end of the comment, and this is a single line comment. And here you can see that this is the multi-line comment. So here also we are having the start, the end, and inside it we are having the multi-line comment. So in this way we can use a single line and multi-line comment. So if you remember in the HTML, we use the comments by using this, like let me just show you what do we use for the comments. So this is something that we use. So these are the symbols that we use when we are writing the comments in the HTML. So inside this we can give the comment. So whatever comment we are willing to give, we can just give it over there. So in this way we can add comments to our CSS. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS colors. Colors are specified using the predefined color names or RGB, hex, HSL, RGBA, HSLA values. So there are different methods like by using which, like with the different predefined color names, and or by using, like we can use, the first thing is that predefined color names we can use. So we can use this predefined color names. And the second thing is that we have a few values that we can give in order to define the color. So the most popular one is RGB values one, and the hex values, and the others are HSL, and also we can even give the RGBA values, and then HSLA values. So in this way we can give these values and we can define the colors in our CSS styling. So for the simplicity, let me just comment those things out uh, to just uh, to just avoid any ambiguity. So I'm just commenting these things out whatever I have written here. So I have just used this, like let me just don't assume it to be a comment, like I have just used it to tell you like what it is, just like that. That is not the proper way of giving the comments. So, and even we can just, let me just remove them. So now we can see how can we add the color names. Like we'll discuss about some of the predefined colors. So let's say, let me just style this div comma p, so which will be applying the styling to the div elements as well the p elements. So let's say I just want to give this color. So this is my property, color property, and here I'll be giving the predefined color names. So we have different predefined colors, so I'll be just telling you all of them. Like tomato will be one of it, and we can even give the orange. So this can be one of the color, dodger blue, and we have green color, gray color, and we have blue, violet, and light gray, and many more colors are there which you can find in the documentation. So let's now just create one more new HTML document. So I'm naming it as the CSS demo, and inside this we'll be just giving this title to be CSS demo, and now we are giving a sample element. So inside the p element we are giving this text called hello. So then, so this is inside the body which is visible to the visitors of your web page, and inside this head, now let's just give the, like as the previous one was somehow more complex to understand, I'll be just explaining you with the new HTML file now. So we have created a HTML file, and let me just remove this, like it's twice the document type. So then now we are having this p element. Now let's give a simple styling for this p element. So you know this, like we are going to use this in a CSS method as it is simpler to understand. So there will be no much difference between the inner and external CSS method. In the inner CSS method, we'll be just giving all the CSS source code inside the style element, and when it comes to the external one, without the style element, we'll be just giving what all we'll be writing inside the style element. We'll be just mentioning that. Okay, so now let's go inside the style, and now let's style our p. So here when I'm just this is my selector P, and inside this my property will be color. So I'm just choosing the color property because now we are discussing about the CSS colors. So inside this, in the colors, we can give the predefined values, like tomato can be my color, and also I can have the orange, like as I've told you there are many colors. So let's use a color called like violet. So let's use a new color violet for this tutorial, and let's save this and let's check out like how it looks on our web page. So firstly, let me just comment this out, like to show you like how it is looking before and how it is looking after. So firstly, I'll be commenting this out. Firstly, let's use this comments which we have learned now, and I'm commenting this out. Let's save this, and after saving this, let's see how it's looking on our web page. Okay, now let's reload this, and here you can see that by default with the browser default styling, it is in the black color. So the black text is appearing here. So the black hello text is appearing. Now when we give the styling, like I'm just removing this comments, and now let's save this and let's go back to our web page and reload this. Here you can see that this has turned into the violet color, and even in this way you can add different colors also to this. Like let me just show you one more color for, like let's say I'm using the slate blue color. So this is the color I'm using. Let's save this. Let's go back to our web page and reload this. Here you can see that this changed the color. So in this way we can use different colors. And now we'll discuss about the background color. So what is background color? You can set the background color for HTML element. So how can you set that? You can just set that by using the background color property in the CSS. So we'll do this background color also for our P tag, that is the hello text. Like in the P tag there can be many things, like um, this is my, let's give a sentence. So this is my first CSS demo page. So let's say this is my paragraph and I have given some color. Now let's use this background color property. So by using this background color property, we can just set some background to the particular element. So I'll be using the background color to be tomato. Let's say I'm just using this color. So I want to use it tomato, and let's save this and let's check it out how it will be looking on our web page. Reload this, and here you go with it. So you can see that the font is of the slate blue color and the background is of the tomato color. So this is how the styling and all works, and we can even make it more accurate and more customized by knowing all the properties and knowing how to use all of them in a proper manner. So let's get back to the editor, and then now we'll see that like we have seen the color of the text, like how can we set the color of the text by using this color attribute. And then now we'll see about the border attribute, like border property. Like we are using this color property, and also in the same way we can use the border property. So it's something like border color. So how can you use this border color? You know that border is something that we observe in the boundaries of the particular block or something. So the border, we can use it by giving the border as a property, and like, yeah, border as a property, and inside that you need to give the width. Like you can just say that how much thick it should be. So let's say I want to give it to be 2 pixels, and 2 pixels of which color border you want. I want the border to be solid, let's say a solid black color. So my border should be solid black color. So let's just know about the CSS styling we have done till now. We are giving this color of the text of P element to be slate blue, and the background color to be tomato, and the border to be 2 pixels of solid black. Now let's save this, and now let's check it out. Reload this, and here you go with this. Now you can see that the border which is of 2 pixels and it is of solid black color. So this is how it works, and you can even use other colors for your web page. Like you can try them on, like it will be really fun to do. And then Now we'll discuss about the other methods which we have just mentioned in the starting of this, that are giving the color values, that are RGB. We have discussed about the hex values, HSL values, RGBA values, and HSLA values. There are many. So instead of let me just show you, instead of giving this tomato, we can give the RGB values. RGB in the sense red, green and blue. So we just think let me just give you a very brief idea of why we using RGB values. So it's something like any color is made up of red, green and blue. It is like something, but it differs in the proportions of these three colors. It can be varying from, like, each of the red, green and blue can vary from 0 to 255. So these are the value ranges from. So based on the proportions of these three, like R can range from 0 to 255, G can range from 0 to 255, B 0 to 255. In this way we get all the possible combinations of these 0 to 255 and again RGB. So by using this possible proportions, we get all the possible, like most of the possible colors. So we can use these values to give the color. So for example, if I want to give the tomato color, I want my R to be 255 and my G to be 99 and my B to be 71. You may ask me this, that should I really need to remember these RGB values? My answer is maybe no, because like you can just have a brief idea about what are these RGB values and all. Like let's say I'm giving a RGB value of 000 and it could be black, and if I give RGB value, let's say, like let me it's it when it is giving to be 255 to 55 to 55, like the maximum proportions of red, green and blue, so it will be your white color. So in this way, like even we can just say this, like if the R is 255 and G and B are 00, then it is pure red color, and if G is 255 and other two are zeros, then it is pure green. So in this way we can just understand what the concept is actually, and in that way we can visualize things. Like let's say you just don't want any particular color and you just want to check them out, like you can just experiment with the different proportions and you can just make it like make new colors from this, like make some colors which you don't know like what they are actually called, like with the different names. Like you can do that for your web page. So that is something that you can just really play with this styling and all. So let me just use this and let's see like if there is any difference in our web browser, like the representation and all. Okay, let's reload this and you see no difference, because this which I have written is the same thing, like the tomato one which is predefined color, and the RGB values, it is the same. So there will be no difference, like it's obvious, right? So then we can even, I'll just show you the examples like how we use this hex values and also this HSL values. I'll just show you with a quick to give you a quick idea. So this hex values can be ff, like it's something like hex values itself, the name itself represents that we are using the hex values. And for the people who don't know what are hex values, like if you have learned about the binary number system and the hexadecimal number system, then there you may even just notice about this hex values. If at all you didn't, it's really fine. Like I'll just give you a quick recap of this, like what all these hex values are. So let me just comment something below this, and or else here you can just do it, like as we are discussing about the CSS. So let me just give the commenting, starting and ending. So I always prefer to give my starting and ending with be it tags or be it anything, because in writing this long codes and all, like we may miss out giving this ending. So it's better you first give the start and ending and you just start giving the content in between them. So this is my one of the tip for you guys. Like if you are doing if you are writing this kind of like long documents for your web page, just make sure to like just take this one step, like giving the starting and ending at first, like when you are starting this tag or anything element, You just give the start and end, and inside it you start writing the content. Just don't give the start, write the content, and just forget to give the end tag. Just don't get all these headaches and all. And here now let's getting back to this. In the comments we'll be giving, let me just say, this hex is something that we are having 0 to 9 values as usual, and then the 10 will be represented by A, and then the 11 will be represented by B, and 12 by C, D, E and F. So till here we'll be having this, and after this like we'll be just having again from we'll be using this after F, we'll be just going to the next numbers. Like these are something like, in the decimal system, like we are having 1 to 9, like 0 to 9, and here we are having 0 to F. So that is something, a difference that I could tell you for at this point of time, like at this point of level. I could just tell you, like if you are interested in getting to know about the hex values and all, you can just always refer the documentation and you can just go through this all. And then here we also have the HSL. So let me just tell you HSL. So HSL, and here in the HSL we can give the percentages, like the saturation and all, like we can give, like you can just go learn about this more. So I usually prefer this RGB values, hex values, and also the predefined colors, which are quite handy for me. Like you can find the method which is quite handy for you also. So for now, let me just take this out and let me give the predefined value, that is tomato, and let's save this. And then so now we'll be just seeing like what about brief about this all RGBA and all. So firstly let's see about, like, let me just, this is for the hex, so which we have discussed. So I'll just make it as a multi-line comment, so or else I'll just give some spacing. And here let's discuss about the RGBA value. So when I am writing about the RGBA value, so it is the RGB value with an additional factor, that is A. So A, which describes about A, is something that is called alpha. So this alpha is a parameter that is a number between 0 to 1. So let me just show you how we can write RGBA. So RGBA, and inside the RGBA, so we can give this RGB values as usual. Like let's say I'm giving to 55 and 99, so the tomato one, and the 71. And here this 1.0, like the 0 to 1 is something that when you are giving 0 it is fully transparent, and when you are giving 1 it is fully not transparent at all. So in something in between this, like this is used to give the opacity for a color, like you can make it like how transparent it should be. So this is that factor. So we'll just tell that this is for red, green and blue, and also this A refers to alpha. So this is something that we can see. And then the next thing is that, like we can just use many other things, like we can give this opacity. So let's give the opacity to be, like this alpha value to be 0.5, and let's check it out. So yeah, let me just reload this, and here you can see the difference, like you can just see the difference between that and this. So this is how it works, like the transparency and all. So this is for the background color that we have given. We can give this to the font, and then there you can just see the difference. So for now let it be for this background color. And then we can even just discuss about the other values that we can see, that we have already seen the hex values. So the hex values are something like we are getting the 6 hex values like this. So we are using this hash, and then RR, so this is for RR, red value, and then the GG, green value, and then the BB, that is blue value. So this RR and the GG and BB will be ranging from, so this one RR will be ranging from 00 to FF, which means 0 to 255 in the decimal. So this is something which is really close to RGB value. So this will be R, this will be G value, this will be B value. So this is from 0 to FF, that is 00 to 255, and the GG will also be from 00 to FF, BB will also be from 00 to FF. So by using these combinations, we'll be giving the color. And the next thing that we need to discuss about is we can even use the 3-digit hex values, that is RGB values that we have already seen. And the 3-digit hex values can be something like when you are having something like this, like hash ff00 and 00 and cc. So you can write this in a short notation, like see this, we can be written it as f0c. So we can write it as this. So in this way we can write. And then now we'll discuss about the HSL values. So let me just give it here, like we are discussing about the HSL values. So in CSS, a color can be specified using the hue, saturation and lightness. Okay, so HSL stands for hue, and then saturation, and then lightning. So this lightness, you can say lightness. So in this way we can just say it like hue is a degree on the color wheel from 0 to 360. So 0 will be the red, and 120 will be the green, and 240 will be blue. So the saturation is a percentage value, like 0% means it is a gray, and 100% means it is full color, like whatever you give. And the lightness is also a percentage, like 0% is black, 50% is neither light nor dark, and 100% is white. So in this way we can use this HSL, like we can experiment with them. Like we can just an example for this can be let me just remove this and give HSL, and I can give it to be 0, 100% and 50%. So in this way we can even add many more values, and we can experiment with the HSL. And whenever we discuss about this saturation, we can say that it is the intensity of the color. So as I have told you, 100% will be the pure color and with the no shades of the gray, and 50% is gray but you can still see the color. And when you give the 0%, and then it will be the complete gray. So that's how we can just check about this. And lightness is something that how much light you want to give the color, like where 0% means that you are not going to give any light, which means like black. And when it is 50%, we have seen that it's neither dark nor light, and 100% is the full brightness. So in this way we can just give multiple values, and we can just check it. And for the this HSL, we can add this a extra element, and which is used for alpha, that is the opacity. So we can use it as we have used in the RGBA. We can use it similarly, like from 0.0 to 0.0 to 1.0, we can use it like this. So in this way we can use different values for different, like HSL method and HSLA method and RGBA, RGB method, hex values. We have seen this different ways how can we give the colors when we are giving this values in the property which is defining the color. And even we can give the predefined colors also. So in this way we can just give the colors. Now let's now going to the CSS backgrounds. So the CSS background properties are used to add background effects for the elements. So here we do have different background properties in the CSS. So such as background color, background image, background repeat, background attachment, background position. So in this way we do have different CSS properties for the background. So firstly let's discuss about the CSS background color. So firstly, the background color property specifies the background color of an element. So let me just go here, and inside the style element I'll be just doing this. Let's add this background color. So here you can see that we have added the background color in different ways in the previous topic by using the RGB values, HSLA values, and also we have used several other values in the section of colors, we have used the hex values and all. So now let's get back to the basics of the background color or the color property which we use in the CSS. So let me just delete this HSLA, or let me just add new styling. So I'll add a new element in the HTML and I'll be styling it. So let's say I am giving my heading h1 tag. So my h1 tag to be, let me just give it in the beginning. So my h1 tag will be something like this, and inside it I'll be just giving the basic one, hello world. And then let me now style this h1 tag, h1 in the flower brackets, and inside it now I'll be giving the background color which we are now discussing about. I'll be giving the background color to be light blue. So this is the very basic thing that most of the people, most of the beginners use, that is directly using the color name. And then this CSS color name is most oftenly specified by a color name like light blue or red, or else we even use the hex values as I have already told you, and we'll be using the RGB values and all. And then we can add this kind of background color to any element in the HTML, and we can even just got to know about this opacity property that we can see in the CSS, so which is also called as transparency of an element. So it can take the value between 0 to 1. So here you can see that, so this 0 to 1, and the lower value is more transparent, and the one is a kind of opaque. And then uh, now let's just discuss, like let's give the brief about this opacity property also. Like we can directly use this opacity, and inside it, like we can just give the values from 0 to 1. So let me just give it to be 0 in the, or else let me just give it to 1 in the beginning. And then so while using this property to add the transparency to the background of the element, so this will be adding the transparency to the element's background. And so all of the elements child elements inherit the same transparency. Like let's say I am just using something like let's say this h1 element only, so inside it I'm declaring one more element. Let's say I'm just giving some image tag, and I'm embedding some image inside this web page, that too inside this h1. So this child will also inherit this opacity character, like opacity whatever you just give in the styling, it will be inheriting it. And then this can make the text inside a fully transparent element hard to see. So you can just, I'll just show you like how it looks like when we use this transparency to be 1 or 0. So I'll just save this and let's go back to our web page, reload this, and here you go with my hello world with the background to be light blue, and also my opacity is 1. So let me give it to 0, and let's check it out like how it is appearing to us on the web page. So here you go, so you can see nothing here. So when the opacity is 0, like you cannot see this, because this is completely transparent. uh, Maybe I'll just change this to 0.5 and save this. Let's save this, go back to the web page, and now you can see somehow. So in this way you can just change this changes values from 0 to 1, and you can adjust this transparency. So this is something like an important property that you can just know, like for making your web page even better. So opacity is one of the property that you can use, and the note is that the embedded, like inside elements will also inherit these ones. So I'll just show you one example. Like I am giving a property, or else let me inside the p I am giving a one more p, let's say one more p is something I'm defining and giving in this particular p element. So I'm in nesting a p element. Inside this I'm saying that, so I am a child element, and now save this, and we do have this child element, and also wait, yes, so there is an ambiguity that this p and this ending p is considered than this p, so it's better, let's avoid the confusion. So I'll be giving it to be div element. Firstly, I'll be just starting the div element and then I'll be ending this div element. So because to avoid any confusion, so we'll do this for now. Let's go back and now let's reload this. So here you can just let me just show you. Here you can just see the opacity. And here you go. So I have given this property value to be 0.5, and there you go. And now just going to this transparency using RGBA. So if you do not want to apply an opacity to the child elements, like in our examples, like as I told you, we don't want this opacity to be applied to the child elements, so we can use this RGBA color values. So we can just use this as RGB will be the color value, and in addition to that you can use the alpha channel, which specifies the opacity of the color. So here the opacity can be from 1, like it can be 0 to 1, like where 1 is the fully opaque one and the 0 will be the fully transparent one. So in this way we can use this RGBA value. So I'll be just showing you the quick example. Irrespective, like let's take out this one and let's add this background property. So background. So in the background property, we can just give the RGBA to be. So RGB values can be this color values, and A is will be giving the opacity. So R value can be 0 and G 128, B 0, and the opacity should be 0.3. So let's save this and let's check it out in the web page, like how it is looking like. Reload it. Let me just save this first. So here you go with it, like we got this color, so it is a light green color, and also we got the opacity to be 0.3. So in this way we can use this opacity and all. And then now we'll be just seeing about the CSS background image. So the CSS background image is something, the property that defines an image to use as the background of an element. By default the image is repeated so that it covers the entire element. So like if you give some image which is not completely fitting into the element, it will repeat itself to in order to get fit into the particular background of the element. So for example, let's say we want this body, so complete body should be having the background image of maybe like I'll be giving some image in the style. Let's give the body to be my background image to be. So we can give so here I have given something like a book.jpg. So this is something that I am having in my folder. So then let's go, and here you can see, so it is something like a book with some background image, but without you can just see that this is being repeated. So in this way, like if it doesn't fit into the given element, it will be repeating itself. So this is something that we need to keep a note about. And then getting back into this editor part, So here we have seen how we can use this background image and all. So when using this background image, we should use an image that doesn't disturb our text. So the background image can also be set for the particular elements, like we can not only set it for the body, but we can even set it for P element or H1 element. So in that way we can just fix it for any of the elements. And then now let's come to this background repeat property. So this repeats an image both horizontally and also vertically. Some images should be repeated only horizontally or vertically, or they will look strange. So we'll be just doing this, like how are we using this background one. So if an image one is to be repeated only horizontally, we need to give it to be something like background. So background repeat. So we'll be giving the background repeat to be repeat X when it is to be repeated horizontally. To repeat the image vertically, we'll be giving this X to be Y. So this is the difference between when you want to repeat the image horizontally, you'll be using this repeat X value for this background repeat property, and also you'll be using the repeat Y in the case of repeating the image in a vertical way. So you can even set it to no repeat. So when you want to show your background image only once, so you can give it to be no repeat. So it will be showing your background image only once, as this is specified by background repeat property. So the background image is placed in the same place as the text, like we want to change the position of the image so that it does not disturb the text too much. So let me just save this, reload this, and here you can see that the repetition is not there now. So the only one image, like however it fits or doesn't fit into the element, it is displayed, and it is not repeated when I give this no repeat. Going back, now like we'll be also seeing this background position. So this is a property, so let me just show you background position. So background position is a property that which will be used to specify the position of the background image. So you can use it to be right top, let's say. So right top. So this can be your background position. So in this way we can use this background position. It will be giving this position of the background image. So there are many more background properties in the CSS which you can use. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS background attachment. So this background attachment property specifies whether the background image should be scrolled or to be fixed. So it will not, when it is in the fixed, it will not scroll with the rest of the page. So now we can just add this background attachment here in this. So background attachment to be, I want it to be fixed, let's say, so it won't move with the page. And then let's just see the difference between both of them. Let's save this. And so just to scroll, we need to have a few more things so that we can scroll. Let me just add an image. Yeah, let me just add an image, or else yeah, let me just add an image firstly. And in the image I'll be giving the source code to be this. And so let me even go its width and height to be somehow more, so that we'll be able to scroll it down. So this is, I'm just adding this so that I can just show you the scrolling. And height, I want it to be again 500 pixels. Save this, reload. So here the image is not displayed, but you can just see the scrolling, like we did got a scroll bar. So there is an issue with the image, but you can see that as I have given this position to be top right, like right top, it is here attached to the top right. And also when I just made it to be fixed, it is not moving with the scroll bar. So let me just also use this scroll value. So here let's go back to this, and here I'll be giving it to be scroll. Save this and go back to our Chrome, reload it, and here you can see that with the scroll bar, like it is moving with the images moving with the scroll bar. So this is how it works. So it also depends upon the image that you have chosen. The image that I have chosen is not so in a proper format, like it's not loading as well. So it's not looking pretty convincing, but you can just use this like to have a just remind yourself of this particular property where you can just make your background to be scrolling or to be fixed for the with the rest of the page. So this is something that you can just know about this background attachment, so in brief. And then next, jumping into the CSS background shorthand. So to shorten the code, it is also possible to specify all the background properties in one single property. So this is called as shorthand property. So what do we do in this? Like you can just use this shorthand property, which let's say we are just doing this all things in this background image, background repeat, background position, background color and all. So what can we do is, instead of this, we can just make it like, let me just firstly comment out this, and now I'll be just showing you how can we use this shorthand property. So I'm just giving the background, just background, and inside it firstly I'll be just giving the color. So I'm giving this color, and then I will be giving my background image. So this is my background color, and then I'm also giving my background image to be book.png, book.jpg also, like whatever it is. And then I'll be giving no repeat. So no repeat will be for the we'll be using this value for the background repeat property, and also we are giving this right top. So right top. So what is this right top meant to be? So it is meant to be the background position. So in this way we can just make it in shorthand notation, we can say. So this is the shorthand property in the CSS for the background. So by using this, we can just write all of them in one go. So basically it first says about the background color, and then the background image, and it then says this is the particular order like which we need to write. So the first one is background color, background image, and then this is background repeat, and the background so this will be the, you can even mention the background attachment, and then the background position. So we'll also mention the background attachment. So we want it to be scroll. So this can be my background attachment. So it doesn't matter if one of the property values is missing. Like as I just missed the scroll, it doesn't matter, but it should be in this order. As long as other ones are in the order. Like if you just skip one of this and others are in order, it doesn't give you any change. So you can just skip the things, skip the property like property values, but whatever you write should be in order. Okay. And then note that we do not use the background attachment property in the examples, as it doesn't have any value, like we are not giving any value, so we didn't use it in this particular thing. And then we'll just have a quick overview about what all background properties of CSS we have discussed. So the first thing is the background, this shorthand property, which will be setting all the background properties in one declaration. And then we have a background attachment, which will be seeing that whether the image is fixed or is it scrolling and all. So and then we have the background color, background image, and background position we have seen, which gives the starting point of the background image. And also we do have the background repeat, which sets the background image will be repeated like in a horizontal or vertical way. And also we have this, we do have different more background size property, background clip property, which will be specifying the painting area of background. Like there are many more properties, like you can just go refer to them in the documentation. So it's nothing like you need to remember everything, but it's something like you need to just know the common ones, the most used ones, and you just need to learn, like you need to just go to the documentation, search for them and use them in your documents of CSS and HTML. So this practice will make you improve yourself, rather than just mugging up all the properties and values and all stuff. So just know what are the important properties and what they do, so then that will be more helpful for you than just going through all of them just by hearting them and all. So getting back, so now let's discuss about the CSS borders. So the CSS border properties allow you to specify the style, width and color of the element's border. So we have, like, let's see with the examples and all, so to make it more interesting. So firstly, in the CSS, we use this property called as, we'll be applying it to our P element maybe. Yes. So then firstly, we'll be using the property named border style. So this is a property that we will be using, which will specify the kind of border to display. So I'll be just starting to add this comments just to give you a brief note about what it is for. So it specifies. So this will specify the kind of border. So yes. Now this values can be, the values allowed are can be dotted. So this will define this dotted border, dashed. So it will define a dashed border, and it can be solid, it can be double, it can be groove, rich, insert, outset, none, or like which when you give it to be none, it has no border, and hidden, which defines a hidden border. So the property can have from 1 to 4 values from the top border, um, right border, bottom border, left border. So this can have 4 values. So we can just say that. So firstly, we'll be just doing one dotted one, like to just see. Let's save this and let's go back to our Chrome, reload it, and here you can see that we have got this dotted border. So let me just increase this opacity so that you could just visualize this better. Save it and then reload this, and yes, and now maybe I think you could just observe it very clearly. Getting back, and now let's try one more border style, that is, let's say, we'll just give it to me. um, we can given it to be outset, maybe we'll try this outset and save this, and let's go back to our Chrome, reload it, and here you can see we just got an outset border. So the one more thing is that the mix one. So how can we use it? Like firstly, we can just give the 4 values, like 4 values for this property. So I am giving it to be dotted, dashed, and I wanted one of the side to be solid and the other one to be double. So what does this mean is that this dotted will be the top one, this dash will be the right, and the solid will be the bottom one, and this double will be the left one. So now let's save this and now let's visualize this how it is looking on our web page. And here you go, guys. So this is the dotted, and then we just got this dashed one, this one, solid one, this one, and then double is this one. So in this way we can just add the borders to our any element. So in this way we can just style our border, and then so there are also none of the other CSS border properties will have any effect unless the border style property is set. Now we'll be discussing about another important property called as border width property, which comes under this border styling. So the border width property, let me just show you like the border width one. So this is a border width property which will be yeah. So which will be telling which will be giving specifying the width of four borders. So the width of four borders. So this border width will define the specify the width of four borders. The width can be set as a specific size, like we can give it in pixels, maybe centimeters and and all, or by using one of the three predefined values, that is thin, medium, thick. So you can just give it to be pixels, or else you can just give it with three predefined values that are thin, medium, or thick. So we can, let's say that we have given some border style. For the clarity's sake, let's give it to be solid. Like just let me just stick to one border style so that we can just have a good look at this border width. So my border width, I want it to be so we'll be just going through some few cases maybe just to get a good understanding. So firstly, I just want my border width to be 2 pixels and save this and then run it. And here you can just see the 2 pixels border width. And now let me just show you what the 5 pixels border width look like. So it should be obviously thicker than the before one, right? So let's reload this and here you go, guys. So this is how this border width when you use the pixels or any other measurement, any other specific size we can mention. And now let's even define, like even give the values in the predefined ones. So I want it to be let's say I want it to be medium and save it. So we do have three, as I told you. So we do have three that are thin, medium, or thick. Let's go back to our web page, reload this, and here you see it is medium, and also we'll even check out the thick ones. Save it and check it out now. So here you go. You can just see the difference between the medium and thick. And also in the similar fashion, you can just do it with the different pixel sizes and all by giving the specific pixel sizes. So this is how this border properties work. And then uh, we have uh, we have other formats, like we can even use it like this. So let's say 5 pixels and 20 pixels. So what does this mean? This says that 5 pixels is for the top and bottom and the 20 pixels is for the sides. So in this way also we can do it, like, or else let's see, I just want my uh okay, let me just keep it this way. We can even exchange this, we'll see it in the next example. Save it and reload this, and here you can see that the top and bottom are of 5 pixels and the sides are of 20 pixels. Let's reverse this. 5 pixels and I want this to be 20 pixels. Save it and again reload, and here you go. The top and bottom are of 20 pixels and the sides are of 5 pixels. And let's go back to our Sublime, like let's go back to our editor, and here we can even make one more change, that is we can just use like maybe I'll just give it to be 25 pixels and 10 pixels, 5 pixels let it be, and 35 pixels. So this, when I write this four values, it means that this is for the top, this is for right, 5 pixels is for bottom, 35 pixels is for the left. So you can just go for the clockwise direction. So save it, and now let's see how it looks like. So here you go with it. So in this way we can give our border width to be anything, like we can just give it equal to all of the sides, or else we can just differentiate them, or else we can even give the similar sizes to the opposite sides. So in this way we can just add this border width also. And then now we'll be discussing about another interesting property, that is border color. So getting back to the Sublime text editor, so here the border color property is used to set the color of the four borders. So border color, so this is usually used, let me firstly copy this so that I can use it anytime I want. So these are the comments of the CSS. So this will be used to set the color of four borders. So let me the color can be set by using, we can just give the specific name like red. So I can just give it to be red, or else I can give it I can use this hex values, I can use the RGB values, HSL values, and we can use opacity and all. So there are ways which we have discussed for the colors. We can even use them for this CSS border color. And then this border color is not set. It inherits the color from the element. So if it is not set, it will take it from the color of the element. So if we just set it, it will be given. It will be taking our whatever the color is set. It will be taking that. So then let's go back, reload this. Let me just show. So as the background color is already red, so let's use this border color to be blue. And then getting back, and here you can just see that the border color now change it to the blue. So in this way we can just change the border color, and also we can do the border color similar to the border width and border style. Like we can just give different colors to the different size, like different four values for all of the four sides. So let's say for the first top border I want it to be blue, and for the next right one I want it to be green, and then I for the bottom one I want it to be yellow, and for the left one I want it to be pink. Save this. Now reload it to see, and here you can see the difference, like the top right and the bottom and the left one. So in this way we can just give the side colors also. So we can even do that using the hex values, and also RGB values, HSL values. Like there are these all things, like we can use similar to the colors topic. So in this way we can add this border color, and also we do even do have this CSS border sites. So CSS border, like individual sites, we have seen in the just now in the examples that we have seen that it is possible to specify a different border for each side. So in CSS, there are also properties for specifying each of the borders, like for the top, right, bottom, left, and all. So as we have seen, like here, we are just doing four of them in one go. We can even style them separately. We can just use this called as property called as border top style. So this will be styling the top side of the border. So by in this top style we can give it to be dotted. So I am writing this instead of this border style, so I am writing this, or else I'll just um, add it over here, top style. And here I want this top style to be dotted, and even I can just do this with my bottom, right, and left. So if I just want to do it for my right, let's say, if I want to do it for my right, I'll be just changing the top to border right style will be solid. So this is something I wanted in my right of the border. And then again I want something in the bottom, like the bottom can be dotted again. And so this is something like when you are when you just want to do about different separate sides, and if you want to work with them, we can go for this method. Like this is something that is more convenient for beginners who are willing to do this, and it is also used for clearing ambiguity before just giving all this at one go. So this is also a way which we can use. Let me just give it to be also solid, and now let's check it, save and reload. So here you can see the difference, like for the size we got this solid, and for the top and bottom we have got the dotted one. So in this way we can even style the sides. So this is one of the useful one. And also the given I'll be just showing you this alternative for writing this 4 lines. We can even use this border style to be dotted, dotted and solid. So by giving this means that this dotted is applicable for top and bottom, and this solid is applicable for left and right. So this 4 lines will be equivalent to this 1 line. So you can even use this in such kind of cases, like where top and bottom are same and left and right are same. So in that cases, like you can use this so that it will be very useful for you. So for now I'll be commenting these things out. So we even have different representations for this border style. We may say that when I said this dotted and solid one, and also we have discussed about 4 different values, like 4 values given in the border style. How did we do that? Like that is in the clockwise direction, top, right, bottom and left. And this is something like top and bottom will be given dotted and the sides are given solid. And there can be also three values. So in this case, this means that this dotted is for the top, solid is for right and left, and the double is for bottom. So this is something that it represents. And also, like when it is given to be 2, it is something like top and bottom is first one, and the right and left is the second one. And if only one is given, it means that the one is given to all the 4 sides. So this is a difference when you just give the values. So you can just give this values for the top, right, left and bottom in single statement, like in single line, by using this border style notation. So then this is used like it also works with the border width and border color, this border style property. And then we have just seen how it is working with the border color and border width. And now we'll be discussing about this CSS shorthand border property. So like we saw for the background also, to shorten the code, it is possible to specify all the border properties in one property. So that is border property. So as we have done in this background one, we'll be doing the same thing, like similar thing in the border one also. So for now, we can just we will be just getting this what all we can give in this border property. This is a border property, and here we can give the border width. So this will be the border width, and we'll be giving the border style, and we'll be giving the border color. So this border style is the required one. Okay. So in this way we can just this is a shorthand property. Yes. So this is a shorthand property of the border all the border properties. So we can just comment this all properties out. We can just write it in the single property like this. Yeah, these all are commented now. We can even comment this one. So we can use this shorthand property instead of all these lines, which will save your time and effort. And then you can even prefer to give the individual border properties to one each of the side. Like you can give it like border left, so which will be telling about only the border. Like here, this will be applicable for all the sides, but you can just give it to be border left. So this border left, it will be applicable to the left side. So in this way also you can do, but it's if you are just specifically doing for one particular side, you can just go for this, but usually we'll be just going for the border. And we can even just use this border left, border right, border top, border bottom. So these properties we can use, and we can just make this border properties done. So in this way we can use all the border properties. And also in the CSS we have rounded borders. So the rounded borders, the border radius is a property that we are going to use. So the border radius is a property that we'll be using now. So border radius is a property that is used to add the rounded borders to an element. So it is used to add rounded borders to an element. So to add rounded borders. So this is used to add rounded borders. You can just give this measurement like size. Let me just, I'll be giving the 5 pixels. And now let me even comment this out, so that this is border and the border radius we got. Yeah, so we'll be just commenting out the opacity, or like we'll be just taking this out for now, because by default the opacity will be 1. So getting back, reload it. So here you can see this rounded borders, you can see. So in this way we can use this border radius. So this is a rounded border radius will be specifying, and in this way we'll be getting this border rounded borders. So in this way we have just covered some of the basic properties of the border in the CSS. So they are, we have discussed about the border property, which is a shorthand property. So this border property which we have discussed, and also we have discussed about the border radius property for these to add the rounded borders. We have discussed about separate border top style, border right style, border bottom style, border left style, and also the different values that are supported. We have discussed about the border style and the different formats in which we can give the values to it, like the 4 values, 3 values, 2 values, and 1 value. And we have also discussed about the border width, also like the border width, and also how can we give the width in different formats, like how can we give it for 4 borders with the different border width. And also we have discussed similarly with the border color. So these are the basic properties related to borders in the CSS.
So now we are going to see about the CSS margins. The CSS margin properties are used to create the space around the elements of any defined borders. So with the CSS, you have full control over the margins. So there are properties for setting the margin for each side of the element, like top, bottom, left, and right. So we do have different properties like margin top, bottom, right, and left. So we can just use this bottom, right, or left in this. So now we'll be seeing the values, the possible values for this property. So we can just use this auto property, auto value for this property of the margin top, which will say that the browser calculates the margin and it will be giving it. And if we can just even specify the length like 5 pixels or like whatever it is, like we can just mention it by specifying by the pt or px, that is pixels or centimeters, etc. And even we can use the percentages, which specifies the margin in percentage of the width of the containing element. We can even use this percentages. And also we can even mention the inherit, that specifies that the margin should be inherited from the parent element. And one thing is that the negative values are allowed in this. And then we can just give some examples, like let's say my margin top should be 100 pixels, so I'll be even giving it for all my sides. So for the margin bottom I will be giving it to be 100 pixels. And for the margin right and left, so for the right I'll be giving 150 pixels, and so this can in percentages or in the pixels or in centimeters or anything that is acceptable, but I am using the pixels because I find it more comfortable for me. And then in the left, I'll be giving it to be 80 pixels. So now let's save this, and now let's go back to our page, and now we can see this margin. So now we can see the margins from all the sides, like how they are appearing on the web page. And then now we will also see about the shorthand property of the margin. So we'll get back to the editor, and as we have the shorthand property for borders and also for the background, we do have it for the margin too. So to shorten the code, it is possible to specify all the margin properties in one property. So the margin property is a shorthand property. So let me firstly comment this out to show you the shorthand property. So now let me add this property and show you. So this is the margin property, and inside it, so the for the we will be in giving those values for the individual margins, like margin top, margin bottom, right and left. So like let me just give you some example. Like we'll be writing this margin values which are equivalent to these four lines. So my top one should be of 100 pixels, right? So my top is of 100 pixels, so it is in the clockwise direction, so 100 pixels. And then my right, so in the clockwise direction, top, right, bottom and left. So my right one, I have specified it to be 150 pixels, so I'll give the same 150. And my bottom one is 100 pixels again, and the left is 80 pixels. So save this. So probably you don't see any change because we have did the same thing in the single line. So getting back, so in this way we'll be using this margin shorthand property. So and also we can even do this like if I just remove this 80 pixels. So what does this mean? This means that 25 100 pixels is for the top, and then this 150 pixels is for these right and left margins, and this again 100 pixels will be for the bottom one. So this is how it works. And also we can just let me just remove one more 100. So this particular representation means that for the top and bottom we are using this 100 pixels, and for the left and right we are using this 150 pixels. So in this way we can just analyze, we can just understand this like with the different formats in this shorthand property. So if this has only one value, let's say it has only 100 pixels, that means that this 100 pixels is applicable for all the sides. So in this way we can just understand this margin shorthand property. So we'll be just now discussing about like if we just don't give any value here and we give auto here. So you can set this margin property to auto to horizontally center the element within its container. So the element will then take up the specified width, and the remaining space will be split equally between the left and right margins. So this is what happens with the auto when you just give this auto value to the property of margin. And like here you can see how it looks with the auto property. And getting back, we can even use this inherit property so that the particular element will inherit this margin from its parent element. So this is also possible. So this is how this margins work. Now we'll be discussing about the CSS padding. Padding is used to create the space, create the space around the element's content inside any defined borders. So this CSS padding properties are used to generate spaces around the element's content inside of any defined borders. So with the CSS, you will be having the full control over the padding, and we can use this padding properties to set up this padding to each side of the element, like top, right, bottom and the left. So it is quite similar to the margin one. So I can just show you like this, like firstly I'll be just showing you how can you do it for the separate sides. So padding top can be this property, and then it can take the values can be length, like we can give it to be something like 50 pixels or something like that, like it completely depends upon your requirement. And then it can be given in the percentages, so the percentage of width of the containing element, like it can be 50% or whatever it is. And then the inherit we can be given, which specifies that the padding should be inherited from the parent element. So this is how the values are taken for this padding, top or right or bottom or left. So negative values are not allowed in this padding, so this is a point that is needed to be noted down. And then so in this way we can just give padding top, padding bottom, right and left. But now we'll be just seeing the padding shorthand property for the padding. So it will be completely similar, like the padding top, bottom, right and left will be similar to the margin one. So we'll be now seeing how can we do it in the shorthand property to reduce this shorten the code. So it is possible to specify all the padding properties in one property. So padding property is the shorthand property for the for padding top, padding right, padding bottom, padding left. So if the padding property has a four values, so it can be something like top first value will be the top padding. So let's say my top padding should be 25 pixels for me, and then my right padding should be 50 pixels, and the bottom one should be 75, and the left one should be 100. So these are my specifications, and we can just, so let's now reload this, and here you go with the padding. So it is the something that we have given for the top, right, bottom and the left. So in this way this padding works. So it can be also have the having this three properties like margin. So when we give the three properties, it is something like if this is the case, so it will be something like this is for the top, this is for the bottom, and this is for left and right. And if we give this only two, so then this one will be for the top and bottom, and this is for the left and right. And if there is only one value for this, so then this will be 25 pixels will be the same for all the four sides. So if we just give 25 pixels and see how it looks on our web page, so this is how it looks like, that is equal from all the sides. Getting back to our editor, so then this is how we'll be just using it. We can even the css width property specifies the width of the element's content area. So the content area is the portion inside the padding, border and margin of the element. So if an element has a specified width, the padding added to that element will be added to the total width of the element. So that is something that you need to note down. So which will be is often giving the undesirable result, so you just need to have a note about it. So and also no matter amount of padding you use, you can use this box sizing property. So this causes the element to maintain its width. So you can just use this box sizing property, box sizing, so box sizing property, and you can just set it to border box to maintain its width. So in this way we can just use this padding properties, and we can use for all the sides like top, bottom, left and right in this way. So this is how this padding property in css works. Now we'll be discussing about the css height and the width. So the css height and width properties are used to set the height and width of an element. So the css max width property is used to set the max width of the element. So the element has the height of 50 pixels and a width of 100%. So this is something let's say which is our text. So now let's create it, like let's create a paragraph with such like let me just create one more. So div element, and inside the div element I'm just giving that this element. So I want to give this element width to be height to be height 50 pixels, and my width to be 100%. 100%. So this is something that I am giving inside this div, and close it. Now we'll be styling this div here. So give the div and open this, and inside it, now this height and width properties are used to set the height and width of the element. So the height and width properties do not include padding, border, margins or anything. So it sets the height and width of the area inside the padding, border and margin of the element. So the CSS height and width properties may have some of the rules, like if, like, firstly let me just give this height and the other one will be my width. So it can be auto, like I can just give this value to be auto. So when I give it to be auto, like the browser calculates the height and width, and I can just even specify the uh, I can specify the height in pixels, like as I have given in the sentence. So I just want it to be 50 pixels, and then it can also be defined in the percentage of the containing block. So I can even give it to be something like 50 or 100 percentage, as we thought of doing it. And then the initial, like if you just set it to initial, like let me firstly uh, remove this for temporarily, and if I just give it to be initial, so this says that it sets the width or height to its default value. And if I just give it to be inherit, it inherits from its parents. So if I just give it to be inherit, it inherits the height or width, will be inherited from the parent element of the value of the parent element, height or width. So for now I just want it to be 50 pixels and the width to be 100%. So save it, and let's go back to our web page, reload it, and here you go with it. So the width and height is given here. And getting back to the editor, we can even give some, like let's give some of the background color for this to make it like to visualize it more clearly. So background color, powder blue. So save it, go back to the web page, reload this, and here you can see this, like the width and height of this particular div element. So one thing that you need to remember is that the height and width properties do not include padding, borders or margins. So they set the height or width of the area inside the padding, borders and the margin of the element. So now we'll see about this property called as max width property. So let me get down and tell you about this max width property. So it is something, yes, I'll just give it in the comments. So this property is something that will be allowing us to set this maximum width of the element. So it can be specified in lengths like pixels and all, or the percentages. So you can even set it to none, so that if you just give it to the none, so it will be having no maximum width and this will be the default one. So uh, if the one thing is that when you just see about this div element, so this when the browser window is smaller than the width of the element, like if I just give it to be something like 500 pixels and my browser window is not that big, like if it is smaller than that, the browser then adds an additional scroll bar to the page, like it will give some scroll bar so that you can just visualize all the 500 pixels one. So which is not so not so very appealing interface for the user. So which we can do is, like we can use this max width instead. In this situation we can improve the browser handling of the small windows, like um uh we can just do something like max width can be of, instead of giving my width to be 500 pixels, I'll be giving my max width to be 500 pixels, which says that it will be able to visualize this in the small screens also. We can just increase the handling of this particular web page. So we can even do the same with the max height also, to make it more handy for the small screen users also. So max height can be this property, and by using this, like you can just improve this a web page visualization in different screens like mobile phones or laptops or anything. Like it can be something like you can just give this maximum width or height, and it will be visible without adding any scroll bar or without making it any different in the mobile phone or in the PC. So now let's go on a brief about all these properties. So the height is a property that will be helping us to set the height of the element, and the max height is a property which sets the maximum height of an element, and maximum width is a property which sets the maximum width of an element, and minimum height is something that will be helping in the minimum height of the element, and minimum width is also the same with the width, and the width is a property that sets the width of an element. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS box model. So in the HTML, all the elements can be considered as the boxes. So in the CSS box model, the CSS term, the box model is used when you are talking about the design or the layout. So the CSS box model is essentially a box that wraps around this HTML element. So it consists of margins. So you can see margin, border, padding, and the actual content. So this will be the actual content. So this is the image that you can see, which will illustrate this. So we will be having the content, and above it will be having the padding and the border and this margin. So this is how it looks like. So the content is the content of the box where the text and images appear. So the HTML part basically. And when it comes to the padding, so it clears the area around the content, so the padding is transparent. And next comes the border. So the border that goes around this padding and the content, like it is around this padding and the content. So and this border will be that is which is going around this padding and this content. So then it comes the margin. So this margin that is the uh, clears an area outside the border, so the margin is also transparent. So now we have seen about this content and padding and the border and the margin. So the model allows us to add the border around the elements and define the space between the elements. So getting back to the editor, so in order to set the width and the height of the element correctly in all browsers, we need to know this box model very well, like how it works and all. So when you set this width and height properties of the element with CSS, you just set the width and height of the content area. So to calculate the full size of the element, you need to add this padding, margin, and also the borders. So we'll just take an example of this, like how this thing works. So when we have already having this, but we'll be just doing this to our div element. So in the div element, I will be firstly I'll just take it out, and I'll give this width to be 320 pixels, and then my padding to be 10 pixels. So for like funds, let's look at this box model. So we are having the margin, border, and padding, and then content. So just keep in mind about this order. So just keep in mind about this order, and we need to give this values accordingly. So then we got this padding, and then I want this border to be 5 pixels, and I want it to be solid and gray. So then my margin, so I just want my margin to be 0, and save this. Getting back here and reloading it. So here you can see this. So in this way, like getting to know about this box model and just analyzing it that way and giving the values will make you design the borders and margins very efficiently, effectively, and accurately. So you just need to have an idea about this box model and how it works, so then you can just give the effective and some really good looking web pages. So getting back to the text editor, so when you are just calculating the complete width, you need to calculate something like this. Let's calculate the complete width of this div element. So in the comments, so firstly, it the actual width of the content is 320 pixels, but we need to, as I told you, that for the calculation we need to take our padding, border and margin also. So for this we'll be taking our padding to be, our padding is 20 pixels, because we are considering it for the left and right, because we are going for the width here. So this is the width one, width calculation. So for the width we are going for this, so 320 pixels plus 220 pixels, which comprises of left and right. So this is my L plus R, left and right padding. And now let's see about this border. So we'll be again considering the borders for the left and right. So it will be 10 pixels, so 5 plus 5, 10. So this is also for the left and right sides. And then we are having the margin to be 0, so we cannot, so it will be 0 as it is. And this total will come out to be 320 plus 30, 350 pixels. So in this way we can calculate the 350 pixels, it is 350 pixels. So in this way we can calculate the total width of an element, like with the width, left padding, right padding, left border, right border, left margin and right margin. If at all we are having some margin like 5 over here, we'll be getting 10 over here. So then so if we are having 5 here, and we'll be getting this 10 here in place of 0. But for now, as we have given it to be 0, it will be 0 as such here. So in this way we will be calculating the total width. When we are calculating the total height, it will be something like, here we have taken the left and right, but in the case of height we'll be taking the top and bottom. For the border we'll be taking top and bottom, for padding we'll be taking top and bottom summation, and for margin too we'll be taking that, and we'll be adding this, that complete thing to the actual height, and then we'll be getting the total height. So in this way this box model works, and this is, in this way we can just get the total height and total width of the particular element block, like completely with including the borders, margins and padding. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS outline and outline. So let me just show you here. So we are discussing about the CSS outline. So the outline is something that which it is a line drawn outside the element's border. So the outline is a line that is drawn around the elements outside the border. So it is line drawn outside the border. So an outline is a line drawn that is around the elements and outside the border to make the elements stand out. So there are different outline properties. So we have outline style, outline color, outline width, outline offset and outline property. So outline differs from the borders. So unlike borders, the outline is drawn outside the element's border and may overlap other content. And also outline is not a part of elements dimensions that you need to have a note about, and the elements total width and height are not affected by the width of outline. So firstly we'll be discussing about this CSS outline style. So we'll be discussing about this property. Let me just do it here for the div. So I'll be discussing about this outline style now. So this specifies the style of the outline and can have one of the values, like we can give it to be dotted, or we can even give it to be dashed. So it can be one of the value, we can give it to be solid. So this is something something similar to our border one which we have seen. So the values are somehow similar, like double we can give groove, we can give ridge, outside, none or hidden. So for now let me just give it to be dashed. And now let's save this and see how this outline style looks like. Save and reload this, and here you can see this is out of the border, like it is covering this element and the border. After it, it is like we are getting this outline. So the style of it is given to be dashed. And getting back to our editor, so this is how this outline style is used. So We can even give it to be a dash, dotted, or groove, or ridge, insert, outset. In this way we can just add many, we have different possible values. So there are none other the outline properties which we have will affect this outline style property. So when this is set, the other properties might not affect this one. And then now we'll be discussing about the outline width property that specifies the width of the outline. So you can have this one of the value, like firstly let me just give this outline width. So it can have these values like thin. So when you just give it to be thin, it is something like typically 1 pixel kind of. And when you just give it to be medium, so it will be going around 3 pixels sort of thing. So it will be around 3 pixels. And when you give it to be thick, it will be 5 pixels, like around 5 pixels. And you can even give it to be specific size also, like I want it to be 4 pixels. So if I just give it to be 4 pixels, so it will be okay, it will be taking that values also. So let me just for now let me just save this and show you like how it's changing its width. So here you go with the 4 pixel one, and if I just, instead of giving the 4 pixel, if I give it to be thin, save it, reload it, and here you can see that how it's looking. This is your outline, and this is your, like this comes under your border margin and all. So this black dots are your outline. So one thing that you can see here is that this may overlap with the other content also. Here you can just see this, so it is overlapped with this blue margin that you can see. So this may happen. So this is the difference between this borders and this outline. When we are getting back to this editor now, we have seen how this has been changed with the thin, and now we'll also see it with the medium. Save it, and let's see how it's looking like. Yes, you can see it over here, the thickness has been increased. And getting back to this editor, so in this way we can use this outline width property. And now we'll see how can we use this outline color property. So getting back here, and then next line we are seeing about the outline color property. So this property is used to set the color of the outline. So the color can be set by name like red, or else you can just give the hex values, or we can give the RGB values, HSL values. And we can even perform the color inversion, which ensures that the outline is visible regardless of the color background. We can even give this to be invert. So invert is something that is used to perform the color inversion, so that in it, which ensures that the outline is visible regardless of the color of the background. So we can just give this, for now we'll be giving it to be red color. We'll see, save it, and now reload this, and here you can see that this outline has changed its color to red. And then we can even give the hex values to it like this, FF0040. So in this way we can this is also something that represents red in the hex values format. So in this way we can give RGB values and also HSA values. We can use the HSL values, and in this way we can give the color to the outline. And then we are now going to discuss about the shorthand property. That is something we are doing with the borders and also the margins and all. That is we are using this property called as outline. So outline alone without any color or style or anything. So in the single one we are will be giving the values of all of this three. So how we'll be giving is, so the outline style is the required one for anything. So this outline property is specified as 1, 2, 3. So these are from this properties listed in this particular three lines. So the order order doesn't matter mostly in this outline. So we can just give it to be something like outline is 5 pixels, so I want it to be 5 pixels, and I want the style to be solid, so I want it to be solid, and the color I want it to be let's say I want to be green, and we will comment this out so that we can avoid this confusion in any sort. Save it and reload it now, and here you go with it. So I have just changed it from the dotted to the solid, and also I have given some color to the outline to be green. And again, I'm just telling you to just note this thing, that this is overlapping with the other content, which is not done in the case of margins and borders. So getting back to this editor, so this is all about this outline shorthand. And also we do have another property called as outline offset. So this property adds the space between the outline and the edge border of the element. So this the space between the element and its outline is transparent completely. So we can just let me just show you like how this works. Like outline offset is something we're gonna use it now, and let me say I want to give it to be 15 pixels and save this. And now let's see how it looks like. And here you can see that the space between this outermost border, like the edge of this border, and then the distance between these two will be the 15, the spacing will be the 15 pixels, and this is our outline. So in this way we can use this outline offset for our content. So for now we have discussed many properties about like some of the significant properties of this outline property. Like we have discussed about the outline, which is the shorthand property. So here you go with the outline property. So it will be setting the outline width, outline style, and the outline color in one declaration. And the outline color, it sets the color of the outline. And when it comes to the outline offset, it will be giving the space between the outline and the edge or the border of the element. When you see about the outline style, it gives the style of the outline, and the outline width will be giving the width of the outline. So in these are the some of the basic important outline properties that you can get to know by this by the end of this topic. We'll be seeing about the CSS text. So CSS has a lot of properties for formatting text. So we do have different properties like text color and the background color and all. The text background color and the text alignment, text decoration, text spacing, shadow, and many more things. So we'll be discussing few of the significant ones in this topic. So firstly, the text color property. So the color property is used to set the color of the text. So the color is specified by using any by using the direct color name like red, or by using the hex value, or by using the RGB value. So we'll just give the color to this color of the text. We'll be just giving it to the div element here. So we need to use this color, and here in it let me just say I just want my color to be green. So I'll be giving it to be green, and then save it. And now let's check it out how it is looking like. Reload it, and here you can see that the text color has been changed to green. So in this way we can use this color property to change the color of the text. So if you give this color property, you must also define this background color property. So we can also give this background color property, which we have already discussed. So let's say I just want it to be yellow. So save it, and now let's reload it and see how it's looking. Yes, here you go with it. So we have the background color, and the background color to be yellow, and the text color to be green. So we can in we have got this background color property and the color property in this particular example. And now we'll be seeing about the CSS text alignment property. Like we are going to use text align property for this particular text. Yes, text align property. So this property is used to set the horizontal alignment of the text. A text can be left or right aligned, centered, or like it is justified. We can just give it to be, firstly we'll check it with the center. So save it, and with the example we can just get to know better about this. Reload it, and here you can see that the text is in the center of this block. So let's consider this as this till this block we are having this margin, so this is the border edge. So we'll also see it with the left or right aligned. So let's say I just want it to be right aligned, and save it and reload this. And here you can see that it is having more spacing here, like it is more of right aligned. So it is touching this right side rather than like and touching this right side, and it is displayed. So let's say if I just give this left, which says that I just want to start from the leftmost side. So here if I give this left, and here you can see that this is left aligned. So in this way we can use this text align property to to get this alignment of the text. And also we can just give it to be justify, so that each line is stretched so that every line has the equal width and the left and right margins are straight. So in that case we can use this justify. So this will what it does is that it will each line is stretched so that every line has the equal width, and the margins of left and right are straight. So we use this justify in such cases. And also there is another, so I'll just give it alignment to be center. And now the other property that we can see here is the text direction. The direction and Unicode BD properties can be used to change the text direction of an element. So let me just give the direction to be RTL, right to left, and I want to give the Unicode BD to BD override. Save this, and here you can see that this is reversed. So in this way, like we can give the direction like this is right to left, so it is showing like this, but by default we are having the direction from left to right. So for now I'll just remove this. I have given it for showing purposes, like for example demonstration. Now we'll see about this vertical align property. So this property sets the vertical alignment of the element. So we can just keep it to be baseline or text top or text bottom, sub or super. So like what is the vertical align? So if I just give it to be baseline and save it, we'll just see all these different ones. So this is my normal one, and if I just go and give it to be text top, save it. So we usually use it for the images. So I will just give some image, and for that image we'll be using this vertical align. So when I give it to be a baseline, so it will be with the default alignment will be that. And when I give this text top, so it will be with the top of this text. Like if I am having the text here, so the image will be somewhere, like let me just create the space, and it will be somewhere here in the top, and it can be even here in the bottom, like when we give the text bottom, and we can make it like sub or super also by using this vertical align. So let me just remove it for now. And then so this is how we'll be using this text alignment. And now we'll see about the text decoration part. So the text decoration property is used to set or remove decorations from the text. So by default, when we just give this text decoration, it will be none. So it is by default one. So when we just give this none, it is often used to remove underlines from the links. So when we have links, we'll be just getting some underline when you just use this hyperlinks and all. So to remove these underlines, we'll be using this text decoration to be none. So then the other values that can be used are overline. I'll show you how it looks like. Save, reload. And here you can see that this is how the overline looks like, and we will also have this line through, save it and reload it, and here you go with the line through. So it is something like striking off and all. And we do have other property or other values also which we can just give, like we can give underline also. So let me give underline, save it and reload it, and here you go with it. So in this way we can just use this text decoration values for the property text decoration. So it is not recommended to use underline text that is not a link, so as it often confuses the reader. So you just better don't use this underline one if it is not a link. So getting back, so now we'll be seeing about the text transformation. So the text transformation property, the text transformation property, which is used to specify the uppercase and lowercase letters in the text. So this is text transform property. So it can be used to turn everything into uppercase or lowercase letters, or capitalize the first letter of each word. So if I just give this text transform to uppercase and save it, and then if I reload it, and here you can see that this is in uppercase, and if I just give it to be the lowercase and reload it, and now let me just save and reload, you can see everything is in the smaller case, like lowercase. And then if I give it to be capitalized, so it will be capitalizing this first letter in the each word. So capitalize, save it, and you can just see that how it's displaying on your web page. So in this way we can use this text just get back, and in this way we can use this text transform. So now we'll be seeing one more another interesting property, that is text indentation. So text indentation property is used. So this text indent, so we'll be writing it as text indent property. So we'll be using this property to specify the indentation of the first line of the text. So how much indentation I need to give. So let's say I want to give 50 pixels of indentation. You can understand it once you just see it on the web page. Reload it, and here you can see that this space from the starting from the leftmost side is called as indentation. Coming back, and then we'll be seeing about this property called as letter spacing. So the letter spacing property is used to specify the space between the characters of the text in a text. So we can just give this letter spacing to be 3 pixels. So give it 3 pixels and save it. Check it out in the web page. So here you can see the distance, like the spacing between the letters, and we can even give it to be the negative ones. So if I just give it to be minus 3 pixels, save it and reload it, and here you can see that these letters have got overlapped with each other. So we can just use this letter spacing. For now I'll just give it to be 3 pixels, or let me just give it to be 1 pixel. And the line height property, the next comes this line height property, which is used to specify the space between the lines. So this line height property, so but between the space between the lines, so we can just give it to be let's say I just want it to be 0.8 or 1.8, let's say. And then, so I'm having only one line here, so we can save this and run it. And so we do have, like, we got this two lines, like as I added one more one, hello. So we got this distance between these lines is given by this line height property. And there is also another property, that is word spacing. So this word spacing property is used to specify the space between the words in the text. So this word spacing property, So we are using letter spacing for the for the spacing between the letters, and the word spacing for the spacing between the words. So this can be, let's say I just want my spacing should to be 10 pixels, and let me just see how it looks like. So here you can see that this difference in the word spacing. And next comes the property called as white space property. So this property will define this property will specify how the white space inside an element is handled. So let me just give this white space to be no wrap, and let me save this and check. So this is shown in a single line now. So in this way we can just use this white space property to like differentiate the usage of this which will be specifying the handling or white space handling inside an element. So this there is another property that is called as text shadow property inside this text properties of CSS. So this text shadow property is a property that will add the shadow to the text. So in its simple use, you only specify the horizontal shadow and the vertical shadow. So the text shadow will be firstly will be giving this horizontal one. Let's say I just want my horizontal to 2 pixels and also vertical to be 2 pixels. Save it, and now we'll just reload it and see. So here you go with the shadow, and we can even change the color of the shadow. So I want my color of the shadow to be red. Save it and reload it. Here you can see that the color has been changed to red, and even you can add a blur effect to your shadow rather than just giving it like this. So we can add the blur effect here after the horizontal and vertical shadow. We can just give it to be blur and blur of pixels. We just need to give the pixels for the blur. Save it, and this 5 pixels is for the blur effect. Reload it, and here you can see how it is looking like. So these are all the properties that we have discussed for the text in the CSS. So there are we have discussed about the color property, direction property, letter spacing, line height, text align, text indent, text shadow, text overflow, text decoration, text transform, and we have discussed about uniform align, vertical align, and white space and word spacing. So there are many properties that we have discussed in this particular topic, and these are really useful when you're like styling your text in this document. Like it will be helping you to display your text in a more attractive way on your web page. We are going to see about the CSS fonts. So choosing the right font for your website is important. So font selection is really important. Like choosing the right font has a huge impact on your how the readers experience the website. So right font can be creating a strong impact and identity for your brand. So using a font that is easy to read is important. So the font adds value to your text. So it is also important to choose the correct text color and also the text size for the font. So firstly, there are some font families that we'll be discussing. So here, so we have some fonts like serif font. So these fonts have the small stroke at the edges of each letter, so they create a sense of formality. So I'm just telling you about few of the fonts, not all of them. So it will give you some formality, and also it will give you the elegance. And then the other fonts can be sans serif. So this can be your this have the clean lines, like there are no small strokes attached. They create a modern and minimalistic looks. So this will be giving you the modern and also the minimalistic look for your font, for your text. And then comes the monospace font. So this monospace fonts are here, all the letters have the same fixed width, so they create a mechanical look for your text. And also There is another font called as cursive fonts, that you know that these fonts imitate the human handwriting. And also we have some fantasy fonts like decorative playful fonts. So we have many fonts, like we can just choose it from like we can just go check the names of the fonts and how they look like, and we can use them here in the values for this font. So there are all different font names belong to one of the generic font families. So difference between we have different fonts like serif and sans serif. So we have seen that one will be having the strokes and other is not having the strokes. So on computer screens, sans serif fonts are considered easier to read than the serif fonts. So we usually see this sans serif fonts, so the without the strokes, we can say. Or else I'll just show you the difference between them. So here you can see the difference between them. So this is the serif. So you can see the strokes here. And when you see this sans serif, so this we don't have any strokes. So this is something that we can, that is easier to read on this computer screen. So this is most preferred way. Then getting back to our editor. So there can be many font names. So we have a property called as font family. So we'll be just mentioning it here, font family property. And inside the font family property, it will be specifying the font of a text. So the font family property should hold several font names as a fallback system to ensure maximum compatibility between the browsers and operating system. So let me just give some font family over here. So if you the one important note that you need to take note about it is that the font name is more than, if the font name is more than one word, you need to use it in the quotation marks. Like if the font name is something like Times New Roman, so it is having three words, right? So in such cases you need to use this double quotes. So then the other one will be times and serif. So now let's save this, and now let's reload this, and we'll be just giving one more font let it be the Arial one. So Arial and sans serif. So save it, and now let's reload this. So you can see the difference in the font family by using this property. So now we'll be seeing about the web safe fonts. So getting back to this, so we have another important topic, that is web safe fonts. So this web safe fonts, like web safe fonts are fonts that are universally installed across all the browsers and devices. So there are fallback fonts. So let me just fallback fonts. So these fallback fonts, however, there are no 100% completely web safe fonts. There is always a chance that a font is not found or it is not installed properly in any of the device or browser. So therefore it is very important to always use fallback fonts. So this means that you should add a list of similar backup fonts in the font family property. If the first font does not work, the browser will try the next one and the next one and so on. Always end the list with a generic font family name. So the generic font family is something like this. So something from these font families. So if we can just give some list of fonts, like as I've given three over here. So it will first try this Arial, and if it is not there, it will use this and other font, and if it is not there, it will use this. So just all the time try to include this generic font names, the generic font family names. Then the best web safe fonts for HTML and CSS are Arial and the Verdana, Helvetica, And there are some of them like Courier New and Georgia and Times New Roman. So there are few of them like which you can just find them as the best web safe fonts. Like you can just go search for them and you can see and try to include them in your list. And then before you publish your website, always check how your fonts appear on different browsers and different devices, and always use a fallback fonts. Like in the list, just always try to keep a fallback font in the like always use this list of fonts so that it can take other font if one is not available, so that you can just you can just show all of your data to the users without any loss of the information and all. So the Arial is the this Arial one is the most widely used font for both online and printed media. So Arial is also the default font for Google Docs. So Arial is one of the safest web fonts and it is available on all major operating systems. So there is also Verdana. So I'll just mention it over here. Verdana. So this is sans serif itself. So it comes in the sans serif font family. So this is very popular font and it is easily readable even for the small font sizes. And we have this Helvetica. So this is also from the sans serif. So this font is loved by the designers and it is suitable for many types of businesses. And we have even Tahoma. So I'll write it here, Tahoma. So this font is has less space between the characters, and you can just find the description on how they look from the internet. You can just get to know like what are the safest web safe fonts which you can use for your web page. And also we have Georgia, and we do have Courier New, Brush Script Empty. So in this way we have different fonts which you can use for your web page which are safe. So just go for like try to include your web safe fonts whenever you just give this list of fonts. So then now we'll be seeing about the CSS font fallbacks. So commonly used font fallbacks are like there are five generic font families that are serif and the sans serif one, monospace, and we have the like let me just oh yeah. So and we have the fourth one is cursive, we have discussed it, and then the next one is the fantasy one. So the fifth one is fantasy. So these are the five generic font families that you can just go for. So you can just include them in your font family values. So now comes the property called as font style. So the font style property is a property that is mostly used to specify the italic text. So it can take three values, like it can be normal, which in which the text will be shown normally, or else you can add this italic to show it in a italic for in italic text, or else you can even give the oblique. This the text is very similar to italic but it is less supported, so it is this font style we use for when giving the text to be an italic text. So let's save this and let's check it out in our web page. So here you can see, and getting back to the text editor, we even have a property called as font weight, so which specifies the weight of the font. So we can give it to be normal, bold, or something like that. So font weight, so let me just give it to be bold. And there is another property called as font variant. So the font variant is a property which will be specifying whether or not a text should be displayed in the small caps font. So in the small caps font, all the lowercase letters are converted to uppercase letters. However, these converted uppercase letters appears in a smaller font size than the original uppercase letters in the text. So we can use this font variant, like if we just give it to be small caps, save it and reload our web page. So here you see, so they are converted to caps but they are in lesser font size compared to the actual caps. So yes, and in this way we can just use this font style and font weight, font variant. So here comes the next property, that is font size. So this property sets the size of the text. Size of the text. Being able to manage the text size is important in web design. However, you should not use font size adjustments to make paragraphs look like headings or headings look like paragraphs, but always use a proper HTML tags like h1 h6 headings for headings and p for paragraphs. So the font size value can be an absolute or relative size. So absolute size means that it sets the text to a specific size. It does not allow the user to change the text size in all browsers, so which is bad for accessibility reasons. And absolute size is useful when the physical size of output is not known. And when you take the relative size, it sets the size relative to surrounding elements, and also allows the user to change this size accordingly with the in all browsers. So that is something we can say about this particular font size. So if you do not specify a font size, the default size for the normal text like paragraph will be 16 pixels. So 16 pixels, let me just write it over here. So 16 pixels is equals to 1 em. So 16 pixels equal to 1 em. So this is something you can just remind, like if remember, like if you are working with em specifications. And my font size, like I usually give it with pixels, so I can set the font size, let's say I just want it to be 40 pixels. So if you use pixels, you can still use the zoom tool to resize the entire page. So it's better to go with this. Save it, and yes, here you go with this size. And let's go back. And here, to allow the users to resize the text in the browser, many developers use em instead of pixels. So 1 em is equals to the current font size, and the default text size in browsers is 16 pixels, as I told you. So the as I have already told you, so the default size of 1 em is 16 pixels. So the size can be calculated from pixels to em using the formula that pixels by 16 will be 1 em. So if I just want my font size to be 2.5 em, let's say, and let's save this and check it out. So it doesn't change, so we can give even, we'll just change one more, something like 1 is 1.8. Save it to just show you the difference between it. So here you go. So in this way you can even use this em, and the text size em is the same as the pixels. So the one which we have used, the 2.5 em is equals to 40 pixels which we have given in the previous one. So unfortunately there is still a problem with the older versions of Internet Explorer. So the text becomes larger than it should be, should when made larger, and smaller than it should be when made smaller. So but use the combination of percent and em. So the solution that works in all the browsers is to set the default font size in the percent for the body element. So you can just give this body element, yeah, here, the body element font size to be 100%. And I can give in others in em. You can just specify others in em as I have mentioned here, 1.8 em, or let me give it to be 2 em. Save it. Let's go back and check it out. So there is another responsive font size that you can use is VW unit, that is viewport width. So you can just use it something like 10 viewport. So viewport width. So this is the way the text size will follow the size of the browser window. So this is something that you can use for, so that the browser will be following the text size without any ambiguity in the reading for the users. And then we even have the Google fonts. So if you want to use any of the standard fonts in HTML, you can use this Google fonts. So Google fonts are free to use, and you have more than 1,000 fonts to choose from. So you can add any special style sheet link in the head, like if you can just go here and give the link, and inside it, in the href, we'll be just giving this link to be something like https fonts.google google apis.com and css family. So css family, and let's say that will be I'm taking the Sophia, and yes, after that let's come down, and here I am giving this font family to be Sophia and of sans serif. And now let's see, you can just see this how it changed. So the font, so this is taken from the Google fonts. Then we do have, in this way we can just take multiple fonts, but just keep in mind that taking multiple fonts, like requesting for multiple fonts from the Google fonts, may be leading for the slowing of the system and all. So just make sure not to take too many, or not to request too many fonts. And now we'll be seeing about the CSS great font pairings. So there are font pairing rules which will create a great font pairings. So the first one is complement. It is always safe to find a foot font paintings font pairings that complement one another. So a great font combination should harmonize without being too similar or too different. So use of the superfamilies, like this use of font superfamilies is a set of fonts designed to work well together. So using different fonts within the same superfamily is safe. And the contrast is the king. So the third rule is the contrast. So two fonts that are too similar will often conflict. However, contrast done the right way brings out the best in each font. So just concentrate on this. So a strong superfamily includes both serif and sans serif variation of the same font. And the fourth rule is that choose only one boss. So one font should be the boss, and this establishes a hierarchy for the fonts on your page. So this can be achieved by varying the size, weight, or color. So in this way you can just follow this, and you can just build some of the attractive fonts, like with these four rules. And then comes a property called as font property. So this is to shorten the code. It is also possible to specify all the individual font properties to one property. So this font property here, you can see, is a shorthand property for font style, font variant, font weight, and or font size or line height, and font family. So we can just declare all of them in one go, so by using this font property. And as of now, we have discussed various font properties, like what is font property and font family property, font size, font style, font variant, and font weight. So these are the properties, these are the significant properties that you can find for this font. Okay, now we're gonna see about the CSS icons. Icons can be easily be added to your HTML page by using an icon library. So how to add these icons? So the simplest way to add an icon to your HTML page is with an icon library such as Font Awesome. Add the name of the specified icon class to any inline HTML element, like you can use I tag or span tag. All the icons in the icon libraries are scalable vectors that can be customized with CSS. So the font awesome icons, we can just use this by going to fontawesome.com. So let's go. And now, yes, here we are. So and we need to just sign in. And here we'll be getting a code to add to the head section of our HTML page. So here we go. I just got onto this. I signed up with this, and after this, um, we have just got selected an item, which is the cloud icon. So I just clicked on the start using this icon, and uh, here we can just see what we need to do to use this. So here you can see this HTML code snippet. Copy this code, and also you'll be just getting let me get back to my profile, or else I'll just show you here. When I click on start using this, and when I scroll it down to my profile, so here I could see the skits code to a project. So just copy the skit code also. So you have to keep the skit code as they show you here, like you just need to copy a kits code into the head of each template or the page in your project where you want to use this font awesome via this via the skit. So you'll be just going here, and in the head you'll be pasting this, and also for this icon I have pasted this code snippet. And when I just save this, and when I go back to my CSS and reload it, and here you can see this icon. So we can even resize this icon, and in the similar way we can even use it for our bootstrap icons, and also we do use it for the Google icons by using the different links. Like for the Google we can use it by fonts.google apis which we have discussed in the earlier topic. So using that also we can just get the icons from the Google, and also from the bootstrap, and from this font awesome. So by using this we can just get this icons onto our web page. Now we'll be discussing about the CSS links. So with CSS, links can be styled in many different ways. So the styling of links can be done with this some of the CSS properties, like we can use color, font family, and background, etc. By using this we can just style our links. So let's firstly give some link to our HTML. So a tag has been used, and here in the href I want to give it to be www.google.com. so this will be my link, let's say, enough. And then we'll be giving this text to be click to search. So this can be our text. And then now let's see how do we style this link. So getting here, and yes. So now I'm doing it for my a tag. So I'm giving it a, and I want my color to be, the text color to be hot pink. So now let's in addition to this links can be styled in the different ways depending on which state they are. Like we can use it like a colon link. Yes, a colon link, which means that it is normal and unvisited link. And when we give this a colon visited, which means that without space, so just avoid spaces, without space, link, this is saying that a link that user has already visited. And a colon hover, so when you just give hover, so it means that link when the user mouses over it, like when they hover onto it. And a colon active will be saying that link the moment it is clicked, so that is the active one. So for now we'll be just doing it for a, so the color should be hot pink, which I have selected. And then we can even do this like in the HTML tutorials. If you just go back and see it, there you can see that we have given different colors to different states, like for active, for visited, for normal link, and also for hover. We have given different colors over there. We can even give different colors for different states rather than being the default ones. So now let's save this, and now let's check it out, like how it's looking on our web page. Reload this. Here you can see that you can just click on it. Maybe my link is something not working, but okay, it is a link. So you can just see that the link has changed its color to hot pink color. And let's go back to our code and here. So when setting the style for several link states, there are some order rules like a colon hover must come after a colon link. So this is an order, and then after that a colon link, you should be getting this a colon visited. So a colon active must come after a colon hover. So you just need to have this note about this for this order rules. And now let's jump on to the next property that we can use to style these links, that is text decoration. So we can add this property will be mostly used to remove the underlines from the links. So if I just give my text decoration to be none, so it will remove my underline which I'll be getting by default. Reload it, and here you go, you cannot see this underline now. So if you don't want that underline, you can just make this text decoration to be none. And then background color. So background color property can be used to specify the background color for the links. Let's say I just want my background color for this to be yellow color. So background color to be yellow. Save it, and now web page, reload this. Here you can see that the background color has been changed. And also, like, we can just use something like link buttons. You can give we can make it as a button by using this. Let me just go to this, and I want to make it like when it is in the normal state, and when it is in the visited state, I want my the styling to be happening with my these states. So a link, a colon link, and a colon visited. And I want my background color to be yellow, color to be hot pink, and text decoration to be none. And now I'll be giving my padding to be, so I want my padding to be 14 pixels for top and bottom, and 25 pixels for my left and right. And then I want my text alignment to be in the center, and I want to display it as an inline block. And after this, I'll just make sure to give styling to my a colon hover state and also active state. So active. And now I want my, in this case, I want my background color to be red. So save it, and now let's go back to our web page and check it out. So it's appearing to you like a link, you can button. So you can just, when you just hover onto it, it is changing its color. So in this way it works, like in this way you can just make buttons out of those links. So you can just click on this. So as my link is not working, it's okay. So this is how the buttons work. So getting back to this text editor, so we can, in this way we can have different kinds of we can just initialize different kinds of colors, background color, padding, decoration to our links. So in a similar fashion, we can even add the font size, font family, and all to just change this text in a very attractive manner on your web page and very relevant way. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS list. So we have unordered list and ordered list we have seen in the HTML. So the HTML list and CSS list properties we'll be discussing now. So firstly, let's create an unordered and ordered list. So in the HTML, unordered list is given by UL tag. So UL tag, and inside it, this list of items are marked with bullets. So let's create some list, like we'll be just creating a list of let's say three list items in it. So firstly, I'm giving my first list item to be milk, and my second list item to be curd, and my third list item to be ghee. So let's say these are my list items that I am giving in the unordered list. And Let me just copy it, or else like I'll just create one more list for the ordered one. So let's also start this ordered list, where I'm giving this list items to be, let's say I want to mention some vegetables like tomatoes, onions, and also I want to be give it to be carrots. So in this way we have given the unordered list and ordered list. So ordered list is something the list of items are marked with numbers or letters, and in the unordered list the items are marked with bullets. So we know this. And then in the CSS list properties, it will be allow these properties will be allowing you to set the different list item markers for ordered list, set different list item markers for unordered list, and set an image as a list item marker. And also it will be helping you to add background colors to lists and list items. So firstly, there is a property called as list style type. So we can just go here and we'll be styling for unordered list. So unordered list, and in it I'll be just giving this list style type property, and this specifies the type of list item marker. So what type of list item marker you want, like we'll be having circle, square, upper Roman, lower alpha and all. So I'll just show you example for each of it. So save it and reload it now. So here you can see that we got this circle unordered list with the circle markers, and if you just give it to be square and save it, reload it, and here you can see the square markers, and also I'll be just quickly showing you the upper Roman and also the lower alpha. So upper Roman will be something like you'll be getting these Roman numbers, so here you go with it. And also the lower alpha, save it and then reload it, and here you can see this alphabets of lowercase. So in this way we can add this list style type, and some of the values are for unordered list and some for the ordered list, like we can do that. And an image as a list item marker, like we can even give this image as a list item marker. So let's say I am having some image, so let's say let me just show you the syntax. So we'll be using something like this, like we'll be just giving the URL and the image. So by using this image, like we can make it as a marker also. So basically we use some icons, something like that. And then now we'll be going to the property. So I'll be just taking this out and I'll give it to be circle. And now the list style position property is something we're gonna discuss. So this property will specify the position of the list item markers. So list style position, let me just give that list style position. So when we give it to be outside, it means that the bullet points will be outside the list item, and the start of each line of list item will be aligned vertically. So this is the default one. So when I just keep it to be once, let's see with the outside also, probably there will be no change. And then if we just go here and give it to be inside, so this means that the bullet points will be inside the list item, as it is part of the list item. It will be part of the text and push the text at the start. So we can just see this, save it and reload it. So here you can see the difference between these, like when you just see the difference, when you see the first one and after the change, you can just see the difference. So in this way we can use this list style position. And there is a list style type. So when we just go here, and in the list style type, if we give it to be none, if we give the value to be none, so this property can also be used to this property will be used to remove this markers, bullets. So this list also have the default margin and padding. So they already have this margin and padding, so we can delete that margin and padding by giving it to be 0, margin 0, and padding to be also 0. So by using this we can just remove the default settings. So save it and reload it, and here you can see that the markers are gone and the default margin and padding is also gone. And then now we'll see about the list shorthand property. So getting back to this, yes. So these all are applicable to OL also, the ordered list also. So we can just replicate this over there. And the shorthand property is the list style property, like which we from the borders and margins and background color and all, which we are seeing is that shorthand property is something that in which we can declare all of the properties at one go. So we can just do it in this case also. So let me just delete this too for now, and here I'll be just telling you the shorthand property, that is the list style property. So this property is used to set all the properties in one declaration. So firstly we'll be giving the square, which is the list style type. So it will be displayed if the image for some reason cannot be displayed, so the value of this property will be displayed. And then when we give this, the next one will be the list style position. I want it to be inside, let's say. And then comes the list style image, like it specifies the image as the list item marker. Like if you have anything, like you can just give it over there, like this, in this way we can give it. So and inside it will be giving the uh, image name, like inside your local PC. So if one of the property values are missing, the default value for the missing property will be inserted. Okay. So then we can also style the lists with the colors to make them look more interesting. So anything added to the OL or UL tag affects the entire list. Like it will be applicable to all the list items, while the properties added to LI tag will affect the individual list items. So we can just do something like we can style it by, let's now take the OL. So moreover, like anyways, both the lists will be taking the same properties, like we can use the properties for both of them, but for now we'll be adding the color to it. So I want my background, so background to be maybe red. Save it, reload it, and here you can see this background. So in this way we can add this background, and we can even do one thing to make it like look more good. Getting back here, I want to style my lists inside them. So if I just apply some styling to OL, it will be applicable to all the list items. But if I do it for the list items, it will be the individual list itself will be affected. So what I'll do is I want this list of OL itself, OL lists. I want it to be having background of powder blue, let's say. So maybe it's not a good combination, but I'm thinking of just adding it to show you the difference between them. And I want the padding to be 5 pixels, so this 5 pixels. And then I want the margin to be let's say margin also to be 5 pixels. Save it, and now let's check it out. So here you can see that this styling is applied to each of the single list item. So in this way we can add the styling to individual list item and also the complete list. So now we have discussed about the CSS list properties, like style, list style image, list style position, list style type and all, which will be helping us to style this list.
So now we'll be discussing about the CSS tables. So we can have like different tables like which we want to involve, like which we want to keep on our website, on our web page. So now we'll be discussing about the properties that we can use for those tables. So firstly, we do have a property called as border property. So firstly, if you have seen the HTML tutorials, there you can just get to know about this table tag, th tag, td tag. So I can just briefly tell you like what it is and all. It's something like we will be when we are defining a table, like when we are giving a table inside our web page, we can just do that by giving this table tag, and inside the table tag we'll be just giving this rows for tr. So tr is for the rows, and inside the rows I'm giving the headers, so I'm using th for header. So let's say I want my two headings. So one will be item, and the second heading I'll be mentioning it over here, again th. So my second heading will be price, and so these two are my headers. So when I complete this row, I'll be just starting the another row again of tr, and then now I'll be doing something like I'll be now giving the td tag, which tells that it is a data of the data which is in the table. So first one I want to give it to be milk, and the next column will be td will be the price, so the cost of it. So let's say it's 40, and we'll create one more row also again tr. So it is a third row as per our table. So I would say let's keep it to be some sugar, and then we'll be creating, so this sugar will be inside td. So we'll be giving sugar here, and let me just remove it over here, and here also we'll be just giving one of the td, and inside that I'll be giving it to be 25 maybe. Save this and let's check it out like how it's looking on our web page. So here you can see it, like we are having item and price, and we are having milk 40, sugar 25 it should be. So maybe yeah, we have ended it before, like we have ended the row before. So we'll be just taking this out and tr, yeah. Now maybe we can just get the proper one. So here you can see that we got this table. So now we'll be just seeing like how can we make it like even more better. So yeah, let me just go to my styling, and here I'll be just styling my table. So I want the styling to be for my table, my th tag, and also my td tag. So for this I want to give the border to be, so this is the border property which we have seen, 1 pixel, and I want it to be solid and black. Now let's save it, and then let's go back to our web page, and here you can see that it's now looking like a proper page, right? So why did I mention this th, tr and table also is because like firstly we are getting borders for the th elements and td elements, and then we are getting again border for the complete table. So that's why we are getting something like this. So getting back to this code, now when you want the this table that we are seeing is something like seeming small, and in some cases if you need the table that could span the entire screen, like the full width screen, then you can just go back and here, and you can just add this width to be 100%. Like if I just give my table width to be 100%. So let me just save this, And here you can see that now the table is occupying the entire screen. So in this way we can just make it to occupy the complete, it is spanning for entire screen. And getting back here, uh, there is another property that is called as this border collapse property, that sets whether the table borders should be collapsed into a single border or not. Like I will be just showing you rather than just telling you. Like you have these two borders, right? Like this borders, like if there are two borders like this, should they be collapsed into the single border, like one border completely? So this borders you can see here. So if there are two borders, should they be collapsed completely and all? This border collapse property will be telling about. So coming back here, we can just give this border collapse property, border collapse property to be collapse. And then now let's save this and check it out. And here you can see that they have been made into the single border. And then if you only want the border around the table, like if you just want this border around the table, like you can even just you can just do this border property, like which we have done here. Like we have given th and td, so if you just want the border for the complete table, then you can just remove this th and td, and you can do that. So now we'll be just seeing about the table width and height. So the width and height of the table are defined by the width and height properties that we already know. So you can just use, like we have used this width equals to 100%. So by using this we'll be able to spread this across the entire screen. And also we can even give this a height, like let me just show you an example. Like I want my th to be having the height of 70 pixels. Now save this and let's go back to our web page and reload it. And here you can see the difference. So in this way we can use this height and width properties in the CSS. So then we'll be just seeing about the CSS table alignment. So there is a property named text align property that sets the horizontal alignment of the content. So by the default the elements are in the central alignment, but the contents of th, the header one, are in the central alignment, and the td are in the left alignment. Okay, so let me just show you the default one. So you can see that it is starting from the center. So this is the central alignment, and this is starting from left, and this is the left alignment. So getting back here, so you can even just align your content by using this text align, and in the center or left or right you can use that. And you can use the left, and also you can use the right. So there is also something like a vertical align property that sets the vertical alignment of the content. So by default the vertical alignment of the content is a middle. For th and also td, it is like middle. But when I say vertical alignment, I am talking about this. Like this is a vertical, let's say this is a vertical space, and this is written in middle, like middle of, if we just consider this as x-axis and this as y-axis, we can say that in middle of this item is placed, like this text is placed. But we can even just change it by using the vertical align property. By using this we can even change this. Like how can we change it is like vertical align, I want it to be bottom, save it, and now let's check it out. So you can see now the difference. So in this way we can use this vertical align property to just give this alignment, and also we can use this align property, this property, this text align property, to just align your text in the th and td fields. So now we'll be discussing about the table padding. To control the spacing between the border and the content, using padding property is like very beneficial, like to create the distance between the space between the border and the content of the table. So we can just give this padding to be something like I want to do the styling to my th and also td. So here I'll be giving my padding to be 15 pixels, and let me just save this. Reload it, and here you can see we got some padding over here. We can even get this hoverable table, like when you just hover onto it, like it highlighting the tables and rows when the mouse is over them. Like we can do that by when you just give your tr hover to be, my background color should be changed to, like when I just get my mouse over there, it should be changing to yellow, red, let's say. Save this. So here you can see how it's getting highlighted. So in this way we can use this property, like we can use this hoverable table. Getting back to this, if at all you want to get the stripped table, like you can use this tr. In the hover you can just say nth child even, and then like we need to add this background color to be like it is for something like for even rows and odd rows stripping, like for even rows what color it should show and all. So let's say I will be keeping it to be red. Save it. So here you can see that like this is white and the other one is red. If at all I have like 4 to 5 rows, I would have like red white kind of. So getting back to this, we can even add this like table background color and color of the table by using the background color attribute, background color property, and also the color property. So using this, like we can style our table in many different ways. So then now we'll be seeing about the responsive table. So a responsive table will display a horizontal scroll bar if the screen is too small to display the full content. So add a container, like we can add a container for this table like div, and we can make it responsive, like we can have this table content and we can just say that I'm giving div in this for this div, and for the style, in the style I will firstly, let me close this, and in the style I'll be giving the style will be equals to overflow x, and I'll be giving it to auto. So by giving this, and let me also close my div element. So by after doing this, yeah, let me just remove it here. So after doing this, like whenever I just open this table on the smaller screens, it will be giving me the scroll bar. So in this way we can just have this all table properties, properties which we have discussed are border property and border collapse property, border spacing, and we can even use, like we have used like background colors and colors, like how can we create the hoverable table, strip table and all. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS layout, the display property. So the display property, here we go with it, like this display property is the most important CSS property for controlling the layout. So the display property specifies if how can an element is displayed. So every HTML element has a default display value depending on what type of element it is. So the default display value in most of the elements is block or inline. So block level elements are like let me add this comments to tell you what are the block level elements. So the block level elements are something like a div element, div h1 to h6 elements, and p element, form, header, footer, section and all. And when it comes to, these are the block level elements. And when it comes to the inline elements, so span, a, and image tag, so these are all inline elements. So block level elements always starts on a new line and takes up the full width available, like it stretches out to the left and right as far as it can. And an inline element does not start on a new line and only takes up as much width as necessary. So this is the major difference between the block and inline elements. So when you just give like let me just say, like I give my div, and when I just give my display, so this is my display property. So when I give it to none, so it is commonly used with the JavaScript to hide and show the elements without deleting and recreating them. So you can just use this none when you want to hide and show the elements without deleting or recreating. And then if you want to just override the default display value, like for the div, as I told you that it is a block level element, I want to make it to be inline, so I'll be giving the inline block, inline maybe. So in this way we can just change the default display value and we can add our desired one. So setting the display property of an element only changes how the element is displayed and not what kind of element it is. So this is a point that you need to note down. And so an inline element with display block, it is not allowed to have other block inside it. Like when I just give some inline element and when I set its display to block, and that particular element should not have any element in it, like it should not have any child elements, like child block elements. And then we can hide an element or display by using this none, or like visibility to be hidden. So like if I just want to do this, like hiding an element can be done by setting the display property to none, and the element will be hidden and the page will be displayed as if the element is not there. So if I just want to hide my h1, like what I will be doing is yeah. So h1, so here let me just using this indentation, yeah, h1, and here I'll be just giving that h1 dot hidden. So dot hidden will be having my display to be none. So instead of this we can even make this visibility property and we can give it to be hidden. So this can also be done, but this is also a way. However, the element will still take up the same space as before. The element will be hidden but still affect the layout. So in this way we can just use this, like we have learned about this display property and visibility property for hiding this element's content. Now we'll be discussing about width and max width in the CSS layout. So using this width and max width and margin auto, like as we have discussed this in the previous topics, like a block level element always takes up the full width available, like stretches out from left to right as much as possible. Like setting the width of the block level element will prevent it from stretching out to the edges of the container. Then you can just set the margins to auto to horizontally center the element within its container. The element will take up the specified width and remaining space will be split equally between the margins. So we can just do this, like this div, the div which we have here, we can just use this max width instead. Like when we have element which has which occurs like above occurs when the browser window is smaller than the width of the element, so then we would get this scroll bar, right? To avoid this we can use this max width. So in this situation, we'll be improving the browser handling of small windows. This is important when making a site usable on small devices like mobile phones. So we can use this max width to just get this like the maximum width that it can support, like the element max width can become something like 500 pixels, and also the margin set will be to auto, so that it can adjust. So here we have somewhere used this max width. So in the previous examples we have used this max width property. Let me just check it for a moment. So max width, so I don't find it, but I can just show you something. It looks something like this. Max width, we can set it to 500 pixels. Like it will increase the it is very important, like when we are making it usable for multiple types of devices, and this will resize the browser window to less than the 500 pixels wide. And to we can just to see the difference, like you can just do it with two div elements. So I'll be just setting my margin to be auto, and we can even give the border too. So in this way we can just add this max width. So this is how we can this is how we can differentiate between the width and the max width.
So now we'll be discussing about the CSS layout, the position property. So the position property specifies the type of positioning method used for an element. Like it can be static, relative, fixed, absolute, or it can be sticky. So firstly, we'll be discussing about this position property. So let me just do it for my div element. So when I give this position property, and it this specifies the type of positioning method used for an element. So there are 5 different position values. Those can be static, relative, fixed, absolute, and sticky. So elements then positioned using the top, bottom, left, and right properties. However, these properties will not work unless this position property is set first. So they will work differently depending upon the position value. So firstly, we'll be discussing about the position static. The static position elements are not positioned in a special way, and it is always positioned according to the normal flow of the page. So static position elements are not affected by top, bottom, left, and right properties. So if you want to give it to be static, like we'll be just giving the value to be static. And let me also even give some border to this. Border to be 3 pixels, solid, no commas, solid, and I want it to be black. And let me just remove this, save it, and now let's see how it looks on our web page. So here you can see this. So our table is inside this div. So here you can see that see the difference between, like, we have added a border, and also we have given the position to be static. And in the same way, like if we're getting back here, we can even give the static to be relative. So here, where, yeah, so we can give this to be relative. So when we give it to be relative, it is positioned relative to the normal position, like setting the top, right, bottom, and left properties of relatively positioned element will cause it to be adjusted away from its normal position. So other content will not be adjusted to fit into any gap left by the element. So we can even give it to be relative. And we can give the left, like how much it should be leaving for the left. And here if I just give it to be 30 pixels, so maybe I'll be just doing it for another element. Like let's think about, we'll do it for an ID. So I'll create an ID now firstly. So I'll be creating one more div element, and inside it I'll be giving just normal a text inside it, like I am div element, and I'll be giving ID to be let's say home. And here I'm doing styling for the this particular ID, so I'll be giving hash home, and let me save it, and let's get back to our web page to check it out. Here we would find our div element somewhere. So here you can see this about div element. So in the same way, let's go back to our text editor, and we can even give the position to be fixed. So when we get back to this div element, we can give the property value to be fixed, and then this position relative to the viewport, which means that it always stays in the same place even the page is scrolled. So the top, right, bottom and left are used to position the element. A fixed element does not leave any gap in the page where it would normally have been located. Like we have to notice that this fixed elements in the lower right corner of the page. So we can give this div to be fixed, like we can. So in this way we can write this div fixed one, and then we can even give the position to be absolute. So an element with position absolute is position relative to the nearest position ancestor, like instead of position value relative to viewport like fixed. So however, if an absolute position element has no position ancestors, it uses the document body and moves along the page scrolling. So a position element in one whose position is anything except the static. So that is something you need to remember. And then we can even discuss about the position value to be sticky. So when it is sticky, so this an element with the position sticky is position based on the user scroll position. So a sticky element toggles between the relative and the fixed depending upon the scroll position. It is not position relative until given offset position is met in the viewport. So then it sticks in a place like a position fixed. Okay, and then there is a quick note that Internet Explorer does not support a sticky positioning. Safari requires a WebKit prefix, and also you must also specify at least one of the top or bottom or left for sticky positioning to work. So we do even use a property called as Z index, so which I can just show you here. Z index, like when elements of position they can overlap over other elements, like right. So the Z index property specifies the stack order of an element, like which element should be placed in front or behind of others and all. An element can have positive or negative stack order, so we can give it to be like -1 kind of thing. So in this way we'll be using this Z index. So an element with greater stack order is always in front of an element with the lower stack order. And if two position element overlap without a Z index specified, the element positioned last in the HTML will be shown up on the top. And then we can even use this positioning over like we can even position the image like top left, bottom left, and top right, bottom right. In this kind we can just even position our images. So we have seen about these a few of the properties regarding this position in CSS. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS layout overflow. So the CSS overflow property controls what happens to the content that is too big to fit into an area. So overflow property specifies whether to clip the content or to add scroll bars when the content of an element is too big to fit in a specified area, like specified screen. So we have this overflow property that has the following values, like let me write it over here, overflow. So this may have values like visible, like if I can give it to be visible or hidden, scroll or auto. Like when I give it to be visible, it is a default one. The overflow is not clipped, the content renders outside the elements box. And when I give it to be hidden, so the overflow is clipped and the rest of the content will be invisible. And when I give it to be scroll, so the overflow is clipped and the scroll bar is added to see the rest of the content. And when I give it to be auto, so this is similar to scroll but it adds scroll bars only when necessary, right? um no, one thing to note is that the overflow property is it only works for block elements with specified height. And in OS X line or Mac, scroll bars are hidden by default and only shown when being used, even though overflow scroll is set. So based on our needs, like we can use any of these properties. And there are other two properties also which are called as overflow X and overflow Y. So this property specifies whether to change the overflow of the content just horizontally or vertically, or both also. So overflow X will be specifying what to do with the left or right edges of the content, and overflow Y specifies what to do with the top and bottom edges of the content. So this will be telling what to do with the overflow X will be telling what to do with the left and right edges. And let me just write it over here. So overflow X will be telling what to do with the left or right edges, and uh, this overflow Y will be telling us overflow Y will be telling us what specifies what to do with the top and bottom. So this is about these overflow properties like overflow X and Y, and overflow values that are supported like auto we have, and visible, hidden, scroll. So we have discussed about these. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS layout, float and clear properties. So in the CSS, let me just show you here. So this float property, it will be specifying how an element should float. So how an element should float, and this clear property will be specifying what elements can float beside the cleared element and on which side. So firstly we'll be just discussing about this float property. So let me just add this float property to my ID. So I'll be going to my styling of my ID home, and here inside this, in the float property, this float property can have one of the following values, like it can have this left or right, or it can have none, and it can have inherit. So when it is given to be left, the element floats to the left of its container, and when I give it to be right, you can just see it in a web page. Like here you can see that this element is floating on the right side. Let's get back to this code. And then if we just give it to be left, and it will be floating on the left side. And let's say, like, I am not giving any float, like I'm giving this float to be none. So when I give it to be none, so the image will be displayed just where it occurs in the text, like just where it will be occurred by default, like in the text. So it will be displayed in that way only. So then if we just float next to each other, like we can normally div elements will be displayed on top of each other. However, if we use this float of left, so we can just let the elements float next to each other, so by using this float value to be left. So this is about this float and clear properties in the CSS. And then this is for the float. And then let's getting to this clear property. So when we use this float property and we want the next element, like next element below, not left or right, so the next element below will have to use this clear property. So the clear property specifies what should happen when the element that is next to the floating element. So the clear property can have, like, this clear property is for the element that is below, not right or left to this particular element which we are using this float property. So let's say I'm using some element, say h1, and here my clear property can have the values to be none. When I say none, the element is not pushed below left or right floated elements. So this is default one, none one is. So if I just give it to be left, so the element is pushed below the left floated elements. And if I just give it to the right, it will be pushed towards the right. Yes, right. So, and we can even give it to be both. So when we give it to be both, the elements is pushed below both left and right floated elements. And when we give it to be inherit, so the element inherits the clear value from its parent. So when clearing the floats, you should match the clear to the float. If an element is floated on the left, then you should clear to the left. Your floated element will continue to float, but the cleared element will appear below it on the web page. So we can, like, for example, like, we don't have them here, but we can do something like, we have first div element like div1. Let's say it is not in our HTML, but let me just give something like this. This is something like a syntax, let's say. So here I would give my float to be left, and in the div 2, that is in the second element, I would give my clear to the left. So in this way it works. So if a floated element is taller than the containing element, it will overflow outside of its container. So we can add a clear fix hack to solve this. So we can just use this, let me show you, dot clear fix, and inside this we can give the overflow to auto. So we can give our overflow to auto. In this way we can solve this. So this clear fix works well as long as you're able to keep control of your margins, paddings. Else might you might see the scroll bars. So the new modern clear fix hack, however, is safer to use, and we can even use it for many web pages. Like, we can use this clear fix colons after. Here you can give the content like this, and you need to give the clear both and display table. So this is used in many of web pages. Like, you can these are used in most of the web pages. Then
So now we'll be discussing about this inline block value in the CSS. So compared to the display inline, the major difference is that the display inline block. So let me just show you that in this div. And let me write this div element styling. So if I just give this div, and when I give my display to be inline block, so this allows to set the width and height on the element. So also this display inline block, the top and bottom margins or paddings are respected, but with the display inline they are not. So compared to the display block, the major difference is that this inline block does not add a line break after the element, so the element can sit next to the other elements. By using this property display and the value to be inline block, we can give this display inline block. So by using this inline blocks, we can even create this navigation links. So by if we just want to create the navigation link, say dot nav, when you just give some class, and here you can give it like background color. In this, like, you can mention the background color and all. So for now I have not given this, so it's showing some error. So taking it off, so we can use this inline block to create this navigation links. So now we'll be seeing about this horizontal and vertical align in the CSS layout. So to horizontally center a block element like div, we need to use this margin to be auto. So margin will be auto. So setting the width of the element will prevent it from stretching out of the edges of the container. So the element will then take up the specified width, and the remaining space will get split equally between the two margins. So we can just give it to be something like margin will be auto, and width we can give some percentile, and we can give some border and padding. So let me just give my padding to be 10 pixels. something like this. So a note is that the center aligning has no effect if the width property is not set to not set, or if it is set to 100%, so there will be no effect of center aligning, because like it will make no change for it. So how can we center align? So firstly we'll be just taking this text align property, and here we'll be giving this center align, which we have already discussed. So if you just want to center an image, like we want to set the left and right margin to auto, and we need to make it into a block element. So I'll be just showing you how can we make our image a center one. So here I have this image tag, so I'll be just styling it now. There is no closing for this now. Image, so image will be having this display to be block. We need to change it to block in order to center it, and I want my margin left to be auto, and margin right to be auto, and I'll be giving my width to be 40%. So 40%. So in this way we can just give the values to center align your image. So we can even left and right align using the position, like we can use this position property, and we can left or right align. When we just give our position to absolute, we can do this left or right alignment, so that these absolute position elements are removed from the normal flow, and they can also overlap the elements. So just have a note about this. And then we can even just do this aligning, like left and right aligning, using the float property, which we have discussed in the previous topics. So float, I can give it to be right or left, so based on which we can align. And then we have even discussed about this clear fix hack, and which says that if an element is taller than the element containing it, it is floated and it will overflow outside its container. You can just use this clear fix hack to fix this problem. So you can just refer to the previous topics again, or else you can just Google it for better understanding. And then center vertically using this padding. So there are many ways to center an element vertically in CSS. So a simple solution is to use this top and down padding. So what we can do is that we can give our padding to be like, I want to just give my top and bottom padding, so I'll be giving 70 pixels of top and bottom and 0 for the other, and I'll be just even giving the border. So in this way we can even like vertically center this particular text. If I just give my border to be 3 pixels, solid green. So using this also we can even change this into the vertically centered one. And to center both vertically and horizontally, we can use this padding and text align center. So by using this we can do the horizontal one, and by using this padding we can use this vertical one. We can center vertically, and also we can even center vertically using this line height property with the value that is equal to the height property. So if I just give my line height equals to the height, like height of let's say I want my height of the image to be 500 pixels, and my line height should also be the height. So by using this I can be able to center vertically using this line height property, and we can even center vertically using the position and transform property. So if we just use this position, we can like in the case of vertically centering vertically, so position, when you use this position we need to give it to be relative. And if at all you use this transform property, if I give the transform property, I'll be just giving the translate minus 50% and again minus 50%. So by using this we can even center it vertically. And also we have other options like flex box we can use to do that. Like we do have multiple options to center your content, like maybe be it image or text, like using this position, transform and align properties, like text align properties. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS combinators. So a combinator is something, maybe I'll be writing it over here in the comments. So we are discussing about the combinators now. So the combinators are something which with that explains the relationship between the selectors. So we have seen like the selectors are this, like when we say h1, h6, h3 in the CSS, when we mention it over here, like for which we are styling, so these are the selectors. So a CSS selector can contain more than one simple selector. Between the simple selectors we can include this combinators. So there are 4 different combinators that we'll be seeing. One is the descendant selector, that is space. So first one is space, and second one is child selector, and next one is adjacent sibling selector, and this the other one is this one is our general sibling selector. So we do have this 4 selectors in this 4 combination, different 4 different combinators in CSS, and these are descendant selector, child selector, adjacent sibling selector and general sibling selector. So firstly, when it comes to the descendant selector, the descendant selector matches all the elements that are descendants of the specified element. So firstly, we'll just see an example. So firstly, inside our body, we'll be just giving our heading, we'll give it to be h2 tag, and inside it will say that it's descendant selector. And after this, we'll be giving paragraph, and a paragraph will just describe about this, like this is this matches all the elements that are descendants of specified element, so a specified element. Then I'll be now giving some div element here, and inside this I'll be giving some more paragraphs which says that I am para 1 in div, and I'll be giving one more paragraph here, so which says that para 2 in div. And we can even, like after this we can even give a section, like we can even give a section, and inside the section I'll be giving the P, and I would say that I am para 3 in div. So we do have these things in the div, and in the styling we'll be going, and here in the style part we'll be giving that our div space P, like if you remember, like I have just told you that space is used for descendant selector, so I have used this space. And if I open this, and inside this I'll be giving the background color to be yellow. So now it is expected to give the background color yellow to all the child elements, like which are P paragraph elements inside the div. So we'll just have a look at it now. So here you can see that we do have this para 1, para 2, para 3 in div are in yellow background, and the other paragraph which is not inside the div is not getting any background color as yellow. So this is how it works like. And let's go back to our coding, and here now let's discuss about the second selector, that is child selector. So this is the second type of combinator in CSS. While we are using this child selector selects all the elements that are children of the specified element. So when I say that this like div P, so it means that it selects all the p elements that are children of the div element. So in this way also we can use this child selector. And when I say this adjacent, like here also we do get this. So here the one point that needs to be noted down is that the descendant selector is something that will matches all the elements that are selector matches all the elements that are descendants of the specified element. That means that here when we are doing this means that this example, this selects all the p elements inside the div element, and this means that the p elements that are children of div element. So here I'll be giving my background color to be yellow again, and then let's comment this out so that we would avoid any confusions. So now save this and reload it. Here you can see that para 3 is not given this background color as yellow because this is not the child of div. It is having this section is a child of div element, and inside the section we are having this p element. So this is not highlighted, like this is not having this background color to be yellow. So that is the difference between this child selector and the descendant selector. So now we'll be discussing about the third selector, that is adjacent sibling selector. So the adjacent sibling selector is used to select an element that is directly after another specific element. So sibling elements must have the same parent element, and adjacent means immediately following. So we can do this like div plus p. I want my background color to yellow, and let me even give some more paragraphs after this. Like para 4 is my second the fourth next paragraph, and the other one more paragraph is something that says para 5. Save this. So this particular thing, when we give it to be plus here, this means that this selects the first p element that is placed immediately after the div element. So according to this definition, our p para 4 should be highlighted. So let's save this and check it out. So here I go with it. So our para 4 has been highlighted with yellow color. So getting back here, so now we'll be just seeing about the general sibling selector. So general sibling selector selects all the elements that are next sibling of a specified element. So when I just give it to be this general sibling selector, it will be choosing all the p elements after the div element. Like according to this, we'll be getting highlights on the para 4 and also on the para 5. So let's save this and check it out. Reload, and here you can see that the para 4 and para 5 are being highlighted. Like let's say if I just add one more para over here, like if I just give one more para 6, and also let me one more time, let me give another paragraph that says para 7. Save it. So according to this definition, the 6 and 7 should also be highlighted along with this 4 and 5. So here you can see. So in this way we can use this 4 different type of combinators, that are descendant selector, child selector, adjacent sibling selector, and general sibling selector. So this is all for this topic. Now we'll be discussing about the CSS pseudo classes. So what are pseudo classes? So when we say the pseudo classes, these are used to define a special state of an element. For example, it can be used to style an element when a user mouses over it, like hovers over it, or a style visited and unvisited links differently, style an element when it gets focus. So this is what called as pseudo classes. The syntax of pseudo classes can be something like this. When I just write it over here, so this is a syntax. So in this syntax, we'll be having firstly the selector. So let me type this selector over here, selector, and with the colon we'll be having the pseudo class without space. pseudo class, and opening it, and then inside it we'll be having this CSS like property and the value for it. So this is property and value for it. So this is the syntax of the pseudo class. Then now we'll be seeing about the different pseudo classes. Like firstly we'll be discussing about the anchor pseudo classes. Like the first thing is the anchor pseudo classes for the A tags. So links can be displayed in different ways, right? So when we have a link, it has different color for visited or hovering when a mouse is over it, or when it is inactive. So how can we do that? Firstly, let's give a link here, A tag, and let's say www.google. Click here. So this will be my link. So here we can see that this link is appearing over here. When we get back to this, we can have this different states for our A tag, right? So here I'll be just giving my A. Link will be my pseudo class. So A will be my selector, and inside this I'll be giving my color to be, let's say I want it to be like, we'll give in hex values. So I'll be giving it to be FF. And even though we can even use it for the this is for the link which is unvisited, and we'll be even doing it for the visited. So when the link is visited, I want my color to be starting from the hash. I want my color to be I'm mentioning these all in the hex values. So 00FF00, and then when my A tag is in the hover state, like when my mouse is over it, I want the color to be 00FF00FF. And then when my A is active, that is when the link is selected active, I want it to be, its color to be 0000FF. So in this way, this is how the colors you can give it to be. Like this will be the text color when the first one A colon link will be for the unvisited link, and when you give the visitor, when you visit the link, the color changes to the one we mentioned, that is A colon visited, and when the mouse is over the link, the color will be changed to something that we have mentioned over here. And when the A is active, so it will be the when the A is selected, and this color will be changed to this way. So in this way we can add the pseudo codes, pseudo classes, and we can write this code. So if you can see here, so we have just changed this link color to red, and when I just hover onto it, it changes to pink. So these are my settings, how I did them. So getting back into this Sublime, a note is that A colon hover must come after A colon link, and A colon visited in CSS definition in order to be effective. Like A colon active must come after A colon hover. In CSS definition, in order to be effective, pseudo class names are not case sensitive. Okay. Then the pseudo classes and the CSS classes. So pseudo classes can be combined with the CSS classes. Like when you hover over the link, it will change the color, right? So you can even use this CSS classes. Like when I give my this link class to be highlight, so I can use it with this. Like let me just go here. As we use this dot for the class, we'll be using that, and I'll be giving highlight and giving the hover. And in this way also we can use our pseudo classes and CSS classes combinedly. And we can even take other elements like div element we have. So we can take it here and write it something like this. Like when someone hovers onto them, I wanted to change its background color to blue color. So let's save this and check it out. So here you can see that when we just hover onto this div, it looks like you can see the background is filled with blue, and the text is not so clearly visible. So we'll just change it to other color and we'll see. Let me give it to be pink maybe and save it. Hot pink will give it to me. And now we can reload this. We can see like now it is somehow clearly visible. So how it's changing its color. So getting back to this code, we can even use this a simple tooltip hover. Like we can hover over div element to show a p element like a tooltip. So for this we can do something like give hover p, and I want to display block, and we here will be just giving, before it will be giving the display to be none, and background color to be hot pink, and padding to be 20 pixels. Save it, reload this, and then now we'll be even seeing about the pseudo class named the first child. So the first child pseudo class matches a specified element that is the first child of another element. So we can do this something like, let's remove this, p first child to be color blue. So the selector matches any p element that is first child of any element. So when we just save this, so here you can see that para 1 in div, it is given the blue color because this is the first p element inside the div, and para 3 in div is also blue because it is the first child element inside this section element. So in this way we can use this first child pseudo class, and then we can even use it like with the other elements also. And there is also another pseudo class that is called as lang pseudo class. So this lang pseudo class allows you to define the special rules for different languages. Like you can give the language to be something like let me just delete this also. So here we can give it to be something like no, we can name it, and inside this we can write this rules. So in this way we can use this pseudo classes to style our elements at different states. Like there are many different uses, and we can just go explore this pseudo classes. Like there are some more pseudo classes, you can just go explore them from the documentation or from the internet. We do even have other kinds of pseudo elements, like when we use something like in the previous topics, if you have ever wondered like why did we use this p : after. So it inserts it inserts content after every element, and when we give before here, so it will insert content before every element. And also we can use something like first letter here, like which selects the first letter of every element. When we give first letter, it takes the first letter of every element, and when we give the first line, it selects the first line of every element. And if you just give it to be selection over here, So this one will be this selects the portion of an element that is selected by a user. So in this way we can use this. You can surely go and explore some more things on this.
Now we'll be discussing about the CSS pseudo elements. A CSS pseudo element is used to style specified parts of an element. For example, it can be used to style the first letter or first line of an element, or insert some content before or after the content of an element. So we can just see the syntax of it very quickly. So here, when we come down, um, firstly, we'll be just giving this selector. So this is a syntax that I'm telling. So let me just give it inside the comments. So I just want it to be the selector, and selector with two colons. And after that, we'll be giving the pseudo element, and inside this, we'll be just opening this brackets, and here inside it, I'll be just giving this property and value, like it's completely like the property and value. So it's something like the CSS, normal usual CSS. um so then, firstly, we'll be saving this, and then I will see. First pseudo element that we'll be discussing is the first line pseudo element. So let me just show you this. We have a paragraph here. So when I just give paragraph p colon colon first line, then it means that we are giving the color. So inside it, we are giving this property to be the color, and I want my color to be ff 00. So I'm just giving this hex values that which represents this red, and then I'm giving this font variant to be, I want this font variant, like what should be my font, it to be the small caps. So this first line is a pseudo element that is used to add this special style to the first line of a text. So this example, like which we are seeing now, this will format the, this is expected to format the first line of the text in all the p elements. So this first line pseudo element can be only applied to the block level elements. So what all we can apply, like we can apply this font properties, color properties, background properties, and word, letter, text decoration properties, word spacing, text letter spacing, vertical align property, text transform property, and line height property, clear property. So these are the properties that we can use inside them. So if you can just see onto our web page, you can see that all the paragraphs have been changed. Like when you already know that we have already discussed in the previous topics that small caps will be changing this letters, like the lines, into the caps. But those will be of a smaller size compared to the usual caps. So here you can see the difference. So getting back to this editor, uh, we need to just notice this double colon notation, thus double colon first line and the colon first line. The double colon replaced the single colon notation for pseudo elements in CSS3. So this was an attempt, like we can just distinguish, like here we have used this one single colon, and here we are using the double colon. So have a note about it. And then the single colon syntax was used for pseudo classes we have used, and for pseudo elements also we have it in CSS2 and CSS3. For backward compatibility, the single colon syntax is acceptable for CSS2 and CSS1 pseudo elements. So now we'll be seeing about the other pseudo element, that is first letter. So first letter pseudo element. So this pseudo element is used to add a special style to the first letter of the text. So we can, let me just keep the color to be this, and I want the font size. So let me give this font size property, font size to be XX large. So now let me just save this. Notice that this first letter pseudo element can only be applied to the block elements, and we can use this properties like font properties, color properties, background property, margin, padding, border, text decoration, vertical align. Vertical align is only if the float is none, and we can even use the text transform, line height, float, clear. So these all properties can be used. So if we just save this and we see like how it's looking. So here you can see that the first letter of each para has been given this red color, and also the font size has been made to be this XX large. So let's get back to our editor. So here you can just understand the difference between these things. And pseudo elements can also be combined with the CSS classes. Like if I just want to if I just give my here if I just give the class to be let's say this class is something named as intro class, and I can just give p dot intro and the first letter, so colon colon first letter, save this, and let's reload this. And here you can see that this is applied to this class, this particular p, which is having the class of intro. So in this way we can even use this pseudo elements with the CSS classes also. So there are also this multiple pseudo elements, like several pseudo elements can also be combined. So we can give this p first letter, and also again p colon colon, we can give it to be first line, so first line. And even here also we can give the styling, and also in this way we can use the multiple pseudo elements also. So there is another pseudo element that we're going to discuss, that is before pseudo element. So before, so this pseudo element can be used to insert some content before the content of an element. So if I just give but after giving this before, and if I give the content, and in this if I just say some, if I just mention some URL like smiley dot gif, so this particular gif will be inserting, like it will be inserted before the content of the element. So we can use this. And also there is another pseudo element that is called as yeah, so let me, I have written something wrong here, so I have to use this colons. And now we'll be seeing similarly with the after pseudo element. So this after pseudo element is can be used to insert some content after the content of an element. So we can use it similarly, so this can be the syntax. So there is an other pseudo element that is called as marker pseudo element, which will be which selects the markers of the list item. So we can give this marker. So if when we are using the list, so we can give the markers of the selects the markers of the list item, and we can give the color and font size and all. So it will not be with the p, but it will be selecting the selects the markers from the markers of the list items. And also there is another pseudo element called as selection pseudo element. So this selection pseudo element matches the portion of an element that is selected by the user. So we can use this color, background, cursor, and outline kind of properties with this selection pseudo element. So if I just give it to be selection, and I can give my color, the text color to be red, and background to be yellow. So in this way we can use this selection pseudo element also. So in this way we do have some other pseudo classes, like we have seen some of the pseudo classes and pseudo elements. So you can just go to the documentation and you can just have a quick revision of it. Like you don't need to remember these things, but you with the practice, like you'll be getting an idea about this all. So there is no need to mug up things, but with the practice, like you'll surely remember these all. Now we'll be discussing about the CSS opacity or transparency. So the opacity property specifies the opacity or transparency of an element. So when we say the transparent element, the opacity property can take the value from 0 to 1. So let me just add a comment to write some key points over here. So this opacity means the transparency. So it can range, this transparency can range from 0.0 to 1.0. So the lower the value, the more the transparency. Like if you just give it to be like 0.2, so the image will be more transparent. And when you give around 1, then it will be completely the clear image. So let's check this image, like let's add an image and we'll just check it, like the opacity values and all. So firstly, let me just get one image. So I got a pretty long link address, like okay, let me just go to this and let me just now style my image. So inside this, I'm giving this opacity property to be let's say, let's try with the different values like 0.2. Save it, and now let's reload it. Here you can see that this image is quite transparent and you can hardly see the image. So let's get back to our editor and let me give my opacity to 0.5. Save it, reload it, and now you can see somehow better, like some 0.5 is a value where the transparency and this transparency and the something in between 0 to 1. Like for the 1 we could see the clear image, and for the 0 you can, it's like the complete the highest transparency, highest opacity. So let's also use this something, some value nearer to 1, and let's see how it something like 0.85. Save it and reload it. So you can see a better image now. Let's go back to this and now let me give it to be 1. Save it, and now we can see the complete image. So in this way we can use this opacity property. So this opacity property is often used together with the hover selector to change the opacity on mouse over. So we can even, like we can use our pseudo elements and classes, and we can even make it like more responsive web page. So getting back to this code, let's add this image opacity to be 0.5. Its original should be 0.5, and when I hover onto it, like when my mouse is on it, over it, I want my colon hover. So I'm using my pseudo class over here, colon hover. So I when my mouse is over the image, I want my opacity to be 1. That is, I want to see the clear image. Now let's check it out. Like in this process, we are just seeing how can we make our page more responsive. So here I can see the difference. Like when I just hover my mouse on it, it's getting the opacity like 1 opacity, the clear image is being seen. And if I just take it out from here, you can see this somehow transparent image that is having 0.5 opacity. So getting back to this code, so the CSS, here you can see that this opacity is 1. Like we have added like what should happen when a user hovers over one of the images. Like in the case we want the image not to be transparent when the user hovers over it, so then that's why we have given this opacity to be 1. So when the mouse pointer moves away from the image will be transparent again. So then uh, we can so this effect we can even like make it something like when we can make a reverse of it, like when on hover, like we can give 0.5, and this the original one can be 1.0. We can do this reverse hover effect. Save this and get back to this reload, and here you can see that it is clear, and when I just got onto it, it's getting the opacity of 0.5. So this is the reverse hover effect. So let's get back to our code. So when using this opacity property to add the transparency to the background of an element, all of its child elements inherit the same transparency. So this can make the text inside a fully transparent element hard to see. So we'll see this opacity in the case of text also. So let's take our paragraph, or else like let me just take my div. So where is my div? Yes. Let me quickly have a comment about for this, and here I'll be just styling my div element, and inside the div element I'm telling that my text color should be um or else I'll just give, okay, I'll be giving my text color to be, or else I'll just give the background color to be let's say red, and then I'll be background color, it's background color to be red, and I'll be giving some opacity to it. So opacity to be 0.3. Save it, reload it, and here you can see that because of this opacity we hardly see this text over here. So this is something, you can see that we have created this transparent box, so it's harder to see the text. So if we just keep on decreasing it, like if I just give it to be 0.1, and like let's go here and see, so it's really hard to see, like you can hardly see any text over here. So here, if you just zoom it very well, you can just see something, but in this way it's really hard to see. So this is the transparent box, and then we can just get this transparency also using RGBA values. um, Getting back here, so we, if you do not want to apply opacity to child elements, like the example here, because we are giving the opacity to div, but the all of its child elements are getting the same transparency, so we can use this RGBA color values. So we can just use them, which we have used in the CSS colors topic, like we have used the RGB as a color value. So with this we can use this RGBA, so we can give our, so we have used this RGBA along, like with the RGB we are adding A is the alpha parameter, like it can be between 0 to 1. Alpha is something like a opacity. So we can even do this, like if I just give my background here to be, so if I just give my background here, let me just take out this opacity. So background here can be RGBA. So RGBA off, I want the first one red to be 76, green 175, and this to be 80, and opacity to be 0.3. Save it. And here now it's pretty better than the previous one. So you can see that our text is quite visible, and also the background has got the transparency. So this is something that you can use as an alternative for this transparent box problem. So we can make this text, like in this way we can make this text in the transparent box and all, so using this method. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS navigation bar. So we, in the navigation bars, like having easy to use navigation bars is like very important in any website, for any website. So with the CSS you can transform those boring HTML menus into the good looking navigation bars. So navigation bar is something like a list of links. So navigation bar needs standard HTML as a base. So We'll be building this navigation bar from the standard HTML list. So navigation bar is basically a list of links. So using the UL and LI elements like the unordered list and the list elements, so it makes the perfect sense. So firstly, let's do it with the HTML first. So for now, just ignore this. So this is something like a image address that I found. So for now. Let me just add this unordered list element, and inside it I'm giving first list li. So inside the li I'm giving, like, I'm making a list of links here. So a tag, and inside the a tag, let's say I am giving something like for now, I'll be just giving the same URL for all the things, or else we'll do this like www.google.com, and in this text I'll be giving this home, and then now we'll create another link of a list of link, another list item of a link. So here opening the a tag, and inside this I'm giving www.youtube.com, let's say. And after this, let me also give one more oh yeah, so let me remove this. So another link. So inside this link I'll be giving another a tag, my anchor tag, and inside this I'll be just giving something like www.wikipedia.com. So after this, so let it be like, I just need to give some text over here. So here I'll be giving something like YouTube, and here I'll be giving wiki, and also let us create one more list item also, li, and inside this a tag, and here I'll be just giving www dot let's say let me just give some random one, that is xyz.com. So these don't exist, but I am just using them for the example purpose. Inside this I'll be just giving this to be this about us section it is. So now let's remove the firstly we need to remove those bullets and margins and padding from the list, right? So after this let us go back to our styling, and here inside the styling we need to give this ul and we need to style it accordingly. So firstly we'll be just giving this list style type to be none, and my margin will be 0, and my padding will be also 0. Save it, and then so this list style type is set to none because it removes the bullets. A navigation bar does not need a list of markers, right? So we have set this margin to 0 and also the padding to 0 to remove this browser default settings. So the code in here is a standard code used in both horizontal and vertical navigation bars. So we'll just save it and check it out here. So here you can see, like, we just got this vertical kind of menu. We can even customize it by adding the borders, boxes, and we can add the responsiveness by using this pseudo classes by changing the color when we hover onto them. So getting back, like, let's get back to this. So now we'll be just seeing the vertical navigation bar. How can we do it? So firstly, to build this vertical navigation bar, you can style the A elements inside the list in addition to the code. In addition to the code that we have written here. So let me just give my li. So in the li, I'm styling my A with the display. So I want my display to be block, and width to be the width to be 60 pixels. And then so we are using this display block to display the links as block elements, because the whole link area is area clickable, like not just the text. So we want the complete link area to be clickable, and it allows us to specify the width and the padding, margin, height. If you want, you can just give those also. So the width we have set it to 60 pixels because the block elements take up the full width available by the default. So we want by default, so we want to specify 60 pixels width. So you can also set the width of ul and remove the width of a, as they will take up the full width available when displayed as a block element. So this will produce same results as a previous one. So we can give this width to be 60 pixels instead of here we can just give it in the ul. So let me just save it. And now firstly, we'll be creating a basic vertical navigation bar with a gray background color, and change the background color of links when the user moves the mouse over them. So in the UL, we have given this list style type and margin, padding and width. So let me just give it to be something like 200 pixels for better understanding. And also let me give the background color. My background color to be some hex value, and here in with the list elements, I want to give my color to be RGB color here, and then my padding. So I'll be giving the padding to be 8 pixels from the top and bottom, and also 16 pixels for the left and right. And the text decoration we want no text decoration, because the links are by default getting this underline, so we don't want that underline, so we are giving the text decoration to be none. So we want our link color to change when we get our mouse over it. So we can do that by using our pseudo classes, that is like li a colon hover. And then we'll be opening this, and inside this will be given like this will be applicable when we hover onto this particular element, or else like when we take our mouse over the particular element. So let me give it like the value, and color I want to change it to white. So save this. And we can also add an active class to the current link to let the user know which page he or she is on. So we can just give this class name dot active, like we can uh, give something like, let me just do it here in this ul. Let's go to our list, and here let me give my class to be something called active. So my class name should be active, and when I just get back to the styling part, I'll be giving my, let me quickly see, yes, here with the hover part I'll also be giving this colon with not active. So if they are not active, so it is the case. And I'll also be giving this lia dot active. So for the active one, we'll be giving this background color to be something like 04 AA6D. And for the text color, we'll be giving it to be the white. So let's save this. And here you go with our vertical list of this is our vertical menu. So this is the active one, and we do even have the other ones. So here you can see we have created this vertical menu bar over here by using our basic CSS properties and the HTML. So even we can have the center links and adding borders, like we can align this text. Uh, um, so we can add this text align, and we can give the value to be center to li or a to center the links, and we can add the border property to ul, add a border around the navbar. If you also want the borders inside the navbar, you can add a border bottom to the to all the li elements except the last one. So we'll see how can we do that. So for the ul, we can the ul, so here to the ul we can give the border, so border to be 1 pixel, solid, hash 555. And for li I will be just making it another time. For li I'll be giving it to be text align center, and for the border bottom, for the border bottom I'll be giving it to be 1 pixel, solid, and hash 555. We can even give this like we need to exclude this last one. So all we'll be doing is that li and li colon last child. So the last child, so I want my last child not to have any border, so I'll be giving this border bottom to be none for it. So save this and reload it. So here you can see the difference, like here you can see the perfect menu, like it's having the center aligned, and also we have given this proper borders to it. So getting back to our editor, so we have just we can just create this full height sticky side navigation bar, like by using this position. So just go to this ul, so we can add the height to be 100%. So as we want this full height one, so we want this 100%, and let's also give the width to be 25%. And then I want my position, this position to be fixed, so I want it to be fixed, so we can make it stick even on scroll. And I want my overflow to be auto, and let's now save this and check it out, reload it. So here we'll just, so for the clarity sake, I have just removed all of this other things to just show you that it is fixed to this left side. And let me just go back to our code, and here, so a note is that this might not work well for the mobile devices, so just have a note about it. So now we'll see how can we do this horizontal navigation bar. So there are two ways to create this horizontal navigation bar. So there can be the inline or floating list items. So the first method we'll see this inline list items. So this is one way to build a horizontal navigation bar, is to specify the li elements as inline in addition to the standard code. So if I just give my li to be inline here, inline, so after this, like by default li elements are block elements, so here we remove this line breaks before and after each element to display them on one line. So here you can see that they are appearing in the horizontal way. And let's go back to this. So we are using inline, so that we'll be getting all of them in one line. And another way of creating a horizontal navigation bar is to float the li elements and specify the layout for the navigation links. Like we can just give here the float, uh, to be left. And for the a tags, I'll be just giving my display to be block, and padding, so we can just give some padding, so my padding to be 8 pixels. and background color to be, so maybe, yeah, right. So if we are using this float left to use the float to get the block elements to float next to each other, and this display block allows us to specify padding and height, width, margins, etc. if you want. And this padding 8 pixels will specify the padding between each a element to make them look good. And also this background color, which add a gray background color to each element. So add the background color to ul instead of a element if you want to, if you want a full width background color. So even we can add it to ul. So if we just save this, and we can just create a basic horizontal navigation bar with a dark background color and change the background colors of link when the user moves mouse over them. So we can do that by we can just give some of the things like color of the text to be white, and text alignment to the center, and padding which we have already given, like let's make it something like 14 pixels and 16 pixels. So the 14 will be 14 pixels for is for the top and bottom, and the 16 is for the left and right, and the text decoration is none. And also we can even say this li a colon hover to be background color to be 111. And let's go to the ul, and we have given some of them here, so the overflow can be hidden. So this overflow can be something like we can just give this hidden overflow, so hidden. And the background color to be, so after this let's save it. And here you can see this horizontal menu. So when you just hover onto them, like when you get over them, like get your mouse or this arrow over them, so you can just see the difference, like how it's becoming responsive to you. So in this way you can create this horizontal navigation bar. And similar to this vertical one, you can even add this active column, active class to your uh, uh, active class for your element, and you can use it to give to specify the user on which page or the which menu, which item of the menu they are in. So we can even align this, like we can set this float to right align links by floating the list of items to the right. So in this way we can use it. And also we have a property called as border right property to li to create the link dividers. So we can just go back here, and in the li we can give this property called as border right property, so to give to provide the dividers. So I can give this 1 pixel solid bbb, and we can give this li we don't want it to for our last one, so we'll be just giving li colon last child to be border right, and none, value to be none. So in this way we can add this border dividers, and we can just make this fixed navigation bars by giving the position property value to be fixed. So and also we can just create this fixed bottom also by giving the bottom property is 0. So fixed position might not work properly on mobile devices, but you can just try it on your PCs. So you can, in this way we can use this. And also we can do it with different positions, like we can use the sticky position for the property of position, we can give the value to be sticky. And a sticky element toggles between the relative and fixed depending on the scroll position. So it is position relative until a given offset position is met in the viewport, then it sticks in a place like a position fixed. So uh, the note is that this Internet Explorer do not support the sticky positioning. So Safari requires a WebKit prefix. So you must also specify at least one of the top, bottom, or right or left for sticky positioning to work. So in this way we can use this position, and also we can create the navigation bars using basic HTML and CSS. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS drop downs. So here we do have different kinds of drop downs when we can just go to some website like some form filling or something. So there will be finding different types of drop downs when you just visit some real time websites. So we will see how can we create some of the basic drop downs in this topic. So firstly, we'll be just seeing about the basic drop down, that is to create a basic drop down box that appears when a user moves the mouse over an element. Like when some person, like let's go to our example, and if someone like let's say I just want to create a drop down for my menu. So if someone goes to my menu and if someone hovers onto my element, so I just want a drop down to be appearing for them. So how can we do that? Let me just go to this editor, and here firstly let me create something like styling, like, or else firstly let me do it in the HTML. So firstly let's create it like from the scratch. Like firstly let us completely clear this style. So I'm deleting the style element which is here. Till here I'm deleting it, and also let me just clear this body also, so that I'll be adding only for one element so that it will be clear for you. So here, so firstly in my HTML body I'll be just giving something like some heading which would say that it is a hoverable element, and inside it after it we can just give it some paragraph which says that move your mouse over me, like move your like put or else we can just say move your mouse over the text below to open. And after this we can just start our div element, and inside this div element we can just give some class which is named as drop down. And after this class we can just start our the text, that is hello world. So my text will be hello world. And after this let me just give this too. And after this the div element is ending, and let me just give some span element after this div. So span element, so inside the span element I'll be just saying that mouse over me. So finally this can be our HTML, that which says, so in the div we are giving some class named dropdown, and our dropdown text will be mouse over me, and the dropdown content will be something like hello world. So when we just hover on, so when we just click on this or hover onto this particular element, that is mouse over me, so it will be showing us the dropdown. The dropdown content will be hello world. So I have given this class name to be dropdown content. So we can add many more contents drop down elements also, but for now we'll just go with the simple drop down. And when we just now go to the styling part, here in the styling part firstly I'll be giving my I'll be styling my drop down. So my drop down would be, I want to give my position to be relative, and display, so the display should be inline block. And after this I'll be giving my styling to my drop down content. So for this drop down content my display will be none. So and then the position to be absolute, and we can just give some background color also, background color to be So my background color to be, let's say I just want give it to be something like red color. So after this, I want my minimum width to be 160 pixels, and box shadow, so which we these all things we have discussed. So box shadow will be 0 pixels and 8 pixels, 16 pixels, top, bottom, like top, right, bottom, and left. So we'll be giving for 4 of these, so 16 pixels and 0 pixels for other one. So and also we can give this box shadow color, so I'll be giving it out to be RGBA values. So RGBA of 0 0 0, and I want it to be 0.2 opacity, 0.2. And then after this, I'll be giving my padding. So padding to be 12 pixels, that is for top and bottom, and for size we'll be giving 16 pixels. So after this, we can even give our Z index to be 1. And now after the styling of drop down and drop down content, now we'll be styling when we hover onto this drop down. How can we give this styling? So drop down, and after that we'll be just giving this state called hover, and we'll be also doing it for drop down content. So for these two we'll be now creating the style. So I'm just giving the style to be display block. So now let's save this, and now let's check it out how it's looking on our web page. So here we are on our web page. So here you can see that we have given some text just to show, and here it shows that mouse over me. So when I just hover onto it, you can see that a drop down that's happening, that is hello world drop down. So in this way we have created, and we have given this color, background color, to be red, so you can give a better contrast colors. And in this way we can even customize this text and the size of the font, color of the font, and many more things that we have, like padding, borders, box shadow, which we have mentioned here. So there are many properties in CSS which we can use and make our drop downs even more attractive and like even more good to look. So then we did this like this. We use any element to open this drop down content, like we can use span, which we have used here, or we can even use the button element instead of span. Like it all depends upon your usage of the particular drop down in your website, so use accordingly. We use this container called as div, and to create this drop down content. So here we have used this div element to create this drop down content, and we can add whatever we want inside it, and we can wrap a div element around the elements to position and drop down content correctly with CSS. So this drop down class uses the position relative, and which is needed when we want the drop down content to be placed right below the drop down button. So this is used when we just want our when we want our drop down content to be placed right below our drop down button or text. By using this position absolute 2, so the drop down content class holds the actual drop down content. It is hidden by default, so we have given this display to be none, and will be displayed only on hover. So we use this minimum width and we set it to 160 pixels. And here, instead of using this border, we have used this box shadow. So this property can make the drop down menu look like a card. So, and also we have used this hover. So the hover selector is used to show that this drop down menu when the user moves the mouse over the drop down button. So we will even see how can we create this drop down menu that allows the user to choose an option from the list. So firstly, we can quickly just remove this to just avoid any confusions. Let me quickly remove this, and here 2 in the body. So firstly, let us do the HTML part, whatever is needed. So firstly we'll be just doing it. very quickly. So firstly, in the HTML, we'll first create a h2 h2 tag. So here we'll just give some h2 tag, which is saying that here we are creating a drop down menu, and inside after that we'll be just giving some paragraph which will be describing this for our better understanding. So we want our move your mouse over the button. So this can be the paragraph that we are that we can just add for the readability and all for our example. And then we can just create a div element, so we can wrap the elements in it. So inside this div element, firstly we'll be just giving some class to this div element. So I want the class to be drop uh, drop button, so we can just give it to be drop button. And inside this I'll be just giving the name to be drop down. And afterwards, after doing this, we'll just give this drop down inside a button. So let me just give some button tag over here. So again I'll just give drop down inside it. So let me just remove this remove this text, and inside this button I'll be giving a drop down text. So drop down, so this will be my text, and I'll be giving some class to my button also so that I can style it. So my class will be um, for the button I'll give it to be something like drop down, or else like we can just do something like drop button to this and the drop down to this, so to be more clear. So then after this, like after we just give this, and now we'll be just creating one more div element inside this. So inside the div element I'll now give this div element class to be drop down content. So here we'll be just giving this drop down content, and in this drop down content firstly I'll be giving my a tag, and inside this a tag we can just give the href to be like some link. So I'll just for now give this hash, and here inside this I'll be giving some like this hash is for something like a page name inside your page inside your web page. Like you can have different pages like home page, or else you can even have some contact us page, so you can just link it to that. So for now I'm giving it to be hash, and inside it we can give a first link named link1 for now, and then we can do for another a tag, and for that we can give again hash link 2, and let's create one more so that we can just see how many elements we can give in this. So here we can give link 3. So these can be my 3 links of the menu that I want to create. So and after this, like we can use this we can just say that we use href equals to hash for the test links. So in real website this would be something like urls that we'll be using. So this is the html part that we are done, and now we'll be just going to the styling part. So firstly we'll just style our drop button. Let me dot. So we are using this dot because we are styling our classes, so we'll be using this drop button dot drop button, and inside this I want my background color. So I'll be just giving my background color to be something like red, say. So and then my text color should be white for me, white. And let me just close this. Yes, white for me. And then padding should be of 16 pixels, and the font size would be 16 pixels again, and then the border to be none. So I'll just quickly add my border to be none, and then cursor. So when my cursor, like I just want my cursor to be a pointer, and after then we'll just also style this drop down class. So we do have a drop down class, and we'll just give the position to be relative so that the bottom box is in same path with the top one. So I want my display to be inline block. And also now we'll style the content. So the drop down content. So the drop down content. So we have this class for our content. So here you can see that we have this class for our content, and inside this I'll be giving my color to be the text color to be black, and then padding we can give our padding to be, for the top and bottom I'll give 12 pixels, and for the left and right I'll be giving 16 pixels. And the text decoration, so we don't want any text decoration, so we'll set it to none, because for the links we always get this by default, this underline text decoration. So we don't want any text decoration, so we are setting it to be none. And then we'll give this display to be block display. And now we will now choose the selectors, that is for drop down content. And when drop down content, in the drop down content for the a tags, when you hover onto them, so when you just hover onto them, the background color, so the background color should be filled with something like, let me just give some hex codes, so that is F1 and F1. So this is for this hover, when we hover onto them. And also we can just do it for our other selector, that is for our drop down. When someone hovers onto the drop down, hover, so when someone hovers onto the drop down, and for the drop button I want my background color to be, again let's go for hex values, that is 363 E and 3E8E 41. And then we can just give something like, oh here now we have added some more properties, like we have given some drop down, for the drop down content we need to give this display to be none and position to be absolute. And we have given some background color, minimum width, box shadow, and also we have given some z index. So after this when we just give all this styling and all, now let's save this. And once you just see this, like when I just hover onto this drop down, it changes its color from red to green. And also when I just hover onto it, it will be showing me this three contents, like the drop down content. So I have made it as a button. So when I just hover onto this, it will be just showing me this three links, so which is having link 1, link 2, link 3. We are not getting any underlines, that is the text decoration, because we have set this text decoration to be none. So that's why we are getting this link 1, link 2, and link 3. So this is how we can just see that how we can create, we did create this drop down menu. So we can create more list, more horizontal list, like the menu which we have done in the previous navigation and all. So you can just create such menu, and you can just give drop down to each and everyone, like wherever it is necessary we can keep giving it. So getting back here onto our code, so we have seen it, and there are some of the properties that we can just have a note about, that is first one is right align drop down content. So if you want the drop down menu to go from the right to left instead of left to right, so in that case you can just give this drop down content, you can just set this right to be 0. So, and you can even use an image in this place, so instead of the text you can even use the image. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS image gallery. So CSS can be used to create an image gallery. Like we can give some image, and there we can give some description to the image, and like in that way we can just display some group of images like a gallery. So we'll see how can we do that. So firstly, let us quickly do the HTML part. So in the HTML, firstly let me just give some div elements. So for now I'll be just taking this out completely, and inside this let me create a div element. So in this div element, so I'll be just giving this class to be gallery. So here I have just written the all the code that we need to write. So firstly I have just created a class, I have just created element, div element, and inside the div element I have given some class named the gallery. So I have given the same class to different div elements which are having the images. So I have given 4 images, and for the 4 images I have given the class to be gallery because I want the styling to be same for the 4 images. So I have given that. So after that we can just see that we have an a tag here. So in the a tag I have given this target to be blank, and in the href I have given this image. So when someone clicks on the image they'll be getting the image again, so the particular image. So inside this, so I am just making this image as a link. So I am giving this image tag inside a tag. So here in the source I have given this image title, and in the alternative text I have given some text which describes this image, and I have given some width to be 600 and height to be 400. So closing this link and this div class, so I just want to give some description section for the image. So instead of just giving some description, I have given add a description of the image here. So to just tell you that, like regarding the description, like here we can add it. So this is the description of the image. So we can just say that this is the description. So description of the image. So after that we have similarly done the same thing for another image, and also the other image with the same class named gallery, and the other image. So this continued the same for 4 different images. So now let's go to the CSS part. So inside the CSS, for the div elements that are having the class to be gallery, I have given the margin to be 5 pixels and the border to be 1 pixel solid border with this color, which I have given in the hex values. And then we have given the float to be left and the width to be 180 pixels. And inside, when we just hover onto the gallery, I want my border to change from 1 pixel solid and CCC color to 777 color. So when I just hover onto my picture, so this says that when we just hover onto the elements of div which are having the class gallery, for them we are using the selector, hover selector, and when you just hover onto them, like when your mouse goes over them, the border will be turning into 1 pixels and solid and of the color 777 hex value. And then comes this for the styling for the image elements inside the div element, which is having the class to be gallery. The width should be 100%, and we have given the height auto, we have set it to auto. And also for the div, in the div we have just given this padding to be 15 pixels and text alignment to be the center. So now let me just save this quickly and just show you how this looks like on the web page. So we have given this class desk to the description. So we have even styled it here using this div.desk. So this will be applied for the elements which are inside the div and having the class to be desk. And the padding will be 15 pixels and this text alignment will be center. So saving it and getting onto this, so here you can see that we got this images. So we have this 4 images which are representing, like which are in the form of gallery, and here you can add the description. So you can add it from, like I have just given this add a description of the image here, but you can add the description like whatever it is. So when I just click on this, it will be just taking me onto this something like this. So this is how this image gallery works. So we can use the CSS media queries to create a responsive image gallery that will look good on desktop, tablets, and smartphones. We can use this responsive image galleries by using the CSS media queries. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS image sprites. So an image sprite is a collection of images put into a single image. A web page with many images can take a long time to load and generates multiple server requests. Using image sprites will reduce the number of server requests and save bandwidth. So image sprites, instead of using the three separate images, we use a single image, and with which we will be with the CSS we can just show just a part of the image we need. So now we'll just see how did we do this. Like firstly we have taken this image element, and for that we have given the ID to be home, and we have given the source to be a .gif file. So image underscore trans .gif file with the width 1 and height 1. So we have given it two times with the two different IDs because we are just showing the part of the image. So here this only defines a small transparent image. So this one just only defines a small transparent image because the source attribute cannot be empty. So because the source attribute cannot be empty, the displayed image will be the background image we will specify in CSS. So we have even given the width to be 46 pixels and for the height to be 44 pixels, which defines the portion of the image we want to use. And here we have given the background to be URL image nav sprites .gif with 00. So let me just provide this 00 colon. So this is something that defines the background image and its position, that is left, and that says that it is having the left 0 pixels and the top 0 pixels. So this is the easiest way to use the image sprites. Now we want to expand it by using the links and hover effects. We can even do that. So firstly let me just save this and let's see how it's looking like. So here you can see that we have just displayed a part of the image, so by using this image sprites. So we can even create a list of navigation list we can create. Like we want to use the image sprite image to create a navigation list. Like we can use the HTML list because it can be a link and also supports the background image, so we can use that and we can build this. So okay, now that you see that there are some changes in this code, so we have created this nav list. Like we have created the list, the unordered list with the ID nav list. So we have given this nav list position to be relative because the position is set to relative to allow the absolute positioning inside it. So the nav list li, that is the nav list elements style, will be the margin will be 0, and I have given the padding to be 0. So I don't want any style for the list, so I have given the list style to be none and the position to be absolute, and the top is 0. So we just remove this list style and all the list items are absolute position, and we have given this nav list li and nav list a elements to be some height something like 44 pixels and display to be the block display. And and also now to start the position and style for each specific part, we have taken this home id, like home id styling. So we just, you can just see that we have three elements with three IDs. And here if you just go for this home id styling, so it is positioned all the way left. So left all the way to the left, and the width of the image is 46 pixels. And for the home, this is for the home, and we even have this URL image nav sprites.gif 00, which defines that the background image and its position, like left 0 pixels, top 0 pixels. And for the pref id, we have given the position, the 60 position for the pref, we have given it to be 63 pixels and to the right, and we have also added the width to be 43 pixels. And similarly for the next, we have positioned it to the 129 pixels to the right, that is we have just given the left, so it is something like it is positioned 129 pixels to the right. So the start of pref is 63 pixels because this is starting at, like, because this is 63 pixels, right? like position 63 pixels to right. So after this we are just taking the, like we want it to be a navigation bar, right? So for that we have just taken this something like 0 to 46 pixels is this home, and 43, so it is for this 0, so this is completely to the left, and this is 63 pixels to the right, and this is 129 pixels to the right. So then we have just given some width, and the width is 43 pixels. So we have just added some define, we have added this to which will be defining the background image, which is 91 pixels to the right, and we can see that it is 0 pixels like which we have given. So this is something the styling which we have given. So let's save this, and let me just check out. So here you can see that we have got this three parts of the image. So first part is here, and second part here, and third one is here. So we have this three parts which we have aligned them, like this is for completely to the left, this is 63 pixels, and 129 pixels to the right. So in this way we have created this navigation bar using the image sprites. So even we can add the hover effects to this image sprites by using the selector hover, can be used on all elements, not only on the links. So if you want to add this hover effect to our navigation list, so all we can do is like we can do something like we can add one more one that is having hash home, and here I'll be just giving the colon and give the selector hover. So hover will be my selector, and inside it, like I'll now give the background, like when we just hover onto it, I just want my URL of image snap sprites dot and I'll be just giving hover to be hover dot gif, and here I'll be giving 0 and minus 45 pixels. So let's check this out first. So save it. So reload it. So when you just hover onto it, now you can see the difference, right? So this is, in this way we can just even add the responsiveness, and when we can add different changes that will be happening on hovering onto the image sprites. So by in this we have just taken the ID and we have given selector to it, and by using this we have added this responsiveness, like just by changing this background when we just hover over, like when our mouse goes over the image sprite. In this way we can create the navigation bar, and we can use this hover selector for our image sprites. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS attribute selectors. So it is possible to select style HTML elements that have specific attributes to or attributes values. So the CSS attribute selector is something like that is used to select the elements with a specified attribute. So we can do that something like here I have in my body in the HTML I have had this h2 element which is having some text, that is CSS attribute selector, and p I have given something. So here I have given three links. So first link is having the href attribute, and for that attribute I have given something some value in this href attribute, and I have given some text also. Close this element, and also then I had other link that is having href attribute and the value for it something like www.disney.com, and here I do have another attribute that is target attribute, which is having this blank underscore blank. So and I have something like some text inside it, and the second one is also having href attribute, and for that too we have this, for this link also we have this attribute target attribute, and we have some text inside it. And what I have done in the style is I have given the a tag and the attribute selector target, and I have given the background color to be yellow. So what is expected here? It is expected to get the styling for the elements which are consisting of this target attribute. So according to our example we are having this target attribute for the second and third links, so not for the first. So we want to get this background color yellow for the second and third ones, not the first one. So now let's see, and here you can see that we got this for our let me just save this. So we got this for our not google.com, but we got it for Disney and Wikipedia. So in this way, we can just select this attributes also in CSS. So the syntax would be something like, let me just show you here. So the syntax would be something like, uh, the element that we can give the element, and the element inside it will be just giving the will be giving the attribute. In the square brackets will be giving the attribute. So in this way we can just give this, we can do this attribute selection, and sometimes we can even do something like attribute equals to value, some value. So this will be something like, this selector is used to select the elements with the specified attribute and also the value. So if I just give something like, if I just give something like target that is equals to blank, so it is expected to have this only for my second Disney one, not for the Wikipedia, because I have given this target to be top for my Wikipedia. So it is expected to get this background color only for my second one, that is having the target to be blank. So now let's save this and now reload this to see the difference. So here you can see that only Disney.com got this background color because we have given the specified attribute with the value. So it will be just taking two of them and will be selecting based on that. And then we'll be seeing another thing that is like something like this. So when we just give this attribute, and yeah, so let me just give the syntax again. So when I just say this attribute, and if I just give this equals to value, so this value, and this selector is used to select the elements with the attribute value containing the specific word. So we can just give some example, like if I give title for this, let's say I give title for this to be something like, let me give, or let me just do it for this, like I'll give the title to this, so title to this to be my important site, and for this I'll give the title to be, again this is my, okay, average, medium important, we can give medium, we can say. So and here I can give the title to be important wiki, we can give. So here if I just give my target, like instead of target I'll do this, let me also take this out, and here I'll be just saying that if my title is containing, is having, if my title is having anything like important, I want it to be having the background color yellow. So let me just save this and reload it, and here I can see that my important, the titles which are having this important imp text are getting this background color to be yellow. And if I just say, let me just go back to this, and if it is having something like medium, I want it like, let's say we have medium site something, so it's not that we need to give the complete title value, we can even give the words that we want to find in the add value. So if I just give the medium and I want my background color to be red, for that save it and run it, like reload this, and here you can see that my medium site has gotten this red color background color. So in this way we can use this attribute and value by using this symbol. So the symbol you can just use to find just the word inside the value of the attribute. So we can even have this something like attribute, and here we can just give some, let me write it here. So in this way we can give it. So this selector is used to select the elements with a specified attribute starting with the specified value. So the value has to be the whole word, either a whole word, either alone like top or followed by hyphen, something like that. So we can just I'll just show you some example of this. So if at all we are having something like here, I have given my class, let's say I have given a class named top site, and here I have given another class named top um top website, something like that. So first one I have given some hyphen, and here I'll be giving some class to be uh something like wiki. So save it, and here I'll be giving my class is an attribute in this case. So the class is an attribute that I'm using here, and I want all the elements that are having this class attribute starting with top to have the background color of red. So save it and reload it, and here you can see that the one which we are having this top site has got this red color. So then, so in this case, it have to be the whole word which needs to be started with this top. And now we do have another format that is where we use this where it is, like let me just check it out. And yes, so here if you just use this, so this particular symbol and equals to top, it will be something like let me just mention it in double quotes. So this is used to select the elements whose attribute value begins with a specified value. So this value does not need to be the whole world. So whole word. So just save this and reload this. And now you can see that the disney.com is also given this background color to be red, because we are not considering it to be the whole word also, because in the before syntax which is having this symbol. So it is something like it should be the whole word. So when we just use this symbol, it not need not to be the necessarily the whole word, but it can be the whole word, or the not be the part of this. So in this case, now we got this google.com and disney.com to be having the background color to be red. So even we have another selector, that is we use this dollar symbol. So we use this dollar symbol for this. So this dollar symbol equals to top, like which this selector is used to select the elements whose attribute value ends with a specified value. So we can just do, the value does not have to be the whole word. So let's say I just want to do this for this site. So for the class attribute having ending with this site, I want to give the background color to be red. So reload it. So here we can see that these two saving and reloading, so we will be getting this google.com and disney.com to red, because these two are ending with the site. So here you can see that this top site and medium site, so this is not ending with site, so this is not given this background color to be red. And also we do have another selector with the star. So with the star over here, so this selector is used to select the elements whose attribute value contains a specific value. So this value does not have to be the whole word. So let's say I have just got this have is high class, and here I say medium site entertain class. And here if I just give something like entertain, So save it, and if I just reload it, or let's just make it simple by giving something like first, second and third. So this would be more, let me give it to be second, and the other one will be, okay, I have to make the change here. So it have to be second here, and this one will just keep it to be wiki. So if I find my class with st or as rs, which is having rs, I want it to be having the background color of red. So here you can see that I'm having this rs included in the first, so I'm getting this google.com in the red color. So then, getting back to my sublime text editor, we can use this attributes can be the attribute selectors can be useful for styling the forms without class or id. We can just use this for styling our forms. So we do have the different kinds of all the attribute selectors, like we have used this equals to symbol, and we have used this star equals to, dollar equals to, and the other selectors, by using which it will be like really useful when you are creating forms and in the other parts of the web page, depending upon your requirements. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS forms. So in the HTML we have seen the HTML forms that can be, so we can greatly improve those forms by using the CSS. So we can use something like width property to determine the width, and we do have many more properties in CSS which can make the HTML forms look better and improve them. So firstly we'll see an example. Here we have a form with the label, and for the in the fur attribute I have given f name. So if you are wondering what are this fur and what is this label and all, you can go back to this css course, and you can just check it out there, and you can just come back. So in I'm giving it to be the text to be first name, and in the input type I'm giving to be text and id to be f name. So this id and fur should be the same. So you can just freely go check it out, and in the html course, and the name will be f name, and I have given this input. So we can use this attribute selectors which we have learned. So we can give this type equals to text, and in this selection I want to, like, when we have the attribute type and which is having the value to be text. So when it is having the value to be text, so this will be only selecting the text fields. So I want my text fields to have the width of 100%. So let's save this, and here you go. So here you can see this 100% width. So you can even use other selectors which we have seen, like the star one and all. So now we'll see how, the padded inputs. So using the padding property to add space inside the text field, like when you have many inputs after each other, you might also want to add some more margin to add more spaces outside them. So you can just do something like we do have, like, let's create one more label, that is like one more input type that is having the last name. So let me just create one more that is having a label again. So inside the label I'll be giving for last name, so this will be my last name, and inside this I'll be giving last name, and then now will be my input. So my input will be of the type text, and then I'll be giving the ID of this to be L name, and my name will be also L name. So after this, like, let me just save this, and we'll be just going to the styling. And if my type equals to text, then I want my width to be 100%, and now I'll be adding this padding field which is having 12 pixels and 20 pixels. And after this I'll be adding a margin one which is having 8 pixels and 0. And then I'll be just also adding the box sizing. So my box sizing should be of the border box. So save this, And now let's check it out in our, so here you can see this, like we have added this. So here you can just have this, like how it's looking and all. So in this way we can add this padded inputs. So note that we have this we have set the box sizing property to border box. So here we can just see we have set this box sizing to the border box. This makes sure that the padding and eventually borders are included in the total width and height of the elements. So now we'll also see how can we add this bordered inputs. So we can use the property named border property to change the border size, color, and use the border radius property to add this rounded corners. So let's add this border. So for now I'll be just taking out my uh let me just take out this all. We'll just add this border properties. So we'll just say I want my border to be 2 pixels, solid and red. So I want it to be the solid border with the red color. And after this I want my border radius. So my border radius would be something like 4 pixels. Save it. And now let's check how it's looking on our web page. And here you can see we have added this rounded borders, and also we have given some width to our border and also a color to our border. In this way we can add this bordered inputs. So if you only want a border bottom border, you can use this border bottom property also. So we'll just see that too once quickly. So if I just give my border to be none and my border bottom, so I'll just give this to be border bottom to be 2 pixels, solid red color. Save it, reload it, and here you can see how it looks like. So in this way we can use this bordered inputs, and also we can use the colored inputs. Like we can use the background color property to add the background color to the input, and add color property to change the text color. So we can just do this by going here, and here I'll just remove this all to show you the changes. So background color, I want my background color to be set to something like, let's give some x values, CBC8D, and I'll give the color to be white color, or else you can just give it something like red here maybe. Save it, and now let's see the difference. So here you can just see like how it's looking and all. So in this way we can even give the colored inputs, and we can also give the focused inputs. So by default some browsers will add a blue outline around the input when it gets focused, clicked, like if it gets clicked on and all. You can remove this behavior by adding this outline to be none to the input. Or else you can just use this you can use this selector, that is colon focus selector, to do something with the input field when it gets focused. So if let's say I am just, let me just copy this, and I say if this gets focused, so I want my background color to change to light blue. Save it. So now we can see that just if I just click on this, so you can see how it's changing. Like when I just click on this, it's changing to this light blue. So in this way we can just add this also with this focused inputs, and we can even add this inputs with icon and image. Like if you want an icon inside the input, so we can use the background image property and position it with the background position property. And also we can just notice that we add large left padding to reserve the space of the icon. So we can do that. And also we can even give this animated search input. Like in CSS we can use a transition property to animate the width of the search input when it gets focused. So we can just give something like transition property, and by using this we can give the animated search input also. And also we can style this text areas, like you can use the property named resize property. So resize property to prevent the text areas from being resized, or disable the grabber in the bottom right corner. So we can just give the text area, and we can just give the resize to none. And also we can use styling of the select menus, and also we can just style the input buttons by using this, like we can just give input type equals to text, and similarly we can give something like input my type equals to submit. So we can just give the same styling for few of them, like given to some of them, which we want to be getting the same style. So we can even like a responsive form, like resize the browser window to see the effect, like when the screen is less than 600 pixels wide, you can just make the two columns stack one on top of each other, like instead to next other, like we can just make it responsive by using the css properties. So this is how we can use this in forms, like this is how we can use this attribute selectors in the forms, and how we can style it. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS counters. So CSS counters are the variables maintained by the CSS whole values can be incremented by CSS, whose values can be incremented by the CSS rules to track how many times they are used. So counters let you adjust the appearance of content based on its placement in the document. So there is an automatic numbering with the counters. So CSS counters are like variables. So the variable values can be incremented by the CSS rules, which will be tracking how many times they use. So to work with the CSS counters, we will use the following properties, like the counter reset, and which creates or resets the counter. And we can even use the counter increment, which increments a counter value. And we can use a content property, which inserts the generated content. And we also use the counter or counters function that adds the value of a counter to an element. So to use a CSS counter, it must be first be created with a counter reset. So we can just see an example about this. So if we just have something inside this, and if I just create something like inside this in the style, if I get give something like body, and I give the counter reset. So to create it, we'll be using this counter reset, and I give it to be section. And then now we'll be giving another one that is like, let me just do it for my h2 element. I'll be giving the selector will be my before. So for this, I'll be giving the counter increment. So the counter increment to be in the section. So in the section, and then the content will be section. And we'll also be giving something like counter function. So we'll be using this counter function, which is having section. So in this way we can use this counter section. So here in this example, this creates a counter for the page in the body selector, and then it increments the counter value for each h2 element, and adds the section value, that is the value of the counter, to the beginning of each h2 element. So in this way this is how this example works, and all depending upon this regarding this counters. And then now we'll see about the nesting counters. So we do have let me just give you another example. So here this example creates one counter for the page section. So here you can see that it creates a one counter for the page section, and one counter for each h1. So here you can see for one counter for each h1. And then each h1 element, which is a subsection, the section counter will be counted for each h1 element with the section value of the section counter, and the subsection counter will be counted for each h2 element. So This is how this example is like. It's something like a counter can be useful to make outline list because a new instance of a counter is automatically created in the child elements. So here we use this counters. So we also use this counters function to insert a string between the different levels of nested counters. So we do have this properties like which we have seen are counter reset and counter increment, and also the content one, which is used with the before and after pseudo elements to insert this generated content. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS website layout. So a website is often divided into headers, menus, and content and footer and all. So these things which we have seen already, but we'll be just seeing it in more better way. So there are tons of different layout designs to choose from. However, the structure above this one is one of the most common one, which we'll be taking into the closer look. So closer look at. So firstly, we are having this header one. So let me just, yeah, so let me currently choose some color, and yeah, so in the header we are having a header is usually located at the top. So this is located at the top. So for this top of the website or right below the top navigation menu, so it contains the logo. So it can contains the logo, or it can also have the website name of the website. So whatever the name is, like it can have this name of the website, and so on and so forth. So this header, like we can give some styling to this header, like let's go to this code, and here if I just give something like yeah. So firstly, for now, let me just remove this all for simplicity. So yes. So here I'm just now giving some div element. So this div element will be having a class that is header, and after this, like inside this h1, so with in the h1 I am giving something called as header. So this is header, so I'm just giving it the name to be header. So let me just give this h capital, and then here in the styling, now we can just style this header like dot header, and for this we can give some styling like we want a background color. So background color to be something like we can give some hex values, and no spaces here, and then we can give some padding. So padding to be 20 pixels, and text alignment, so as it is a header we want it to be in the center. Text alignment, so save it, and now let's look at our website. So here we go with our website like header. So here you can see that it is having a better, it looks like a header. So coming back to this, like we do have a navigation bar. So here we can see we do have a navigation menu. So it contains a list of links. So it contains a list of links. So I hope you understand this. It is links. So a list of links, so to help the visitors navigate through the website. So in the same way we can even style this navigation bar also. And also we do have a content here, and here we do have a main content. So the layout in this section often depends upon the target users. So this completely depends upon your user. So maybe you understand this. So the most common layout is one or combining them. The first column is something you use, the first column is used for the mobile users, and the second is used for the tablets, like tablets and laptops, and the third column layout would be used for the desktops. So like I'll just show you what are the three column layouts that are used. So let me just show you. So here we can go over this three. So this first column, this is used for the mobile. So here you can see this is for your mobile, and this second column, this is used for something like tablets and tabs, and also for your laptops. And the third one, this kind of layout is used for your desktops. So these are the three columns, like three layouts that you can just see. These three columns that you can use for mobile browsers and the tablets and laptops, and also this third one is for the desktops. So we will create this three column layout and change it to one column layout on the smaller screens. So we'll be just creating this for the first, and we'll be changing this to this for the mobile screens. So by using the CSS we can just do this by like, let me just go to this. So here we can do the styling for our footer, like we can similarly we can create some footer content with the class footer, and we can give styling to our footer, and also we can make it responsive by using this media screen and some of the properties, so which are advanced, which you will be getting in this advanced CSS. So by using these all we can create a responsive website layout by using some of the CSS code, and we can create the responsive website layout which varies between the two columns and full width columns depending on the screen width. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS units. CSS has several different units for expressing a length. Many CSS properties take length values such as width, margin, padding, font size, etc. So length is a number followed by a length unit, such as here we can just see this 20 pixels, and also we can even use this kind of something like 2 em, 2 em, like when you just give them some to be something like 2 em, etc. So we just set different length values using the pixels and ems. So for some CSS properties negative lengths are also allowed. So there are two types of length units, so let me just tell you those here. So there are two types of lengths. So yeah, two types of lengths. So which our first one is the absolute length, and the second one is the second one is the relative length. So the absolute length units are fixed, and the length expressed in any of this will appear exactly that size. So it will be exactly that size. So absolute units are not recommended for use on screen because the screen sizes vary so much, like we use mobile, we use tablets, we use desktop, laptops. So however they can be used if the output medium is known, like if you just know that this particular website will be only be visited through desktop, this particular website can be only be accessed through mobile phone. If you know that what medium it is viewed on, you can surely use this absolute. So you can surely use this absolute length. So they can be used if the output medium is known, such as for a print layout and all. So the examples of this absolute are centimeters, millimeters, inches, which means inches, pixels, which we use the most, and points, pt, and we use picas, pc. And these pixels are relative to the viewing devices. So these pixels are relative to the viewing devices. For low dpi devices, one pixel is one device pixel, like one dot of the display. For printers and high resolution screens, one pixels implies multiple device pixels. So now we'll see about the relative lengths. Relative length unit specifies a length relative to another length property. So this relative length unit scales better between different rendering mediums. Like we do have relative front to the front size of the element times the size of the current font, that is em. So here we have in this list em, we have ex, that is relative to the x height of the current font. We have ch, which is relative to the width of the zero, and we have rem, which is relative to the font size of the root element. We have vw, viewport, which is relative to 1% of the width of the viewport, and we even have vh, that is relative to 1% of the height of the viewport, and we have vmin, which is relative to 1% of viewport's smaller dimension, vmax, which we are having it relative to 1% of viewport's larger dimension, and we even have this percentage, which is relative to the parent element. So this em and rem units, so this em and also this REM units are practical in creating perfectly scalable layout. So viewport is equals to the browser window size. If the viewport is 50 centimeters wide, then one viewport equals to 0.5 centimeters. So this is how it looks. This is how it means completely. So the browser support the number in the, like we do have some browsers, like you can just go check this, like length units which the browsers will support and all. So your units will it be supported and all. So just you can just go refer to it through the internet and you can just get it, like which will be perfectly suitable for your website. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS specificity. So if there are two or more conflicting CSS rules that point to the same element, the browser follows some rules to determine which one is more specific and therefore wins out. So think of a specificity as a score or rank that determines which style decorations are ultimately applied to an element. So the universal selector. So let me write it down here in the second one. So the universal selector is the star. So this star has low specificity. So this one is having this low specificity while the ID selectors are highly specific. So specificity is a common reason why your CSS rules don't apply to some elements, although you think they should. So the specificity hierarchy, like every selector has its place in the specificity hierarchy. So there are four categories which define the specificity level of the selector. So first one comes to be the inline styles. So the inline styles, an inline style is attached directly to the element to be styled. So something like if we just have this here in the div, if we just give something like style and if we just give some property and value, so this will be the inline style. So this inline style, so this is the inline styles, and then comes the IDs. So the next one are IDs. So these IDs, an ID is a unique identifier for the page elements such as navbar, like which we just usually do with something like this navbar kind of. So then we do even have this classes, attributes. So we have this attributes and pseudo classes. So something like this. This category includes this classes, attributes, pseudo classes like such as hover, focus, etc., which we have seen already. And the fourth category will be something like elements and pseudo elements. Pseudo elements. So this category includes the element names and pseudo elements such as h1, div, before and after. So how can we calculate the specificity? So memorize how to calculate specificity. Start at 0, add 1000 for the style attribute. So we'll just start at the 0. Like let me just tell you. Start at 0, add 1000 for the style attribute, add 100 for each ID, and add 10 for each attribute. So for the style will be adding 1000, and for the ID will be adding 100 for each ID, and for the classes and class attribute, for each class attribute or pseudo class you can add something like 10. So you can add 10 for this, and for elements and pseudo elements you can add 1. So in this way we can just calculate the specificity. So we just need to count the inline styles, IDs, classes, attributes and pseudo classes, and elements and pseudo elements. So we'll be adding them. So let's say we'll just take some example, something like we have something like A is having h1. So A is having h1. Let me take it out, and then B is having, so B is having something like a ID that is having, that's name is content with some h1, and again the C is having something like div, so div, and it had some ID like content. and then it is closed. And after this, it also have inside it a h1. So inside the h1, it is having a style that is equals to color, and we give some color to it. So color, and for this, let's say red or green. And after this, we'll close this and we give something like it's a heading. And let me just close it with h1, and also let's also close our div. So this is something in C. So for this A, we will be having something like it is having this is having an element. So the specificity will be 1 in this case. So in this case, the specificity will be 1. And in the B case, we are having an ID with elements which is 100 plus 1, which is equals to 101 is a specificity here. And here in this case, we are having 1000 because we are having this inline styling. So it will be 1000. So in this way, like we can see that this specificity, this third rule C has a greater level of specificity. This one is having the greater level of specificity and therefore will be applied. So this will be applied more compared to this two. So there are other specificity rules like equal specificity. So the latest rule counts. If the same rule is written twice into the external style sheet, then the lower rule in the style sheet is closer to the element to be styled and therefore will be applied. So even we have this the latter rule is always applied. So the id selector have a higher specificity than the attribute selector. So uh, then we do even have the contextual selectors are more specific than the single element selectors. The and also we can even have something like a class selector beats any number of element selector. Like if we just have something like class selector, so if we just have class name home and we have something inside it and we have some element selector h1 having something in it, so this class selector will be having more specificity. And also the universal selector and inherited values have the specificity of 0. So it's something like the body and similar have the 0 specificity. Inherited values also have a specificity of 0. So now we'll be discussing about this CSS, the important rule. So what is important? So the important rule in CSS is used to add more importance to a property value than the normal one. In fact, if you use this important rule, like I'll just show you how we use this. So it's something like this, important. So this is something like this. It will override all the previous styling rules for that specific property on that element. So let us firstly take a look at this. So let me just say I have this so firstly, let's say I have some p tag, and for the p tag I have given some class that is home or something like that. Let me just give this home, and for this, inside this I will say something like hello world. So according to our rules, so this class will be overriding our normal element. But if you just give something like home, and inside the home I will be giving the background color to be gray. But if I just give this p and give my background color to be red, but when you just give it something like this, the priority will be obviously to this class. So when you just specify the class and when you style it, so the priority will always go to this class. But if you just give something like important here and save this, now let's go back. So when we just give important here, so we need to give it beside this red, so important here, and save this. And now you can see that this is red, this background color is red instead of being gray. So because as per our rules it should be gray, because the class styling will be overriding our element one, but for now when we have given this important one, so it will be executed, like it will be taken into consideration. So here all this, so here we'll be getting this p to be red. So this rule overrides the background color property for this home class. So the only way to override an important rule is to include another important rule on a declaration with same or higher specificity in a source code. And here the problem starts. So this makes the CSS code confusing and the debugging will be hard, especially if you have a large style sheet. So let's say we have something like, we just give this to be important, this one to be important, and also this one to be important. So in this case, according to the specificity, like let's go back here and reload this, and based on the specificity, this class specificity is more, so this will be executed. But this will make your code a little confusing when you are dealing with the large CSS style sheet. So it is good to know about this important rule. You might see it in some CSS source code, however do not use it unless you absolutely have to. So there can be some fair uses of important. Something like, one way to use important is if you have to override a style that cannot be overridden in any other way. This can be if you are working on a content management system and cannot edit the CSS code. Then you can set some custom styles to override some of the CMS styles. So, and also the other use can be something like, important is like assume you want a special look for all buttons on a page. Here the buttons are styled with gray background and white text and some padding and border. So the look of the button can sometimes change if we put it inside another element with higher specificity. So, and the properties gets in conflict. So in this case we can use this important. So to force all the buttons to have same look no matter what, we can add this important rule to the properties of button. So in this way we can use this important for our properties to get this priority, get this specificity more, and display it on the web page. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS math functions. So the CSS math functions allow mathematical expressions to be to be used as property values. So here we can explain something like calc and max and minimum functions. So firstly we'll discuss about this uh, CALC, like let me just write it over here, calc function. So this function performs a calculation to be used as the property value. So this can be, the syntax can be something like calc, and inside this we can give the expression. So this expression is required a mathematical expression. The result will be used as a value. So the following operators, something like plus and minus, star and by, these can be used. So we can just I'll just show you an example. So let me just give it as an example, and here I can just say that I have a div1 named id, and inside it, let's say if I just want to give my width to be, so if I just give my width to be calc from 100%, so it will be 100% and 100 pixels. So this will be used to calculate the width of the div element. And then we can even use this other function, that is max function. So this max function is used to uses the largest value from the comma separated list of values as the property value. So if we have some values like value 1, value 2, and something like something, so on and so forth, like that. So this will be something like, it is required a list of comma separated values where the largest value is chosen. And here, like if we just give something like something example, like let's take some example which says the div, let me give the id to be div, and for that ignore this colons. So for this, if I just give my width, so width to be max of max of 50% and 300 pixels. So it is something like it will be choosing whichever value is largest, the 50% or the 300 pixels it will be choosing. And similarly we do have a min function. So we do have a min function. So in this also we'll be having similarly value 1, value 2, and so on and so forth. So here also we need to choose something like it will be choosing the whatever the smallest value it is, it will be chosen from it. So the similar usage, like similar syntax and all, but it will be choosing the maximum one. So this one will be choosing the maximum and this one will be choosing the minimum of all. So this calc function will be allowing you to perform calculations to determine the CSS property values. This max will be used for the largest value from the comma separated list of values as the property value, and this min is uses the smallest value from a comma separated list of values as the property value. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS rounded corners. So with this CSS border radius property, you can give any element rounded corners. So this border radius property defines the radius of an element's corners. So this property allows you to add rounded corners to elements. So rounded corners for an element with a specified background, like we can add it with a specified background color or with the border or with the background image. So here you can see some examples, like we have just given some p element, and for the p element, for first p element we have given id to be r corners 1, and for the second one we have given 2, and the third one we have given 3, r corners 3, and for the first one we have given the styling to be, the border radius is something like, we'll just give it to be 25 pixels, 25 pixels, and save it. And we have even given this background color, padding, width and height for this. And for this our corners too, we have not mentioned the background color, background. We have just given the border radius and we have given the border here because we want to show you the difference between these two. So if I just go here and reload this, so here you can see this. So these we have got this rounded corners with this background color to be green, and here we got the border with a green color border. So then we can even add the image. So we can even add the background image. We can write something like r corners 3, which is having background radius. So background radius to be 25 pixels will give it same to all of them. And if we give the background to be URL, and inside the URL you can just give your image, something like, if I just give my, I do have something, let me just check it out, like what images I have in it. So I have an image named image forest, so we'll write it over there. So image forest, so image forest, and the extension is jpg file, it is so .jpg. So after this we can even give the background position. So background position to be left top, and background repeat. So I just want, if at all my size is not so into it, so I just want it to be repeated. And I'll be giving the padding to be 20 pixels and width to be 200 pixels, height to be 150 pixels. Save it, and now let's check it out. So here you can see that we got this background image and we got this rounded corners also. So in this way we can add the background images. So this border radius property is actually the shorthand property of the border top left radius, border top right radius, border bottom right radius, and border bottom left radius properties. So this border radius property can have from 1 to 4 values. So firstly we'll just go with this one, like I'll just show you for this. So we can have 15 pixels, 50 pixels, and 30 pixels and 5 pixels. So this can be our value, so which means that this is for our top left corner, and this is the top right corner, bottom right corner, and this would be bottom left corner, something like a clockwise one. So if we just save this and see, so here you can see the difference between the radius of the four corners. And if we just remove this, like if we have only three values here, if we have only three values, that means that this first value applies to the top left corner, second value applies to the top right corner, top right and bottom left corners, and the third value applies to the bottom right corner. And if we now even have two values, this first value applies to top left and bottom right, and the second value applies to the top right and bottom left corners. And let's say if we just have one value, something like before 25 pixels, this will be applicable to all the corners. And we can even make our corners elliptical just by giving something like 50 pixels by 15 pixels. So by using this, we can make our corners elliptical. So let me just go here and reload this, and here you can see that. So in this way, we can just add this elliptical corners, rounded corners, by using the properties which we have seen here, border radius property. And if you just want to give the radius, this is the shorthand property, but if you just want to mention it for all the corners, like border top left, border top right radius, border bottom right radius, and border bottom left radius, in this way you can just specify them. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS border images. CSS border images, with the CSS border image property, you can just set the image to be used as the border around the element. So CSS border image property allows you to specify the image to be used instead of the normal border around the element. So the property has three parts. So I'll be just telling you them quickly right here. So yes, here inside this we can have this will be allowing us to specify the image, but this property has the three parts. So the first part is that the image to use as the border, and where the first part is the image to use as the border, and the second part is where we need to slice the image, so where to slice the image. And the third part will be something like define whether the middle sections should be repeated or stretched. So repeated or stretched. So these are the three things. So we'll be using one image. So let me just take. So this border image property takes the image and slices into 9 sections like a tic-tac-toe board, and it then places the corners at the corners, and the middle sections are repeated or stretched as you specify. So for both border image to work, the element also needs this border property. Then here the middle sections of the image are repeated to create the border. So we'll see an example like how we can do this. So now we have taken this HTML, which is saying that here we are having something like ID border image, and the border image we have specified this image, and then here also we have given this original image, like just to show you how the original image is looking. So in this like just take this ID. So this is something which we are working with. So take this ID, and here the border will be of 10 pixels, and it will be having a solid transparent border, and then we'll be having the padding of 15 pixels and the border image. So this is the property that you can use. So this border image property can have the URL of border.png, and here we'll just save this and see how it's looking. So the let me just go here, and yeah, so here you can see that these border sections, like this middle sections of the image, are repeated to create this border. So this is the original image that we have given. So this is how the border is looking like. So in this way you can use this border image property and make such borders. So we can even, this is something a case when this border is repeated, the middle sections are repeated, we can even use this something like We can give, instead of round, if we just give stretch, like let's see what happens if we just give stretch. Save it and reload it, and now we can see how it's looking like. So this is the difference between the round and stretch. When you give, so when you give this round, it will be repeating the middle sections. When you give the stretch, it will be stretching the middle sections. So in this way you can use this both values in the border image property. So it is actually the shorthand property for the border image source and border image slice, border image width, border image outset, and border image repeat properties. So the CSS border image, this different slice values completely changes the look of the border. Like let's say we can just do some example, like let's go here, and we have given this stretch. So instead of stretch, if I just give something like I'll just show you something like 20%, 20% round, and we'll also see save this. So here you can see the difference, like this is the slicing. So if we just give it to be 30%, and now let's see this. So here now you can see, in this way we can just perform the slicing and we can operate it. And so by using these properties we can create, like we can make our borders using the images, like our images will be acting as borders. So this is how you can use them. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS multiple backgrounds. So CSS allows you to add multiple background images for an element through the background image property. So the different background images are separated by commas, and the images are stacked on top of each other where the first image is closest to the viewer. So we can just give some example that has two background images. So we'll just do that. Let me just do it quickly. So we can just see it now here. In this we have given a div element which is having id to be example1, and I have given some content in it, something like h1 tag, p tag, and another p tag. So we want background for this. So in the styling, like I have taken this id for styling, and here in the background image I have given two different images. Like this is the forest image and this is the lights image, and I have given the background position to be right bottom and left top, and background repeat, there is no repeat, so one for one and repeat for then, and then padding is 15 pixels. So let's save this and check it out. Reload this, and now we can see that we just got this two background images. So multiple background images can be specified using either the individual background properties or as the background shorthand property. So we can just give them individually, or else we can just take this background property which is a shorthand property. So we can even do this using the background property instead of just writing this all. Let me just take this off, this padding and all, and here I have given this two urls, like in between these two urls I'll be giving this to be the right bottom and no repeat for this. And after that, for the url of this, for this image I want it to be at the left top and repeat for this. So after we do this, save this, and you probably don't see any changes. So yeah, we forgot to make it to background, so save it now, and now you go with it. So for this we have not added the padding, but this is something that you can just add it in the shorthand. So by using this, so we can just see it over here. So because of the padding, like maybe we can just add this padding and all. So getting back to this, we can even get this a property called as background size property, which will allow you to specify the size of background images. The size can be specified in lengths, percentages, or by using one of the two keywords like contain or cover. So we can just give this background size something like background, and then size. So here in the background size I can give 100 pixels and 80 pixels. So and background repeat, let me just keep it like that. So this is my background size that I specify. So there are two other possible values for this background size. You can even give them with contain or and cover. So the contain keyword scales the background image to be as large as possible. But firstly, let's see this, how this is working. So here you can see that I have given this no repeat for this, and for this I have given repeat. So maybe I'll just make some changes to this. So instead of like, let me just add only one image instead of these all for now. Save it, reload it. So we can just see this have got repeat. So for this not to repeat, we can just give background repeat to be no repeat. Save it, and now let's see the difference. So here you can see that it has got into the space that it is having. So we can now even give the background size to be contain. So if I just give it to be contain, so this will be scaling the background image to be as large as possible, but its width and its height must be fit inside the content area. As such, depending on the proportions of the background image and the background positioning area, there may be some areas of the background which are not covered by the background image. So maybe this depends upon the proportion. Like as I told you, this depends upon the image also. So there is another keyword called as cover, which we will be using for this scales the background image so that the content area is completely covered by the background image. Both its width and height are equally to or exceed the content area. So as such, some of the parts of background image may not be visible in the background positioning area. So you can see this in the process to cover this content. So you can just see that this covered the whole content, but some of the parts of the image is missing. So now we'll be just seeing about the defining sizes of multiple background images. So this background size property also accepts multiple values. So for background size, using a comma separated list when working with multiple backgrounds. So we can just give it something like 50, like if you just have three images, you can give it like 50 pixels comma 130 pixels comma, and we can just give one to be auto. It's something like this. So in this way you can give the background size in for the multiple images. So now we want to have a background image on a website that covers the entire browser window at all times. So the requirements will be something like fill the entire page with the image without any white space, and scale the image as needed. So center image on the page and do not cause any scroll bars. So we can just do that by using something like background we have just given here in the background. And for the background size we can use this cover. So as I told you, you can use the cover for this, and you could also use different background properties on a div to create hero image, like a large image with the text. So for that you can use this cover, and you can give the position to be relative, so to place it where you want, and you can give some height and width ones. So there is a property called as background origin property. So this background origin property specifies when the background image is position. So this property will be taking three different values. The first value is border box. The background image starts from the upper left corner of the border. So it can take this border box, which means that the background image starts from the upper left corner of the border. And if we give it to be padding box, which is the default one, so this means that the background image starts from the upper left corner of the padding edge. And when we give it to be the content box, the background image starts from the upper left corner of the content when we give it to be the content box. So in this way we can use this border origin. And there is another property called as border clip property. So border clip property. So this property specifies the painting area of the background. So this too takes the three values, the same values, the border box property or padding box property and content box property. This border box property is the default one. So this is a default property. So this is a default one. You can say. So this property is a default, and uh yeah, so and this background is painted to the outside edge of the border when we just give this, and when we give it to be the padding box, the background is painted to the outside edge of the padding, and when we give the content box, it is painted within the content box. So for the border box, the background is painted to the outside edge of the border, and for the padding box, the background is painted to the outside edge of the padding, and for the content box, the background is painted within the content box. So this is how we use this background clip, and these are all the properties, that is background clip, background image, background origin, background size. So by using these properties, we can just make this background look more better by using the CSS. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS colors. So the CSS supports over 140 plus color names, hex values, RGB values, and RGBA values, HSL values, HSLA values, and opacity. So firstly, let's see about RGBA colors. RGBA color values. So let me just give it over here. Firstly, we are now discussing about the RGBA. So for commenting, let me just use this, and now we are discussing about the RGBA. So RGBA color values are an extension of RGB color values with an alpha channel, which specifies the opacity of a color. An RGBA color value is specified with RGBA, like it's something like it's red, green, blue, and alpha. So the alpha parameter is a number that is between 0 to 1, where 0 is fully transparent and 1 is fully opaque. So if we can just see these examples of these, like let me give some element over here. Let's say I'll just give something like h1, or let's say h3 element, and I say testing element, let's say. So in this testing element, if I just give my RGBA values, like let me just give something like for my H3, I'll be giving. So here in the H3, let us give the background color. So the background color to be RGBA, like using this RGBA, I'll be giving it to be something like, I want it to be red. So if I just give it to be 255, and in the opacity, I'll be giving it to be 0.3. We have already discussed about this opacity feature, but let's see this with this color. So save it, and now let's see, uh, reload this, and here you can see the testing element is in the red, but because we have given the opacity to be 0.3, so this is having something background color like this. So we can even do this with green and blue and all. So let me just show you this, the same thing with green. So if we are just want to give some green color, we can just keep all the values to be 0 and green to be 255, save it, reload it, and here you can see how it's looking. So in this way we can use this RGBA values. So getting back to this code, so now we'll see about the HSL value, HSL colors. So let me also again comment this out. So now we are seeing about the HSL values. So in the HSL values, so this HSL stands for hue, saturation, and lightness. So this is something that represents hue, saturation, and lightness, and HSL color value is specified with HSL, and in the brackets we'll be giving this hue, saturation, and lightness. So this hue, this one is a degree on the color wheel, like from 0 to 360 in the color wheel. So this is the degree on the color wheel, like 0 or 360 is red and 120 is green and 240 is blue. So this is the degree of color on the color wheel. And then the saturation, this saturation is a percentage value, like it's 100%. If it is 100%, it is a full color. And when you just go to this lightness, so this lightness is also a percentage. When you give it to be 0 percentage, it is dark, that is black. When you give it to be 100 percentage, it is white. So we'll see some example for this. So here, instead of RGBA, let's use the HSL. So in the HSL, firstly I need to give my hue, so I'll be giving it to be 120 for my green, and then I'll give it to be 100% and 50%. So this will be the green color something will be getting, because I have given the 100% because I want to get a full color, and 50%, so this will be the lightness. I want it to be 50% light. Save it, and now let's check it out. So here you see it. And now let's make some changes to this. Here if I just give it to be something like 75%, so this is having more lightness. So now you can see some have light green. So here you go. And if we just give it to be something like 25%, you have to see dark green, because we are decreasing the lightness. So yeah. And also if you just give it to be something like 70%, you can just see pastel green. So by using this lightness and saturation, we can just get different shades of a particular color. So now we'll see about the other one, that is uh, HSLA values. So this is something like will be having HSL with the opacity. So that's the difference. The only A is the difference, that is alpha. So alpha channel is the difference. So this values are the extension of HSL color values with an alpha channel, which specifies the opacity of the color. So here this HSLA color value is specified with hue, saturation, lightness and alpha, where alpha parameter defines the opacity, where the alpha parameter number can be between 0 to 1. So we can just modify this with A, and here give some comma, and let me give it to be something like 0.34. Like we can just give it to be anything between 0 and 1. So save it, and like it's better to just give it to be only just one decimal place. So here you can see this is, we have seen this opacity, how we use it. So this opacity property sets the opacity for the whole element, like for both background color, and the text will be opaque or transparent. So this property must be between 0 to 1, where 0 is fully transparent and 1 is opaque. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS color keywords. So now we'll be discussing about some of the keywords like transparent, current color, inherit, like kind of keywords. So firstly we'll see about this transparent keyword. So this transparent keyword is used to make a color transparent. So this is often used to make a transparent background color for an element. So we can use it we can use it by just saying that let's say here we can just give the background color to be transparent, and if you just see over here, you can see no background color. So this doesn't make any difference, but in case when you're having your body background image, your body is having some background image, and you don't want that background image to be for some particular element, you can just give it to be transparent. So getting back, um, the transparent keyword is equivalent to RGBA. Like the RGBA color values are an extension of RGB color values with an alpha channel. So this keyword is equivalent to RGBA 0000. Like when we don't have any RGB values, and also we don't have any opacity, the alpha channel. And now we'll be seeing about this. So these are the keywords, like this transparent is used to just give to make your background completely transparent, like it will be transparent to your background image, kind of one. Okay, so then We have the second keyword named current color current color keyword. So this keyword is like a variable that holds the current value of the color property of an element. So this keyword can be useful if you want a specific color to be consistent in an element or a page. So in that case you can just use it, like you can use it with some border property and all. And then like it can be just used something like, I'll just show you the syntax how it can be used. So it can be used something like border, and here inside the border I'll be giving something like let me just give the border, and if I just give it to be 10 pixels and solid, and after this we can just use this current color. So by using which we can just it's something like a variable that stores this color so that we can just be consistent for throughout the page. So we can just even say something like an example. So let me just write it over here so it has nothing with the example the current content in it. So let's say I have a body, I have to style this body element and I give this color to be something like red. So I have given it to be red, and again I just want to style my div element, and here for the background color, so for the background color I will be giving it to be current color, so that like this background color is set to current color value of the body element. So this background color one is being has been set to the current color value, like the body element value. So in this way we can use it. And also like we can just give something like, here if we just give green, and if I just say let me just take it out, and if I here mention the current color, so here it is something like this border color will be set to the current color value of the body element. So in this way this current color keyword works. So it is current color. And the next keyword that we'll be seeing is inherit. So I think quite a few might be familiar with this, like many people would be familiar with this. So this keyword specifies that the property should inherit its values from its parent element. So inherit keyword can be used for any CSS property and on any HTML element. Like if we just say an example that a div element, so we are just styling some div element and we have given some border to it, something like 10 pixels, uh, current color, so something like 10 pixels and solid red. So I have given this, and then if I just do something like span, I just want to do this styling for span, and I'll give the border and I'll just say inherit. So it will be inheriting from the parent element. So in this way we can just use this inherit. So we have seen how when we use this transparent keyword, current color keyword and inherit keyword. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS gradients. So CSS gradients let you display the smooth transition between two or more specified colors. So CSS defines two types of gradients, like one of them is linear gradient and linear gradient, and the second one is the radial gradient. So the second one will be the radial one. So this linear gradient is something that goes down or goes up or goes right or it goes diagonally. So that is the linear gradient one. So when you say about this radial gradient, so it is something that defined by the center. So firstly we'll be just seeing about the CSS linear gradients. So to create a linear gradient you must define at least two color stops. So the color stops are the colors you want to render smooth transitions among. So you can also set the starting point and the direction, or you can just give the angle along with the gradient effect. So firstly we'll just see some syntax of this. So we'll see the syntax inside this comments. So the syntax would be something like we can just give the background image. So inside the background image, we'll be just giving something like linear gradient, because we are doing it for the linear gradient. So we'll be giving the linear gradient, and here inside it, we'll be just giving the direction. So the direction will be specifying, and then the color stop one. So we need to give the color stop one. So here you can just see that we will be having the color stop 1 and color stop 2 and so on. Like it's something like the default direction will be from the top to bottom. So this direction will be top to bottom by default. So but we can just use like other directions also according to our need. So firstly, let's do our first example with this gradients. So now here I have just written the very simple gradient one. So here what we did is like we have just given some div element which is having id to be grad1. So we didn't give any content inside this div element, and here is something that describes about this transition and all. So for this grad one will be styling. So here you can see that we have just started this grad one, and here I have just given the height to be 200 pixels, and when it comes to the background color I want it to be red. So when it comes to my background image, I wanted it to be a linear gradient of red and yellow. So this is for the browsers which do not support the gradients. So we can just give something like this, like without this background color also we can just give it. So if even if we just remove it, and we can just give the linear gradient red and yellow. So once we save this, and once you just see it over here, you can see the transition between red and yellow. So this will be showing a linear gradient that starts at the top, which is default. So it starts at the top with red and transitioning into yellow. So this is something like that. And we'll be even seeing about this transitions from left to right. We can do that. We can just go here, and all we need to do is give it something like to right, give it something like to right, and you can just do something like this, save it, reload it, and now you can see that this example shows a linear gradient that starts from the left, and it starts at red, and it is transitioning into yellow. So we can even give the diagonal direction to be diagonal. So you can make the gradient diagonally by specifying both the horizontal and vertical starting positions. So we can just do something like to bottom right. So we can just give something like the vertical and the horizontal position to bottom right, and red and yellow, save it and reload it, and here you can see. So in this example, this shows a linear gradient that starts from the top left to the bottom right and goes to the bottom right. It starts with red and it transitioning into the yellow. It is getting transition into yellow. So in this way we can do this. And also the other examples can be something like we can use angles also. Like if you want more control over the direction of the gradient, you can define an angle instead of predefined directions like to bottom, to right, to top, to left, to bottom right, etc. The value of 0 degree is equivalent to top top, and the value of 90 degrees is equivalent to right, and 180 degrees to bottom. So we can do something like this. Like here, instead of to bottom right, we can just specify the angle instead of this complete thing. So if I just give my angle to be 180 degrees, which means that which is equivalent to the bottom. So let me just save it. So 180 degrees and reload it. So you can see something that is equivalent to the bottom. Like whenever you just give to bottom, you'll be getting the same thing like this. But now in the case of angles, we are having more control over the direction. So we can even use this multiple color stops. Getting back here, so we have just used two color stops. We can even use the multiple color stops. Like if I just give green over here, green, save it. So this let me, as I have given it 180 degrees, it will be from top to bottom, like to bottom one. let me go here, reload it, and here you can see we can just add multiple stops. And also you can just make rainbow color, rainbow background by using this kind of this way. So you can just do something like inside this linear gradient you can just give your this one to, let me just give it to right, and I have given red, and let me just also give orange, so all the rainbow colors, orange, blue, with gr, blue, indigo, and violet. So I'm not just giving in them in the order like red, orange, blue, red, orange, yellow, green. Yeah, yellow, green we have, so it's not so in the order, or else let me just make it in order. Yeah, red, and we'll be giving orange, after orange, yellow, and green, blue, indigo, and we can just give violet. So did we get the 7? Yeah. So let's save this, and now let's see how it's working. So here you can see how we have created this rainbow color background also. So we can even use this transparency, like CSS gradients also support this transparency, which can be used to create fading effects. To add this transparency, we use the RGBA function to define the color stops. So the last parameter in the RGBA, so last parameter in the RGBA function is the it's the alpha channel, we have discussed about it. So its value will be ranging from 0 to 1, and it defines the transparency of the color, like when we just give it to be 0, it is completely transparent, and when we give it to be 1, it is full color. So we can just do something like, instead of giving this red, orange and all, we can just do something like to right, and I can just give RGBA of 255 0 0, and I'll be giving my alpha value to be something like 0.3 also, and the other stop will be RGBA, or else we can just make it something like let me just do it. So this is my red color, so I just want it to be completely red when it is transitioning, and I want it to be completely white color. So now you can just observe this in the web page, like how it's looking. So it's going from white to completely red. So in this way we can use it. So there is one more way, that is the repeating linear gradient. So repeating a linear gradient function is used to repeat the linear gradients. So we can just use it something like, instead of linear gradient alone, we can just give repeating linear gradient, and let it be as it is. So just save it. So here we have just given 3 colors, so just no need to mention this to right and all. So this will be red and yellow of 10% and green will be 20%. So save it, and then if you just go here, you can see this repeating linear gradient. So this is all about this linear gradient and how we use it. And now we'll see about the radial gradient. So getting back here, so a radial gradient is defined by its center. So to create a radial gradient, you must also define at least 2 color stops. So it can be, the syntax can be something like, let me just define the syntax here. So the syntax will be like this, and here inside the syntax, I'll be just giving something like my background image. So I'm just telling about my background image, and for that, inside that, I'll be just giving the radial gradient, and in that function we'll be giving shape size at position. So we'll be giving the shape size at position, and after this we'll be giving the start color, and we'll be just going on with the colors, and then we'll be giving the last color. So the last color will be defined over here. So in this way we can do this background image for using this radial gradient. By default, this shape is ellipse and size is farthest corner and position is center. So the radial gradient is evenly spaced color stops. So this is the default one, evenly spaced one. So we can just have the very basic one over here. For my grad one, I'll be just giving my, instead of linear gradient, I'll just remove this part and I'll give it to be my radial gradient. So radial gradient will be in this function I'll be giving red, yellow and green. So after this colon, so save it and reload it, and here you can see this ellipse one because by default it is an ellipse. So now we'll see how and it is equally spaced. So now we'll see how can we get this differently spaced color stops. For that we just need to go here, and in the radial gradient we can just give the percentages, like for, like if you don't want the equally spaced one, like then how much spaced ones you want, you can just do that. I'll just give this to be 15% and my green to be around 60%. So this will be my major portion. So like save it and then reload it, and now you see this. And so in this way you can just create this differently spaced color stops. And now we'll see this the shape parameter. This shape parameter will be described. There is a set shape, so the shape parameter that defines the shape, so it can take the value of circle or ellipse. Like by default it is ellipse, so it can take the shape of circle also. We can do that by just adding this circle. So this is something that will be defining your, this is the shape, size at position. So this is something which we are talking about. So circle, save it, and let's go here and reload it. So here you can see we got this circle. So we'll also see the use of different keywords that we use it. Like we do have different the size parameter defines the size of gradient. So we have four values for the size parameter. So that is closest side, farthest side, closest corner, farthest corner. So we'll see like the radial gradient with different size keywords. So when I just say here let me just take this out, and if I just say closest side, so for the closest side at 60%, 55%, I'll be just giving 60%, 55% red, yellow, black. So save it and now reload this, and here you can see. So we are just doing it to the closest side, and even if we just do it to the farthest side, we can just change it to the farthest side, save it, and let's run this. Like let's reload this, and here you can see. So in this way we can just use this four different size keywords, and then we do even have a repeating radial gradient. So this function is used to repeat the radial gradients, so which we can use by just giving this changing this function name to repeating radial gradient. And also here we can just take out this keyword, and let me just add some other things like red, yellow of 10. I just want it to be 10%, like the spacing and all. For green, like if you just don't want it to be equidistant, equispaced, so you can do this 15% and save it. Now let's reload it and check it out. So in this way we can have this repeated radial gradient. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS shadow effects. With CSS you can add shadow to the text and to the elements. So we'll be seeing about some of the properties which will be helping us to create the shadow effects, like text shadow property, box shadow property. So firstly we'll see about this text shadow property. So this property applies shadow to the text. So in the simplest use, you only specify the horizontal shadow and the vertical shadow. So we can use it something like we have a h1 element over here. So let me just change it to hello world. So after this, we can just style this something like, let me do it over here. So h1, and inside this h1, like my styling would be something like text shadow. So text shadow, and inside this I'll be giving 2 pixels and 2 pixels. When I just give this 2 pixels, that is, the first one is the horizontal shadow and the other one is the vertical shadow. So these are the two shadow effects that you can see. And also we can even we'll just save this and see how this is getting displayed on our web page. So here you can see the shadow. So the vertical and the horizontal shadows, you can just see it over here. So we can even give colors to our shadows. So if I just give it to be red over here and save this and come, let me just get here and reload it, and here you can see that our shadow is of red color. So in this way we can give this horizontal and vertical shadow and also the color of the shadow. So then we can even add the blur effect to the shadow. So it will be something like we can just give one more parameter, that is 5 pixels. So by adding this, we can reload this, save it and reload it. So in the by this we'll be getting this blurred shadow of the color red. So when we just get back to this code, and here we'll just do something like a text that is having color of white and which is having a black shadow. We can even do that by just giving the color of text to be white, and when it comes to the text shadow, we can just give, instead of red here, black. Save it and reload this. Here you can see this text of white color with a black shadow. So this is how it looks like. So you can use this with different colors and different pixel measurements of horizontal and vertical shadow. So by this you can just give more good fonts and good shadows for your text. So then we can even add a red neon glow shadow. If I just get back here and if I just, let me give 0, 0, 3 pixels, and I'll just give the hex values to be FF and 4 zeros. So now let's save this and reload this. So here I can say this neon glow. So to add more than one shadows to your text, you can add a comma separated list of shadows. So we can do something like, let me just get back here on this editor, and we can just give it to be again like with the comma. We can just give the list of values with the which are separated by commas. So I'll be just giving it like 0, 0 and 5 pixels, and I'll give other color, that is this time 0000 FF. If we just save this and reload it, here you can see that we'll be getting this multiple shadows too. And also we can just show this shadows with a white text with this different colors. Like you can just see it like we are having different a single text of white color with the different shadows. Like we can even add even more shadows. Like let me just go to the code, and here I'll be giving this to be 1 pixel. I'll be giving the horizontal and vertical to be 1 pixel each, and then this shadow the blur will be of 2 pixels, and here I'll be giving the background, here I'll be giving this text shadow to be black color, and in this case I'm adding the multiple shadows, so I am using once black color, and then I'll be giving 00 and 25 pixels, and I'll be giving the color to be blue. And let me also add one more color because we are using this multiple shadows. So 5 pixels and dark blue. Save this, and now let's reload it and check it out like how it's looking, and here you go with it. So in this way we can give this multiple shadows to our text, and you can also use this text shadow property to create a plain border around some text like without shadows. We can do that by just going here. Let me for now give the color to be yellow, and then let me firstly remove this all, and now I'll be giving -1 pixel, because what we don't need we don't need without any shadows, we just need a plain border around our text. So I'll be giving it to be -1 pixel, 0 and black, and then again 0, 1 pixel and black, and also 1 pixel, 0, black. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS box shadow. So this CSS box shadow property applies shadow to the elements. So it is in its simplest use, you only specify the horizontal shadow and the vertical shadow. So if I just give the shadow to my div element, or else like let me just remove this, and I'll be just creating some simple div element without this ID. So inside this I'll be giving some paragraphs, like let me just give 2 paragraphs kind of. So this will be saying that this is my first paragraph, and there will be other paragraph saying that this is my second paragraph. So this can be second paragraph. So then if I just want to style this, I'll be just giving div. So the div element is something that I'm styling. So here I'll be just giving the box shadow property, and for this I'll be giving the horizontal shadow and the vertical shadow. So I want it to be 10 pixels and 10 pixels, and then now let me reload. Let me just go here and reload it. Oh, let me just firstly save it over here, save it and reload it. So here you can see that I am a second paragraph, but let me just make it a way clearer for you. So let me just give this remove this paragraphs, and I'll be just giving this box shadow, and also I'll give the background color to be yellow, and also I'll be giving width and height. So width will be somehow in 300 pixels, and I'll be also giving mentioning the height, that is 100 pixels, and also a padding of 15 pixels. And now let's save this and reload it in our web page. So here you can see that we are getting a black shadow. So by default we'll be just getting this black one. So if you want to add the color to the shadow, you can just get back to this, and here we can just give uh, after this 10 pixels and 10 pixels, I can just give gray, save it and reload this, and here you can see this change in color of your shadow. And similarly, we get similar to the text shadow property, we can even make this blur by adding one more element here with of 5 pixels, save it and then reload this. And so here you can see that we got this blurred shadow of gray color. So when we just get back to this code, we can even you can use this box shadow property to create a paper cards also. We can do that by firstly let me just you just need to have some text or image card. So for them you can just give some background color to be gray, and you can give it to be blurred to make them as text cards or image cards kind of. And then so this is how we can just use this box shadow property, which is quite similar to this text shadow property. So the only difference will be we'll be just using this for box like elements, like when we just create this box and when we give some padding, for that we give some background color. So in that case we can visualize this shadow for complete box. And when you give it when you give the property text shadow, it will be the shadow for your text, only mere text. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS text effects. So in this we'll be having few of the properties like text overflow, word wrap, word break, writing mode. So these all properties we are having. So we'll be just discussing about one by one. First one is the text overflow property. So first one which we'll be discussing is a text overflow property. So this property is property specifies how overflowed content that is not displayed should be signaled to the user. So it can be clipped or else it can be rendered as ellipses. So ellipses is something like when we just give some dots, like when we want to tell that there is something more after that. So for this, like we'll be just having some example to do this. So let me just quickly do this. So now we can just see some example over here. So firstly I have just given some p element which is having a class test1, and I have given some text in it, and which test that will not fix into the box, that will be specifying in the style, and will be having the other class that is having some more text which will not be fitting. So we'll be having two different styles for these two test classes. So firstly, for first class we'll be giving the white space of no wrap, and we'll be giving the width and the border, and overflow will be just giving to be the hidden. And when we give this text overflow property to clip, and here we'll be giving it to be the ellipsis. So now we'll save it and we'll check it out like how it's looking on our web page. So here you can see that here it is clipped, that actual text is something that this is some long text that will not fit in the box. So what happened here is this has clipped the other text, like which is after this box range, and here it has just given this three dots to just show that there is more text after this. So these are the two different ways, like we can just show the user that this text has overflown, and this is not fitting into the box that is defined. So when we just come back to this, and now this shows that how can you display the overflowed content when hovering over the element. So we can just say that give we can just do something like div dot let me just create one, or else like let us just. So now we have just given some div element. Inside this div element I have just given the class to be test, and have mentioned this text overflow to be clip here, and we have just given some text over here. And now I'll be just styling this with the div dot test. We'll be giving the white space to be no wrap, width and overflow and border and all. Now we'll be just giving that div dot text, and when we just hover onto it, I want my overflow to be visible. So firstly it is hidden, and now we are keeping it this overflow to be visible. So if we just go back here and reload this, and when we just hover onto this div element, you can see that we just got this overflow visible. So in this way we can do this overflow content to display the overflowed content when hovering over the element. And now we'll be seeing about the next property, that is word wrap property. So this property allows long words to be able to be broken and wrapped onto the next line. If a word is too long to fit within an area, it expands outside. So the word wrap property allows you to force the text to wrap even if it means splitting it in the middle of the word. So we can just do it something like, let me just go back to this. So here I have just added this text to the paragraph. Like for the paragraph element I have given this text, and for this I have just given a class called test, and here I have given the width and border for this. So let's save this and let's check it out how it's looking on our web page. So here you can see that this is getting out of the word, so it is getting out of this box. But how can we do this look better? So we can use this property called as word wrap property. So for this I have just given this value to be break word. So what does this do is it will be This will allow you to force the text to wrap, even if it means splitting it in the middle of the world, even though in the middle of the word, even though it will be it will be forcing the text to wrap inside this box. So let's save this, and now let's check it out how it's getting displayed. So here you can see that this word got split, but still it is wrapped in this particular box. So we can just use this word break property specifies the line breaking rules. So we can just do something like, so we can have property value can be the keep all property. So we can just even give this property value to be keep all. So this property will be just adding it will be giving the paragraph containing some text, so the line will break with hyphens. So we can use this keep all when we just want to break the line with hyphens. And when we just give, we can also give something like break all property, which will be in which the line will break at any character. So these are some values that you can give in the word wrap. And the next property that we'll be talking about is the writing mode property. So this specifies whether the lines of text are laid out horizontally or vertically. So some text with the span element with a writing mode, we can just do something like, let me, so here we have just taken some p elements with different classes, like we have just given it to be test1, test2, and this is also test2. So what I did was, like, for the p which are having the class test1, I have given the writing mode to horizontal tb, and for this test2 we have given this vertical trl, and this to be vertical RL. And you can just see it over here. These two are with the horizontal, and this is in the vertical, this is in the vertical. So in this way, by using this writing mode property, we can specify how we need to lay down our lines of text, like it can be horizontal or vertical. So these are some of the CSS effect text effect properties, so which you can use, like you can just use this text overflow, word break, and writing mode property. So these properties you can just use to make this CSS text effects. So this word break property, so I just in the previous example, like I didn't mention this word break property. We do have this word wrap property. For this we do have value something like, we use this word break property and word wrap property. Word break properties which we are having the value to be break word, and in the word break property, so we do have this keep all and break all. So I just forgot to change this property name over there, so just make a note of this. So this is break all property. So these are the two values that we can just add. And we also discussed about this first property, that is text overflow property. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS web fonts. So in the CSS, the web fonts allow the web designer to use the fonts that are not installed on the user's computer. So when you have to when you have found or bought the font you wish to use, just include the font file on your web server, and it will be automatically downloaded to the user when needed. So your own fonts are defined with the CSS. We just use this rule. We use this rule called as font edit of font face rule. So by using this rule, you can just your own fonts are defined with this rule. So this rule, yeah. And we do have different font formats, like we do have a font format named TTF, that is true type fonts. So true type is a font standard developed in the late 1980s by Apple and Microsoft. So true type is the most common font format for both the Mac OS and the Microsoft Windows operating system. And we do have other type of font format, that is OTF. So this OpenType is a format for scalable computer fonts. It was built on TrueType and is a registered trademark for Microsoft. And OpenType fonts are used commonly today on the major computer platforms. Then comes the other one, that is WOFF, that is Web Open font format. So this font format for use in web pages, it was developed in 2009 and is now it is essentially an open type or true type with the compression and additional metadata. The goal is to support font distribution from a server to a client over a network with bandwidth constraints. So this web open font format, we do even have this 2.0 version, which is this true type and open type font that provides the better compression than WOFF 1.0. And we even have this SVG fonts and shapes which allow this SVG to be used as glyphs and displaying text. So the specifications define a font module that allows the creation of fonts within an SVG document. You can also apply CSS to SVG documents, and the font face rule can be applied to text in SVG documents. And then we even have this EOT, that is embedded open type fonts. These are compact form of open type fonts designed by Microsoft for use as embedded fonts on web pages. So there are you can just check the browsers which support this font formats and all, and you can just use this font you want by using this font face rule. So this font face rule, by using this you can just have your own you can just first define a name for the font and then point to the first font file. And then the one tip is that you better always use lowercase letters for the font URL. Uppercase letters can give unexpected results in IE. To use the font of HTML, we can just refer to the name of the font through to the font family property. We can use that and we can do it. And we can even give the bold text by just using this font weight property, and we can just give the value to be bold using this property. And then like this syntax can be something like you can just give font face, and here inside this you can just give the font family, and you can just give whatever your font is. If let's say I'm naming my first font to be my first font, and then I'll be giving the source of source URL. So some source URL I can just give, and also we can just give some font weight to make it bold and all. And by using this font family, source, and the font weight, font style also we can use. By using this we can just use this CSS web fonts. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS 2D transforms. So in the CSS, transforms allow you to move, rotate, scale and skew elements. So we'll be just seeing about this property named transform property now. So we do have transforms methods. Like transform property you can use with the 2D transformation methods like translate method, rotate, scale x, scale y, scale, skew x, skew y, skew and matrix methods. So we can just see about this methods now. So firstly the translate method. So firstly we are seeing about this translate method. So this method moves an element from its current position according to the parameters given for the x-axis and the y-axis. So firstly here we have written some HTML code, that is for the div element we have some text in it, and we have given some width, height and background color and border to it. So let's save this and let's check it out like how it's looking on our web page. So reload this, and here you can see that we just got this div element. And once we just give this transform property and we use this method called as translate method. So here in this translate method I have given this 50 pixels and 100 pixels. So this will move the div element 50 pixels to the right and 100 pixels to the down from its current position. So you can just go here, and now let's reload this. So let's firstly save this. Yes, we save it, and then Once we reload this, you can just see that it has moved 50 pixels towards right and 100 pixels towards the down. You can just clearly see the difference between this right shift and the down shift. You can see that we have given 50 pixels right, so the space you can just observe it over here, and 100 pixels to the bottom, like to the down. And then we'll be seeing another method, that is rotate method. So getting back to the code, this rotate method rotates an element clockwise out or counterclockwise according to a given degree. So we can give it something like, in the transform we can give it to be rotate property, and inside the rotate property, let me just give some 20 degrees. Yeah, like let me just save it and reload this. So here you can see that we just rotated this element by using this transform property. So when we use the negative values, it will be rotating the element counterclockwise. So let me also use the negative values and show you. So once I use this negative values and save it, and once I reload this, you can see that it has rotated in the counterclockwise direction or anti-clockwise direction. So now we'll see about the other method, that is scale method. The scale method increases or decreases the size of an element according to the parameters given for the width and height. So we can just do something like give the scale property, and inside the scale property we can give the values to be 2 comma 3, 2 comma 3, which means that this will be this will make the div element to be 2 times its original width and 3 times its original height. Let's save this and let's check it out. So here you can see that, so it's a kind of overflown, but this is how it looks like when we just increase this height and width, like the scale, by on which scale should we increase this width and height. And then comes this, we can even minimize this by giving the values that are less than 1, 0.5 and 0.5. Save it, reload this, and here you can see that the size got minimized, like we have half of this height and half of this width. So getting back to this code, now we'll use this method called as scale x method. So the scale x method will be increases or decreases the width of an element. So we can just give something like transform property and scale x, and inside the scale x, let's say I am giving 2. Save it. So this is for the width of an element. So reload it, and here you can see that the width has been doubled. And when we just give it to be something like 0.5, to decrease it we can give 0.5 and save it. So we'll get this half of the width of the original width mentioned. And when we can do the same thing with the height, by when we just give this scale y instead of scale x. So here you can see that the height got halved, and the height got halved, and we can just even use this, we can even use the values greater than 1 to give, or like let me just say 3. Save it and reload it. Here you can see this height, like it got twice of the height which is of original ones. And me getting back to this, so now we'll see the next method, that is skew x method. So when we just give skew, so we'll just give the skew x method, skew x. So we'll be just, this method is skews an element along the x-axis by the given angle. So we can just give it to be something like 20 degrees, 20 degrees. Save it and let's reload this, and you can just see that it got skewed. And then we can even do the same thing with the skew y, that which will be this method skews an element along the y-axis by the given angle. So we can just change the skew x to skew y, and then save it. And here we can just reload this, and here you can see that it got skewed 20 degrees along the y-axis. And we can just use the skew method to give the x and y both the angles. So just the skew method we can just give, and we can give 20 degrees, and let me just give it to be 10 degrees. save it, and here we can just reload it to see that it got skewed in the x direction and also in the y axis by the given angles. So in this way we'll use the skew method. If the second parameter is not specified in the skew property, it has a zero value. So the this example will be skewing this element, like if we can give this to be 0. If we don't give anything here, it will be doing the same operation like a skew-x. So here we can reload it. So this is something you'll be getting, and we'll be seeing about now. We'll see about the last method, that is matrix method. And this method combines all the 2D transform methods into one. So the matrix method, so here will it takes the 6 parameters containing the mathematic functions, which allows you to rotate, scale, move and skew elements. So the first one will be scale x value. So if I just give my scale x value to 1, and the second one will be scale y value, that if I just give it to minus 0.3, and then the third one will be the second first one is scale x, the second one is qy, third one is qx. So this one we can give it to be 0, and the fourth one is scale y, which we can give it to 1, and the fifth and sixth ones are translate x and translate y. So translate x and y, I'll be just giving them to 0 and 0. So we can just save this and reload it just to see this difference. And so this is how we use this matrix property, which combines all the 2D transform methods into one. So in this way we can just use the CSS transform properties like transform, matrix and scale, skew properties, rotate properties to just translate or just make this transformations in the 2D. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS 3D transforms. CSS also supports 3D transformations, like we can just use the property named transform that we used in the 2D transformations also. So this we can just check out the browsers which support. So we can have like different browsers like Chrome, Microsoft Explorer, Firefox and all. Like you can just see which versions of them support this transform property. And as of now I'm using the latest version of the Chrome, so which is supporting the transform property. So we have in the transform property we can use the 3 methods that are rotate x, rotate y and rotate z for our 3D transformation. So we can just use this rotate x. So rotate x property method, this method rotates an element around its x-axis at a given degree. So if we just give it to be 150 degrees, save it, and I can reload this to just see that like it has turned this 150 degrees. And then if we just go back to our code, and if I just give the value for rotate y is a method that will be letting you to rotate this element around the y axis at a given degree. So if I just give this to be 150 degrees again and save, so we can just reload this. You can see that this has rotated for 150 degrees in the y direction. And then we can even just give this value to rotate z, and we can give some degrees, like when in which in how much angle do this element needs to rotate around the z axis. So let's give it to be 50 and reload it. So in this way you can just see that how it's getting rotated around the along the x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. So these are the properties that we can just see for transformation in the CSS for the 3D transformation. So we can just use the matrix function, matrix 3D, which and also we can use translate 3D, which will define the 3D translation. So we can use it translate 3D, and we can use translate x for we can just which defines a 3D translation using only the value for x-axis. If we use translate y, it will be giving the 3D translation using only y-axis, and for the translate z it is using the z-axis. And we can use this scale 3D scale x, scale y, and scale z for this 3D. And we can similarly use this rotate x, rotate y, rotate z. So in this way we can use the properties that we used in the case of 2D in the 3D by just giving adding this z axis also. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS transitions. So in the CSS, the transitions allows you to change the property value smoothly over a given duration. So we can just do that by using some of the properties like transition, transition delay, transition duration, transition property, and transition timing function. So by using this, we can just do this transitions. So we can just see the browsers that support for transition. So in the transition, this Chrome 26.0 version will be supporting your transition, transition delay, transition duration, and transition property, transition timing function. So Internet Explorer of 10 version, and Firefox of 16 version, and Opera Mini of 12.1 version will be supporting this. So now we'll see how to use this CSS transitions. To create this transition effect, you must specify two things: the CSS property you want to add an effect to, and the duration of the effect. You need to specify these two things. If the duration part is not specified, the transition will have no effect because the default value is 0. So firstly, let's write an example to just see the CSS transition. So now we already have this div element. So we'll be doing is, let's remove this transform. And here, if we give this transition, so the transition to be having the width, so I'll be giving the transition to be width or for the 2 seconds. So if we just go here, and this transition effect will start when the specified CSS property, that is the width, changes its value. So now let's now specify a new value for the width property when a user mouses over the div element. So we can create that by using this div colon hover, and inside it we can just give it something like width of new value that can be 400 pixels, and save it. And now once you reload this, you can just see that it's changing for 2 seconds. Like we have given the change in width for hover, and like when you just hover onto it, it is changing, and just you can just see this transition, so which is lasting for 2 seconds. So in this way you can use this transition property. So notice that when we just move our cursor onto this element will gradually change back when we just move out of it, and it is gradually changing back to its original style. So now we can just change several property values, like we can even give this transition like to height also. So what all we can do is, we'll go here, and with the width of with change in 2 seconds, we can even give the height for 4 seconds. And we can even do this here, we can give other value, specify the value for our height also, that is let's say 200 pixels. Save it, and now reload this. And when we just move on to this, like you can just see that our height is getting increased, and this width is also getting increased. But after the width has got increased, this height is increasing even more, because we have given this time to be 4 seconds for height and 2 seconds for the width. So this is how it works. And once we just get out of this, this is getting back to this normal style. So getting back to the code, so there is other property called as transition timing function property, that specifies the speed curve of the transition effect. So this can have the values like ease specifies the transition effect with a slow start, and then fast, and then end slowly. So this is the default one. But if you just give this, let me just write this property over here, that is the transition timing property. So here we can even give ease, which is a linear, which is the default one, and the next value it can have is linear, which specifies the transition effect with the same speed from the start to end. And when we just give the other value, that is ease in, which means that it specifies the transition effect with a slow start. And if we just give it to be ease out, it means that when we give it to be ease out, it specifies a transition effect with a slow end. So the transition end is a slow the transition in the transition, the ease in is a slow start and the ease out is a slow end. And when we give it to be the ease in out, so it is specifying a transition effect with a slow start and end. And we can even give the other value, that is the cubic bezier, and this one will be lets you to define your own values in the cubic bezier function. So in this way we can just give values to our transition timing function. So firstly we'll just take some examples to just show you how this works. So here we have just given the HTML of h1, and we have created this 5 div elements to just show you this difference between linear, ease in, ease out, and ease in and out. So firstly we'll be just styling each of these div elements with the different transition timing function. So for the div 1 we have given this transition timing function to be linear. For the 2 we have given ease in, ease out, and ease in and out, so that we can just observe the difference between these 5. So once save it, and once we reload this, here we have the firstly we'll just see the definition with the accordance with the example. Firstly we have the linear, which specifies the transition effect with the same speed from start to end. So when you hover onto it, it does this from the start to end the same way, in the same speed from the start to end. And then comes the ease. So ease is something that will with a slow start and then fast and then slowly. So it's slow start, fast, and then end slowly. And ease in is something that is with a slow start and then goes fast. And ease out is something that goes fast and ends slowly. When we say about ease in and out, it's start slow and end slow, but in between we can just see. And this is ease in and out, this is ease out, this is ease in. At the start we have slow, and it is at the end we have slow. Ease in and out will be having slow at the start and as well as at the end. So now we'll see about this delay the transition effect, that is the transition delay property that specifies a delay in seconds for a transition effect. So we can just give the transition delay to be 1 second kind of, so to just get this transition delay. So we can just do that. So I have given the transition delay of 1 second, and if you just go here and reload it, so as the transition delay is 1 second, it will be starting after 1 second, after we just move our mouse over it. So I moved my mouse over it, like let me give this show you in a better way, like. So now we just given this transition delay, so I've just mentioned only one div element so that you can just get to know about this better. So here you can see that when we just hover onto it, after 1 second delay it is moving, and when we just get out of it, after 1 second delay it's going back to its original position. In this way we can use this transition delay property. And getting back to our code, we can even add this transition effect to the transformation. So we can just give it something like transform for 2 seconds. Save it, and let me reload this, and here you can just see it. So in this way it just transforms in 2 seconds. So here you go with this. We can do it in an even more better way. We can just do something like we have given some div element, and for that we given some width, height, background, and transition. We have just given for width 2 seconds, height 2 seconds, transform 2 seconds. And when you hover onto it, we want the width to be 300 pixels, height to be 300 pixels, and rotate of 180 degrees. So now let's go back to our web page and reload this. Let me just save it and reload this. Reload it, and here you can just see this is for transition and transform. When you just hover onto this, you can just see this. So in this way we can use this transition property, transform property also along with this transition property. So In the same way, you can use this transition property, transition duration, transition timing function, and transition delay. It's something like we can just we were using this transition all at one go, but we can even do this by giving the separate properties and values. Like we can give transition property to be width if at all we want to change the width. We can give the transition property to be width, and we can give this transition delay, transition duration that we are mentioning, that is width 2 seconds in the transition property. We can mention it separately. And next one will be transition timing function, which we have already seen. So this is linear, let's say. And if we give the transition delay, we have given it to be 1 second. So in this way we can separately give this values. Save it now and reload this. So here you can see. And if we just get back to this, we can even do this all at one go, that is by using this transition property, which is shorthand property. If without just mentioning all this, we can just give transition, and inside it we can give width 2 seconds and linear, and delay will be 1 second. So in this way we can just do it at one go using this transition property. So these are the transition properties we have seen, that is transition property, transition delay property, transition duration property, transition property, and transition timing function. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS animations. So the CSS allows the animation of HTML elements without using JavaScript or Flash. So now we'll be seeing about some of the properties like keyframes and animation name, animation duration, animation delay, and animation iteration count, animation direction, animation timing function, animation fill mode, and animation property. So the browsers that support for animations are like the Chrome 43 version will be supporting it, and for Internet Explorer 10 version will be supporting it, and Firefox 16 version and Opera it will be 30 version that is supporting this animation property. So then now we'll see what are CSS animations. An animation lets an element gradually change from one style to another. So you can change as many CSS properties you want, as many times you want. So to use CSS animation, you must first specify some keyframes for the animations. So this keyframes hold what styles the element will have at certain times. So now we'll see about the keyframes rule. So when you specify CSS styles inside this at the rate keyframes rule, the animation will gradually change from the current style to the new style at the certain times. To get the animation to work, you must bind the animation to an element. So here we can see example. So here I have given some div element, and after the div element I have given some paragraph, and I have given some heading just to show you that we are working with animation. And here for the div element my styling was something like width. I have given the width, height, and background color to be red, and animation name is something like example, and animation duration is 4 seconds. And the after then, by using this keyframes rule, I have just started this animation name, that is the example animation. I have just started it over here, and from what animation I want is from background color red I want it to change to background color yellow. So this is how this animation works. So it's very simple. We are just creating an animation in the name of the animation name that we have mentioned while styling this element. So now let's save this, and here in the Chrome you can just reload this, and now we can see the animation how it's changing from red to yellow. And when an animation is finished it goes back to its original style. So this complete animation happens for 2 seconds. So again you can just see, so in this way you can have this animation. So getting back to this, so here this animation duration property defines how long the animation should take to complete. If the animation duration property is not specified, no animation will occur because the default value is 0 seconds. So here when the style will here you can see that from and to keywords that we have used, so which represents that 0% is the start and 100% to complete. And then it is also possible to use percentage. By using the percentage you can add as many style changes you like to this. And now we can even make it by using the percentages, like we can just say that in for the keyframes example, I want 0% is the 0% is the red. That means that starting is the red, and after that I want the 25%, like 20. When it completes 25%, I want my color, background color, to be yellow. And after that my 50%, like I'm just doing it for we are assuming that 0% is the start and 100% is the stop, like end of it. So 50% will be when it reaches the 50%, I want the color to be blue, and blue color. And once it reaches the 100%, I want my background color to be green. So in this way I just wanted, so save this and getting back to this, reload it. And here you can see that it's getting changed to from red, yellow, blue and green. So let me just reload it and show you. And green. So in this way it is getting done. So we can give this animation duration like as the time that we need for this animation to complete. So this will change the both the we'll just also see an example that where we can just use it something like background color with the other properties, like let me add them. With after the colon I want my left to be like left property to have 0 pixels value, and top property to have again 0 pixel. So in this way let's do it for our others also. So after we add this left and top measurements and all, so we can just go back to our web page and reload it. Now we can see the animation how it's changing. So in this way we can add this kind of animation by using this percentages and all. So we can add as many properties we want, as many changes we want, like left and top, how we did here. So now we'll discuss about the property named animation delay. So this animation delay property will be specifying the delay for the start of animation. So here we can give this animation delay. So let's say I just want it to be 2 seconds of animation delay. So here I can see that if I just reload this, it will start after 2 seconds. The animation starts after 2 seconds, and the animation gets completed. So in this way we can use this animation delay. So we can even give the negative values to it. If we using negative values, it shows upon like the animation will start as if it had already been played for playing it had already had been playing for n seconds. So we can just do that by just saying -2. That means it shows up like it's already been playing. So you can see it's already been playing, like we have given this duration to be 4 seconds, but the animation delay is -2. So it is displaying from the 2 seconds animation. So in this way we can use this animation delay property. So we can also use this animation iteration count property, which specifies the number of times an animation should run. So if we just give animation iteration count property 3. So now let's save this, and let me just reload this to just show you, like this will be iterating for 3 times. So by just giving this animation iteration count, we can just see like how many times this iteration should happen. So then we can just even set this value to infinite to make the animation continue forever. So we can give it to be something like infinite and save it. Let me just give it to be 2 seconds, save it. reload it. So here you can just see that this continues for infinite time, like it will be continuing forever. So we can just run animation in reverse direction or alternate cycles. So for that we'll use this property named animation direction property. So animation direction property, which specifies whether an animation should be played forwards, backwards, or in alternative cycles. So we can just keep the values to be normal, which is by default. So it is played as normal, that is forward. We can even give it to be reverse, which means that this animation is played in the reverse direction. So let me just save this and show you how this reverse looks like. So it will be played in this reverse direction, which is not in the forward. And if you just give it to be alternate value, so the animation is played forward first and then backwards. So let me just reload it. So this animation will be played forward. Let me firstly save this and reload it. So here firstly the animation is played in forward direction, and after then in the reverse direction. So in this way this alternate works. And if you just give the value to be alternate reverse, so if you give it to be alternate reverse and save it, and in this case the animation is played backwards first and then forward. Here you can just see that how it's playing. So if I just show you again and reload this and just show you again. So firstly it will be played in the reverse direction, and afterwards it will be played in the forward direction. So we can just use this for examples. And then we have already seen about this animation timing function. So the animation timing function, we can just, it is similar to that of the uh, transition timing function. So animation timing function, which can have the values like is, which says that the animation will slow start and then fast and end slowly. And the other one will be the linear, which has this same speed from start to end. Ease in is something that will be having the slow start. Ease out is something that will be having the slow end. Is in out specifies an animation with slow start and end. And we even have this cubic bezier function. So we can use them in same way, like we can just give something like linear, or let me just say ease in. So ease in out will let me just use it and reload this. And here I can see that it starts slower and then it stops slow. So this is how it works. And then we can just specify the fill mode for an animation. So CSS animations do not affect an element before the first keyframe is played or after the last keyframe is played. So animation fill mode property can override this behavior. So this animation fill mode property specifies a style for the target element when the animation is not playing, before it starts, after it ends, or both. So animation fill mode property, so animation fill mode property, this property will be having the values like none, which is the default. That means that animation will not apply any styles to the element before or after it is executing. And the next one is forwards, which means that an element will retain the style values that is set by the last keyframe depending on the animation direction and animation iteration count. So it will be having this style values that is set by the last keyframe. And the backwards one is something the element when you just give this, the element will get the style values that is set by the first keyframe, so which is depending upon the animation direction and animation delay again. So if you just give this to be both, if you give it to be both, this means that the animation will follow the rules for both forwards and backwards, extending the animation property in both directions. So we can give this values in this animation fill mode. So this are all the animation properties that you can use, that are the things that we have seen are in brief the keyframes rule. That means this specifies the animation code. And this animation property is a shorthand property, so which you can use, like let me just show you that too. So the animation property is the shorthand property where we can just give the animation name. So animation name is example, and then you can just give this animation duration 5 seconds, linear, and then delay 2 seconds, and iteration to be infinite. And you can just give this animation direction to alternate. So you can just define all of them under one single property. So we have seen about this animation property, animation delay, animation direction, animation duration, animation fill mode, animation iteration count, animation name, and all. So in this way you can just give animations in CSS. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS tooltip. So a tooltip is often used to specify extra information about something when the user moves the mouse pointer over an element. So the basic tooltip is something like this, which is having the div element with the class of tooltip hover over me. This is the text, and inside it I have given some span class which is having this tooltip text, this text, and which is having the class to be tooltip text. And then in the style we have just given the styling for tooltip class to be position relative, display inline block, border bottom is 1 pixel dotted black. And after this, for the tooltip and the tooltip text, we have given the visibility to be hidden, and the width, background color, color, text alignment, border radius, padding. And after this we have given this position to absolute, because this is the position for the tooltip, and the z index to be 1. So when we just hover onto the tooltip, then the tooltip text will be becoming visible. Like will be setting this visibility to visible. So let's save this, and now let's check it out in our web page. So here, reload. So here we got this hover over me. So when you just hover on this hover over this, you'll just get this tooltip text. That is the additional information about this. So in this way we can use this basic tooltip. So here, let me just explain you better about this. That is, in the HTML we use a container named container like div and add the tooltip class to it. And when the user moves the mouse over this div, it will show the tooltip text, this text. And this tooltip text is placed inside a inline element like span, which is having the class tooltip text. So the CSS tooltip class value, that is, we have just given the position to be relative, and which needed the position the tooltip text to be absolute. And we can just, now the tooltip text class holds the actual tooltip text, so it is hidden by default and will be visible on hover. So we also have added some basic styles to it, like 120 pixels of width, black background color, white text color, center text, and we also given something like 5 pixels top and bottom padding. And we have given the border radius to 6 pixels, which is used to add the rounded corners to the tooltip. And we have taken this hover selector that is used to show the tooltip text when the user moves the mouse over the div with the class tooltip. So here you can see the result. When you just hover onto it, we got this tooltip text. So now we'll see the positioning of the tooltip. Here we can just give the positioning by just saying them something like, for this I'll be just giving tooltip and tooltip text. We have it here. So here we can just give the top. So the top property to be set to -5 pixels, and the left will be set to 105%. So now let's save this. So this top -5 pixels is used to place it in the middle of the container element, because we use the number 5 because the tooltip has a top and bottom padding of 5 pixels. So if you use its padding, also increase the value of the top property to ensure that it stays in the middle. So if this is something you want, so this applies if you just want the tooltip to be placed at left. So if you just do this, reload it, save it and reload. So now when we hover onto this, you can just see the position of the tooltip text. So in this way this works. And also we can give something like top to be -5 pixels, and we can just give it to be right also. So if I just give it to be right and save this, now we reload it, And here you can see this tooltip text. So if you want this tooltip to appear on the top or on the bottom, you can just do something like we can just give just come here, and with the width, we have some width and bottom. So now let me give the bottom padding or bottom ones. So we have given the bottom, so the bottom will be 100% and left to 50% and margin left to minus 60 pixels. Save it and reload it. So here you can see this is at the top of it, and you can just similarly make the bottom of it. If you just want to give the bottom, for the bottom, all you can just do is you can just give the top left, and this can be your margin. So here we have given it for the top property instead of bottom. So here once we reload this, let me just reload it. So here you can see that this text is appearing in the bottom. So in this way we can use this properties, and you can make this tooltip text to appear in the left, right, or top or bottom. So now we'll see about the tooltip arrows. To create an arrow that should appear from the specific side of the tooltip, we can add empty content after tooltip with the pseudo element class after through together with the content property. The arrow itself is created using the border, so this will make the tooltip look like a speech bubble. So we can just do it something like let me do that quickly. So here we are having something like we did have this classes, and inside it we just it mentioned this content which is having nothing in it. So we have just taken this class and we given the content which is having nothing inside it, and after that we have just given other things for this here. So the position the arrow inside the tooltip, so we have just given the top to be 100%, so which will be placing the arrow at the bottom of the tooltip, and left is 50% will center the arrow. And then the border width property specifies border width property will specify the size of the arrow. If you change this, also the change the margin left value to the same, this will keep the arrow center. So if you just change this, keep this also changed, so that this arrow will be at center. Then the border color, so it is used to transform the content into an arrow. We set the top border to black and rest to the transparent. If all the sides were black, you would end up with a black square box. So this demonstrates, like, firstly let's save this and reload this. So when I just hover onto this, here you can see this arrow, something like a speech bubble. So this is how it works. And in this way we can just give the left arrow, bottom arrow, and also the right arrow. So by using this properties, like by just changing this margin top and margin style, margin width, and the top property, we can just change it to get this top, left. So by changing this left and right, by changing this top and bottom, we can just get this arrow at different sides of the box. So then we'll just see about this fade in tooltips. So if you want to fade in the tooltip text when it is about to be visible, you can use the CSS transition property together with the opacity property, and go from being completely invisible to 100% visible in a number of specified seconds, like 1 second maybe. So we can just do that by just giving opacity to be 0, and then transition to be opacity for 1 second. And then we'll be even just doing this hover one to opacity 1. Save it and then reload it. And after this you can just see that. So if I just do it for one thing, so let me just do it again with some other thing. So I have just given this opacity 1 seconds opacity and the other things. And after this, let me just go to here, and if I just reload it, and here you can just see this opacity changing like this. So in this way we can add this fade in tooltips to this fade in tooltips animation in using the CSS. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS styling images. Firstly, we'll be seeing about the rounded images. So we use border radius property. So this border radius property to create rounded images. So I do have a image which is named book.jpg, and this is inside this using this image element. And after that, in the styling we are giving this image to be the border, having the border radius of 8 pixels. So once save this, and then if we just run it over here, so you can see this rounded image, rounded corners, which will be creating this rounded images. So we can even create it more of rounded image by just increasing this pixels. If we just give it to be 50%, so 50% of this, and save it, and if you just run it, reload it, and here you can see that we got the circle image. So in this way we can just use this border radius property to create this images within a circle. And then now we'll see how we'll be creating this thumbnail images. For this we'll be using the border property to create thumbnail images. So for this we'll be giving something like let me just take it out, and if I just give my border property, for inside it I'll be giving 1 pixel solid, and in this my color will be D and with some space, and after then we'll be giving the border radius. So border radius will be something like 4 pixels is something I want. And then the padding, so the padding will be set to 5 pixels. And after that we'll be giving the width to be 150 pixels maybe. Yeah, 150 pixels. And after this let's save this, and now let's check it up how it's looking. So in this way we can create this kind of thumbnail images for us, like you can see the border how it's looking like. And we can even make this thumbnail image as a link. So we can just get back to this, and here we can make it as a link once we just. So now in this, so here in this we'll be having this book.jpg, and we have just made this image as a link by giving the target to blank and href to the same image again. So we have made it to a link by just giving this image element inside the a element. And when we just come here, and here in the image hover selector we have given the box shadow to be 0 0 2 pixels and 1 pixel, and the RGBA values are also given. So let's save this and check it out how it's looking on our web page. So here we have got this image, and we have made it as a link. So when we just hover onto this, you can just see this box shadow how it's changing. Like this is creating a very good responsive page. Like when you're trying to create a very good responsive page, you can use such properties to make your image link look responsive when you hover onto it. So when I just click onto it, it will be showing the same image again. So in this way. So now we can even give this responsive images will automatically adjust and fit the size of the screen. So resize the browser size, like we can just resize the browser size to see the images, but because like the responsive images should be better visible on desktop or laptop or mobile phones, because the users can use it from any device. So we can do that. But if you want the image to scale down, if it has to, and but never scale up to be larger than its original style, we can add some of them, like some of the properties like max width property, with 100%, because it will never go up, never go above its original size. And we can give the height to be auto, so that it will be adjusting. So auto. And we can center an image by using this margin left and margin left to auto, and margin right to auto. Save this and reload it. So now we'll be just having, like we'll just make it a bit simpler. Just I have just given the display to be block, and margin left auto, margin right also auto, and now you can see that it got centered like this. So in this way we can just center the image, and then we can also create this image cards by using this box shadow property, which we have seen in this box shadow topic. So we can use those, and we can even create this transparent images by using the opacity property. So if we just give the opacity to be 0.5 and save it, and here if we just reload it, you can just see the opacity, because opacity is something like transparency. So when you give it to be 0, it will be completely transparent, and if you give it to be 1, it's completely opaque, like it's completely normal image. So if I just give it to be 1.5, this is the transparency that I could see. And then when I just get back to this text editor, we can even have this positioning of the image, like top left, top right, bottom right and all, by using the properties like top left, top right, bottom right, and center and centered. And then like we can just give the position to be having the values of these. And then now comes the image filters. The CSS filter property adds visual effects like blur, saturation to an element. So the filter property is not supported in Internet Explorer or Edge 12, but we can just use it something like when you just say, let me just see, set this opacity to 1, and after this I give this filter. Inside the filter I'll give this grayscale, and I'll be giving it to be 100%. Save this, and once you reload it, here you can see the gray filter. So in this way you can use the filters to your images in CSS. And now we'll see about the image hover overlay. So to create an overlay effect, we can just do something like so here we'll be just using this dot overlay, like when we just give this div element which is having class of container and image, and then we'll create a overlay of and which is having the text. So here what we'll be doing is something like we'll be giving the overlay, the background image, the top, bottom, left and right, and we'll be styling this container also, image also. And in the text, like we'll be just transforming, like we'll be using this transform, and by using them we can just make a better image overlay by just saving it. You can just see it over here, like you can combine this transform transition properties to create such overlays. So here you can see that we got an image, and when I just hover onto this, it turns into this overlay, like hello world overlay. And we can similarly make some different overlays by using this transform and transition properties. And then now we'll see how we can flip an image. So we can just go to this image with the hover selector. So when I let me just do that quickly. So here inside this, like when we just get back here, and let me reload this. So here let me save it firstly. So what I did was, like, firstly I have taken some image that I'm having. So for that we want to flip it, so we are using this transform property, and the scale x is given to be -1, so that we can just flip it. So getting back here, once we reload this, let me save it. Yeah, saving it and reload this, and now we can just flip it. Once you hover onto this, you can just flip it like this. This is how you can flip an image. So then, so you can even create such image galleries for you, like you can just create you can just add some images, and you can just make it links, you can give some description for them, and in such way you can just create responsive image galleries that will resize the browser window, like that will be helping you to get this responsive images, like which will be on same par, like, or which will be visible very better with the different devices like mobile phone, laptop and desktop. So by using this image properties, transition properties and transform properties, you can just make some really good responsive web pages, images. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS image reflection. So now we'll see how to reflect an image. We'll be using a property called as box reflect property. which is used to create an image reflection. So the value of box reflect property can be below, above, left, or right. So the browsers that support this property, this fully supports the property are the Chrome, which is having 4.0 WebKit, and Internet Explorer of 79.0 WebKit, and Firefox doesn't support this, and for Opera it supports 15.0 WebKit. And then we'll see some example like how it looks like. So then here you can see the reflection of this image, and then now we'll also see like we can even give this WebKit box reflect to the right also. So to the right, and save this, and now we can reload this. You can just see the mirror image reflection of this on in the right of it. And then we'll be just even we can just give it to be below, right 20 pixels right 20 pixels, save it, and we can reload this. And here you can see the distance between them is has been changed to 20 pixels. So we use this reflect property that we are seeing here. This WebKit box reflect property is used to specify the gap between the image and the reflection, and add the size of the gap to the box reflect property. So we can even have the CSS reflection with a gradient, like WebKit box reflect right with the 0 pixels, let's say. And then I want my linear gradient function. So for this linear gradient function, we will be giving to bottom is my linear gradient, and let me just give it to be to right. And after then RGBA from 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.02. I just wanted to RGBA 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.4. Save this, and once you reload this, so here you can see the reflection to the right, which is having the opacity to be 0.4, which we have mentioned, and it is changing from 0.0 to 0.4 to the right. So in this way we can add this image reflections to our images. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS, the object fit property. So in the CSS, this object fit property is used to specify how an image or video should be resized to fit its container. So the CSS object fit property is used to specify how an image should be resized and how it can be fit in the container. So this property tells the content to fill the container in a variety of ways, such as preserve that aspect ratio or just stretch up and take as much space as possible. So in that way. So firstly we'll be just taking some example to just show you. So here we have taken some image. So firstly I'll be just taking the styling out, and I'll show you how this looks like. So when we just save this and when we reload it, so here we can see the actual size of the image, which is having its height and width. So we have this image is having something like your some height and some width. So when we just do some styling like this with the image with width 200 pixels and height 300 pixels, so it will be looking like, just save it, and if we reload this, here you can see that this is looking like this. So we see that the image is being squished to fit the container of 200 into 300 pixels. So its original aspect ratio is destroyed, right? So here is where the object fit property comes in. The object fit property can take one of the following values, like we can just take this object fit property. So I'll just add it over here, object fit property. So it can take one of the value like fill value. This is the default value. The image is resized to fill the given dimension if necessary, and the image will be stretched or it will be squished to fit. And then then comes the other value, that is contain. So this contain value is used when the image keeps its aspect ratio but is resized to fit within the given dimension. And then comes the other value, that is cover. So when we give this cover, the image keeps its aspect ratio and fills the given dimension. Then the image will be clipped to fit, and then we can even give none. So when we give none, the image is not resized. And when we just give the other value, that is scale down value, the image is scaled down to the smallest version of none or contain. So these are some of the values that you can just give into this object fit property. So we'll see one by one. So firstly, if we use object fit to cover, so the image keeps its aspect ratio and fills the given dimension, and the image will be clipped to fit. So if you just give something like this and save it, so here we have this, and if we just reload this, and here you can see that, so the aspect ratio is it keeps its aspect ratio, but the image got clipped, so that it gets fit into this into our box. So in this way this cover works. And if we just give the object fit to contain, so if I give it to be contain, the image keeps its aspect ratio, but it is resized to fit within the given dimension. So let me just save this and show you whether how it's looking like. So reload this, and here you can see that this is resized, but the aspect ratio is the same one, but this is made small. And then if you just if we will just see other one also, the other property also, when we just give it to be fill, so it is the default one, so the image is resized to fill the given dimension. If necessary, the image will be stretched or squished to fit. So if we just come back and reload this, here you can see that how it got squished. So and then now we'll see the property, that is none. When we just give it to be none, how it's behaving. So when I just give it to be none, so the image is not resized. So we'll just see how it's looking like. So the image is not resized. And then now we'll see the other value, that is scale down value. So when we use the scale down value, the image is scaled down to the smallest version of none or contain. So we'll just see it will be reduced. Oh, let me just save this. So save it and reload this, and here you can see that it has got reduced to the smallest version of none or contain. So so in this way you can use this values of object fit property. And then the next one will be the so when as we have already known that this object fit property, if we just give it to be something like cover, it will be maintaining the same aspect ratio. So this aspect ratio is preserved. So in such cases, like we can just use this to preserve the aspect ratio, like when we even resize the browser, if we just want this aspect ratio to be the same, we can use such object fit properties to make your aspect ratio constant throughout, like whatever the browser size may be. So in this way you can use this object fit property with different values like fill, contain, cover, scale down, and none. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS object position property. So the CSS object position property is used to specify how an image or video should be positioned within its container. So the we can just take an image that we have just worked with in the object fit property. So we can just give the object fit to cover. So this to be cover. So cover. And to keep the we are using this cover to keep this aspect ratio and to fill the given dimensions. However, the image will be clipped to fit. So we can just see this how it's getting clipped to fit. uh, so here you can say this. So by using this object position property that we'll be seeing now, so let's say that the part of the image that is shown is not positioned as we want. To position the image, we'll be using this property named object position property. So this object position property is to position the image so that the great old building is in the center, the building that we'll be seeing here. So this building is at the center, so we want to position it like that. So for that we can just give the object position to be 80% and 100% for this image. Save this, And then now let's go to our web page and reload this, and now we can see that we got positioned this image. So now we can even do something like our Eiffel Tower gets into the center. So in that case, we can give the object position to be 15% and the 100%. So let's save this, and now let's check it out by reloading. So here you can see that our Eiffel Tower is in the center. So in this way we can use this object position property and object fit property which you have seen in the previous topic. So this object position property will specify how an image or video should be positioned with respect to x and coordinates inside its own content box. This is how this object position is used, and this object fit is specifying the image or how the image or video should be resized to fit in its container. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS masking. So with CSS masking, you create a mask layer to place over an element to partially or fully hide portions of the element. So the CSS mask image property specifies a image layer. So mask layer image that can be, the image can be PNG or SVG image, a CSS color gradient or a SVG mask element. So the browsers have only partial support for CSS masking, so you will need to use the WebKit prefix in addition to the standard property in most of the browsers. So for the Google, the 4.0 WebKit, and for the Microsoft Explorer, the 79.0 WebKit, and for Firefox 53, and for Opera it's 15. So we can just use an image as the mask layer. To use the PNG or SVG image as a mask layer, we need to use this URL value to pass in the mask layer image. The mask image needs to have a transparent or semi-transparent area. Black indicates fully transparent. So here we can just take some mask image, something like some XYZ. We can just say something like xyz.png, something like that, and here too we can give xyz.png. I'm just giving it for some example. So the mask image property specifies, so this mask image property specifies the image to be used as a mask layer for an element. And we also have this mask repeat property that specifies if or how a mask image will be repeated. And the no repeat value means that this indicates that the mask image will not be repeated. So the mask image will be only shown once. So we can just use something like we can use color gradients. We can use this gradients as the mask layer also. So we can use some gradients. Here we use a linear gradient as a mask layer for our image. So this linear gradient goes from top, that is from black, to the bottom, that is transparent. So we'll see what we have done here. So here I have taken some image and I have given the class for this to be mask1 with some width and height, and here I have taken the original image just to show you the difference. And then here for the mask one, I am styling that WebKit mask image will be linear gradient from black to transparent. So this is my linear gradient, and I have given the mask image also with the black and transparent. So once I save this, and if I just go to my browser, and here you can see this. So this is the original image how it is, and this is after a linear gradient, after we use this linear gradient as a mask layer. So this is how it looks like. So similarly we can even use the color gradient along with the text masking as a mask layer for our image. So we can use that by just saying something like this, like we can give yeah. So here firstly we can just see that in the HTML I have given some div element with some mask with some color as class as mask1, and here I have given some paragraphs for it, some text for it, and here I have styled them. So for the paragraphs I have given some font size, padding and color, and for the mask1 class I have given max width and height and overflow for y will be scroll, and then so that we can just scroll the text and all. And the background here I have given this image with no repeat, and webkit mask image with the linear gradient as we have seen in the previous example. Now let's save this and reload this. So here we can see that we can just scroll this text along with this. So in this way we can just create a linear gradient along with the text masking as a mask layer. So getting back to this code, we can even add this radial gradient also. For this radial gradient we can just give this webkit mask image to be radial gradient, and then for this we can just give something like, for the radial gradient we can give circle. So if let's say I want circle and black 50%, and then I want my RGBA of 0 comma 0 comma 0 comma 0.5, which is of 50%. So I'll just copy and paste this over here too. Copy this and then pasting it over here. And now let's save. So here you can see that how it's looking with the circle, and even you can just make it to be ellipse also. So we can just change this to ellipse too. So it will be ellipse, and here also we can give it to be ellipse. Save this and then we can reload it, and here you can see this ellipse. And we can even use the SVG as the mask layer. So by using this SVG mask element can be used inside as an SVG graphic to create masking effects also. By using this SVG also we can just give different shapes and all for this masking. So in this way we can just use CSS masking for our elements images. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS buttons. So this we'll be now seeing about the basic button styling and all. So here we have just taken something like we have just taken this button element, and inside it we have given some default button, and then we have taken this a element, and for this href with the hash and the class will have given it to be button. We have given this three classes to be button, and here we have given the text of the button to be link button, and this will be the button, and the input type will be button, and the class is button again, the value is input button. So these are the three things that we have given here, and we have just started this button element and all. And when it comes to styling, we have styled this button class, that is the elements that are having the class to be button, that is this element, this and this, these three. So here I have given the background color to be some color, and border is none, and color is white. Padding is 15 pixels and 32 pixels. Text alignment is at the center, and I have given the text decoration to be none because I have this links, because by default links comes with some underline text and all. So I have given this display to be inline block, and font size to be 16 pixels, margin to be 4 pixels and 2 pixels, and the cursor to be the pointer. So after me doing this, let me just save this and reload it to show you. Yeah, here you can see that this is the default button, which you can see how it looks like, and this will be my link button. So this is my link button, and this is just a button that we can just this button is something, this third one is something that is having the class button, it's just a button. So this is similar to this one, but we have just added some styling to it. And the next one is having the input type button, and by using this we have just given this. So these are the four ways that we have just given this CSS simple buttons. So when we come back to this code, here we can use this background color property to change the background color of the button. So let me just say that I just want it to be blue. So yeah, let me just give it to be sky blue, save it, and When I reload this, and here you can see this. So by using this background color property, you can just change the background color of the button. And now we'll see about the other property, that is font size property. So when we just give this change this font size property, this font size of the button gets changed. So let's say I just give my font size to be something like 24 pixels. So we can just give this font size to be 24 pixels, and here once we give it to be 24 pixels, save it, and here you can just see the difference in this font size. And then, so in this way we can even vary this font sizes to different numbers, and we can just see the difference. And then we'll be also seeing about the other property, that is padding property. So this padding property is to change the padding of the button. So when you just give this padding to be, like here you can see that we have given it to be 15 pixels and 32 pixels. We can even give it to be something other to just see the difference. So I'll just give it to be 32 pixels, and then I'll be just giving it to be here of something like 16 pixels. So we can just see the difference, 16 pixels, save it. And now let's go here, reload this, and here you can see the difference. So in this way we can even add the padding to our buttons, and we even have this bordered buttons like the border images and the border boxes. We can just even give the border buttons also by giving this border radius property. We can just give something like the radius, let's say I just give it to be 7 pixels radius, and if I just go here and reload this, here you can just see this curve slower. So that I'll just make it a bit, okay, sorry, okay, let me just take this out and save it. So here if you just reload this, here you can see the difference. So this is why I couldn't see the difference, so I have given 32 pixels and 16 pixels, and here you go with the results. And we got this rounded buttons also. So we can even give the colored button borders. For that we all we need to do is we'll just go back here, and now let's do something like, let me just take this all, let me just remove this all, and here I'll be giving the background color to be firstly let me just give the color of the text to be black. So black color text, and I'll be giving the background color to be white, and then I'll be using this border property to give my border to be 2 pixels, and I want it to be solid, and I can give something like yellow color. And let's save this and reload this, and here you can see that we got this border as yellow color, but maybe you couldn't see it very well. We can just give it to be something like blue also, and let me just make the text decoration to be none because I'm getting a line for my link. So save this and reload this. Here you can see this, like we got this borders with the blue color. So in this way we can add this borders, and now we can even create this hoverable buttons. So we can use this hover selector to change the style of the button when you move the mouse over it. So we can even use this transition duration property to determine the speed of the hover effect. So let me just quickly do that. So here we have some buttons that are the first button with the button class button 1 and button 2, button 3, button 4, button 5 with the names green, blue, red, gray and black. So here what I have done was, like after just I give this styling for my button, for the button 1 I have given the background color to be white and color of the text to be black, and border is something else. And when it gets hovered, I want the color to be changed to white and background color to change to this. So in this way I have done this for different buttons with this color. So let's see how does this look like on our web page. So when I just reload this, here we can just see that when I just hover onto this green button, this background turns into green color, and when I hover onto this blue, this background turns into blue. This we have done by using this hover selector. So here you can see this hover selector. So using this hover selector we can do this, and when we just come back, when you just hover onto this gray, it turns into gray, and when you hover onto black, it turns into black, and the color of the text turns into white for all of them. So in this way we can just do this, and when we just come back here, now we'll see how can we add this shadow to the buttons. We can just do that by once we just go to this button, and if I just give the box shadow, box shadow. So here we can just give the box shadow to be 0, 8 pixels and 16 pixels. So I have just added only two buttons for now, which two ones which are having one with shadow button and shadow on hover. So what I have done was, it was something like I just give here I have given some styling to the button class, and then here we use this WebKit transition duration. So for the duration we have given it to be 0.4 seconds, and transition duration to be 0.4 seconds. And for the button 1, this is my box shadow, and for the button 2 on hover, this is my box shadow. So we'll just save this, and we'll reload this to see. So this is already having the box shadow because we have given it over here, and this on hover will get the shadow. So in this way we can just use this both kinds of ways. Like for this we need to create as we need to style for the hover again by using the box shadow, and for this we can just directly keep it in the styling like this is for the hover, this is for just button 1 box shadow. In this way we can add the shadow to the buttons, and we can even give the disabled buttons. So we can use this opacity property to add transparency to a button, which creates a disabled look. You can also add the cursor property with a value of not allowed, which will display no parking sign when you move your mouse over the button. We can do that by, so here we have something like normal button and the disabled button. For the normal button we can just give something like some styling which we have given till now, and then for the disabled button we have just given the class to be disabled with the button disabled, and here I have given the opacity to be 0.6 and cursor not allowed. So let's save this, and now let's reload this. So this is the normal button, this is the disabled button which is showing that the cursor not allowed. So this is how you can just do this, and this is how you can use this normal button. So in this way you can even create the disabled buttons. And now we can see how we can give this button width. If I just give this button width to be, so if I use this width property and give the button width to be 250 pixels, save this, and then if I just reload this, you can just see the width of the button is changed. So in this way, by using this width property, you can change the width of the button, and we can remove the margins and add float left to each button to create a button group also. We'll see how you can do that. So here we have 4 buttons, and what we have done was, like for the button group, so this we have just given this in the div container, so that we'll just get them all in one container. And here we have just used this, and we have given some styling, and on hover for the button group and the button, so it changes to this. So we have given something like this, and we have given a float left property. And now let's save this, and now after we just save it, and now going back to this, reload it, and you can see that we have just grouped this buttons in this way by using this float left. And we can even give this we can even create the bordered button group by giving the border to be something like 1 pixel solid green. Save this, and now reload this, so that now you can see this borders also. And we can even create the vertical button group. When we can just remove this float left, and we can just give it to be something like display block by using this. Let me just do this display, and in this we can just give block. And when we just do this and save it, reload this, now we can see that we got it as the vertical button group. And we can even give this buttons on the images, and we can even give this create this animated buttons using the transitions and transformations of 2D and 3D. So by using this all the knowledge properties we have seen, like transition property, 2D transforms and transformations, and 3D transformation. So we can, in this way we can animate, and we can just do many more things with our buttons. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS pagination. So in this we'll be just learning how to create a responsive pagination using CSS. So firstly we'll see the simple pagination. So if you have a website with lots of pages, you may wish to add some sort of pagination to each page. So for that we can just use this pagination. So here what I have done was I have given some div element with the class pagination, and for I have just given some links. So I have given some link like 1 2 3 4 5 and so on. And then we have just have this styling to this with the display inline block and the color float padding and text decoration. So what happens here was, like, firstly we'll be just first save this, and we'll just see how it's looking. So reload this, and here you can see this we have just added this symbol for us, and then here is another symbol which is a link, and here we have given some pages. So you can see that we have this list. So this is a symbol, and this is a symbol, and here are the page numbers. So we can now create a active and hoverable pagination. So highlight the current page with an active class, and we can use the hover selector to change the color of each page link when we are moving mouse over them. We can just do that by, so here we'll be just having something like we are using a class named active, which is having the 2, because I think that the 2 page number is the active one. And when we just come to the styling part, here I have given the same thing, and here when the pagination and the A is active, I'll be just giving the changing the background color to this, and the color of the text will become to white. And when I hover onto it and it is not active, then the background color should be something like this color. So we'll just see how it's working on our web page. Reload this, and here this 2 is highlighted because this is the current page. So when I hover onto them, this changes, like this background color changes when I just hover onto them. In this way we can just create the active and hoverable pagination. So when we just come here, we can even create this rounded active and hoverable buttons. So to do that, we can just give something like with this pagination A, here we can just give the border radius, also the border radius to be 5 pixels. And here in this active we can give the border radius here also to be 5 pixels, the same one. Save it, and now once we reload this, so let me just reload it, and here you can see that we got this rounded borders. And when I just hover onto anything, I even get the rounded borders, because we have changed it to the we have given this border radius in all in the active one and also in the pagination one. And we'll also see how can we add this transition property, like how can we add this transition effect when we hover onto the button. So we can just go here, and we can give this transition property, and we can just say that the background color, we can just give the background color dot let me just say background color. So here all we have done is something like we have given this transition to background color and 0.3 seconds, and we have just given some background color and all the styling. So once we save this and once we get back over here and reload this, here you can see the transition for this, like how it's getting transition like in the 0.3 seconds. We have not given it much. And then we can just use this effects, like we can even give the bordered pagination by using this border property. So I can just give the border property, and in this I can just say 1 pixel solid 20, and once we save this and reload this, and here now you can see this, we have this bordered pagination, and we can even give the rounded borders for these borders also by using this border top left radius and border bottom left radius, because we don't want this rounded in between, right? Like here we don't need this borders, like here in this joint we don't need any rounded borders. So for these left borders we need this. So we can just do that something by using like dot pagination, and for that we need to use a and first child, that is for the first one, for the first child. And we can do this here we can just give the top left and bottom left, because we want it for the top left and bottom left, and here we want it for the top right and bottom right. We can just do the same by giving dot pagination a last child. So we can just give it also here. So the bottom top radius, so here bottom. So if I just give it over here, it can be bottom top radius, bottom border top radius, my bad, border top radius, border top radius, border top right radius. We want it to be border top left radius, as we are doing it for the first child, left radius. And here I'll be just giving it to be 5 pixels. And if for the border bottom, for the border bottom left radius, I'll be just giving it to be 5 pixels again. And for here for the last child I'll be just doing it for the border top right radius of 5 pixels. And then again border bottom right radius to be 5 pixels. So let's save this and see the difference. So here you can see the rounded borders over here and here. So in this way we can just give this rounded borders. And also we can just create the space between the links by just we can just do something like margin. And for the margin we can give it to be 0 and 4 pixels for the sides. And I reload this, and here you can, in this way you can just give the pagination spacing between them. And also we can even change the size of the pagination by just giving the font size property. Font size, I can give it to be 25 pixels, something like this. Save it and reload this. So now you can see the font size. And also we can just even center the pagination by using the property that is text align property. And let me just give it to be center. Save this, reload this. Let me just save it. So in this way you can just give the text alignment to the center. And we can even just use the other properties, like we can just use some of the transforms, like 2D transforms, 3D transforms for this, but it's not much needed. The transitions are much enough when you just want to create a good pagination. And you can just use all these properties to make your customize your pagination and all. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS multiple columns. So the CSS multiple column layout allows easy definition of multiple columns of text just like in newspapers. So we do have CSS multi-column properties like column count, column gap, column rule style, column rule width, column rule color, column rule, column span, and column width. So there are the browser versions that will be supporting this, fully supports this property, like in the Chrome 50.0, and for the Internet Explorer 10, and for the Firefox it is 52.0, for the Opera it is 37.0. So now let's see how can we create multiple columns in CSS. So here we have this div class which is newspaper, and we have some text over here. And for this we have styled this newspaper with the column count property, which specifies the number of columns an element should be divided into. So we have given it to be 3. So now let's save this, and now let's reload this, and here we can see that our news has been divided into this 3 columns in this way. And then when you just need to specify the gap between the columns, you can use the column gap property that specifies the gap between the columns. So we can just use something like column gap, and let me just give it to be 40 pixels. Save this, and once you reload this, so you can see the gap between the columns. And now getting back to this code, we do have a property named column rule style property that specifies the style of the rule between the columns. So for this we just need to give this column rule style property, column rule style property, and for this I'll be giving the solid, and save this. This specifies the style of the rule between the columns. And when I just come over here and reload this, and here you can see we got this solid line. So then this we can even use this column rule width property that specifies the width of the rule between the columns. So column rule width property, so let me just give it to be 1 pixels and save as. And once I reload this, here you can see this width. So then now we'll see the column rule color property. So column rule color property, let me just give it to be light blue and save it. And once we just reload this, you can see this color changed. So in this way we can use this property. And there is a property that is column rule property. So by using this column rule property, we can, this is a shorthand property for setting all the column rule properties which we have seen this here. So we can just start with the width, and then the common rule style, and then the color to be light blue. We can just do it something like 1 pixel, solid, and light blue. So let me just remove this all, save this. So you'll be seeing no difference anyway, because we have used this shorthand property to give the same values again. And now we can just specify how many columns an element should span. So by using this column span property, we can just specify how many columns an element should span across. So we can just give the column span. So for this we can just give it to be all, and save this, and then reload this. So this is then we can just specify the column width by using the column width property. So this column span will be spanning across all the columns, and this column width property that we are seeing now. So to give the column width, I'll be giving it to be 100 pixels. Save this and reload this. Let me just give it to be saving it. And so when I just give it to be 100 pixels, so in this way this column width is being divided. And then So by using this all properties, we can just make this multi columns in the CSS by using the column count property, column fill, column gap, column rule color, and all the properties that we have seen, column width property. So by using these properties, we can just style this multiple columns in the CSS. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS user interface. So now we'll be learning about some of the interface properties like resize and outline offset. So the browsers that fully support these properties are the Chrome version of 4.0, Internet Explorer version of 79, and Firefox 5 version, and Opera Mini 15 version. And for the outline offset, the Opera Mini will support 9.5 version also. So then now we'll see about these properties. So first comes the resize property that specifies if and how an element should be resizable by the user. So here you can see that we have given a div element which is having some paragraphs. So here we have some to resize, click and drag the bottom corner of the div element. Like we are having this div container, and inside it we are having two paragraphs. So this we need to make this div element that can be resized by the users by only the width of the div element. Like we want the users to be only able to resize it by the width. So for this we have just taken the div element, and for this we have done some styling, like we have given the border to be 2 pixels solid and padding to be 20 pixels, width to be 300 pixels, and resize. Here in the resize property we have given it to be horizontal, which means that it can be resized only in the in terms of width. And when we have just given the overflow to be auto. And now let's save this, and here when we go here when we try to resize this resizes in this width way only, and we cannot do this. Like we can just change its width, and in this way we can just this can be done by the user. And similarly we can do it with the height too. So if we just go here, and instead of horizontal, if I just give it to be vertical and save this, reload this, and now we can just see that we can just change its height in this way. So in this way we can just resize this. This can be done by the user, the person who is visiting your web page and all. So this one. So this will be resizing, this is resizing the height, and the first one, when we have given the value to be horizontal, is resizing the width. So if we just give this resize to both, this will be making the user able to resize in both ways, that is the width and the height. So if I just give it something like this, now we can see that the user can resize in both the width and height direction. So I can just resize it in width and height direction. Now getting back to this code, so in many browsers this text area is resizable by default. So we can just we have used this resize property. So to disable this resizability, we can just give it to be none also. And when we just save this, and here when we reload this, and this is not resizable, so in this way we can just use this resize property to run none also. And now we'll see the other property that we'll be discussing, that is outline offset property. This outline offset property, so let me just write it over here, the outline. So this outline offset property adds space between an element and the edge of the border of an element. So this outline differs from the borders. Like unlike borders, the outline is drawn outside the element's border and may not overlap the other content. Also, the outline is not a part of element's dimensions. The element's total width and height are not affected by the width of the outline. So we can just take some examples. So here we have given this class, two classes with two div elements, and here in the time of styling it, so here we have given the margin and border and outline, and we now given this outline offset. So when we just save this, so here we have given the outline to be solid red and here dashed blue. So now let's reload this, and here you can just see this outline offset. So it is not interfering with the border, and it's not a part of the dimensions of your box. So this is how this outline offset is used, that it adds the space between the outline and the edge and of or the border of the element. That's it. And the resize is a property that specifies whether or not an element is resizable by the user, and in what way we can just enable them to resize it. So now we'll see about the CSS variables. So we'll use this var function for this. So this var function, so which you can just see over here. So var, so by using this, like we'll be giving this var function is used to insert the value of CSS variable. So CSS variables have access to the DOM, which means that you can just create the variables with the local or global scope, and change the variables with JavaScript, and change the variables based on the media queries. A good way to use the CSS variable is when it comes to the colors of your design. Instead of copy paste the same colors over and over again, you can just place them in variables. So this is a traditional way. Like let me just take this out. So when you just give something like this, so this is a traditional way that we just give some div element, some body tag, and we'll be giving background color here and background color again here, here one background color, and the same background color again here. So in this way, so this is a traditional way. Now we'll see how can we do this with the var function. So here the var function is used as we have seen that this is used to insert the value of CSS variable. So this function has this syntax like some, this is something like this. The syntax of this var variable is something like var, inside this we'll be just giving the name and the value. This is like this, the syntax is like this. And if you just remove this all, so this name is something that is the variable name that must be started with this two dashes, and the value is optional one, so you may or may not use it. That is the fallback value. It is used if the variable is not found. So the variable name must begin with the two dashes, that it is case sensitive also. So how does this var works? So first of all the CSS variables have a global or local scope. Global variables can accessed used through the entire document, while the local variables can be used only inside the selector where it is declared. To create the variable global scope, to declare it inside, we need to declare it inside this root selector. The root selector matches the document's root element. So to create the variable with local scope, we can just declare it inside a selector that we are going to use something like this and all. And we can just use this var variable like the var function like this. So here we have just have some HTML code, and then we have given this variable values blue and white in the root, and then in for the body we have given the background color to be blue, like this is my variable name, so I have given it to blue, and border bottom to be again blue, and container to white. And like this are the variables, like these things are my variables which I have named them as blue and white blue. So these are the variables. Here you can just see this, like we got this blue and white colors, so you can just see them over here. So in this way we can just use this variables. Like you might be wondering like that we have used this blue for blue, so it's not like that. We can just use any color, anything. Like let's say I just use it to be something, I just give my variable name to be first. It's completely all right to give it like that. So I just need to give this to be first here, and first again here. In the place of blue I'll just give this first, and here too first, and here also the first. So it is first. So let's save this. So it's not something like we have given blue, so it will be blue. So there is no change in it, because we are using the same color that we have defined it over here, but the variable name is default. That's it. So we have given the blue just to avoid any confusions. So what are the advantages of using this var? So the advantages are, this makes the code easier to read, like it makes it more understandable, and it makes it much easier to change the color of the values. So to change the blue and white color to the softer blue and white, you just need to change the two variables, that's it. Like if you just want to change these colors, you can just change it over here at one go. You just need not to change it in all the places where they are present. Like let's say I want this to be, instead of blue I want it to be red. So let me just save this and reload this, and you can just see that this changed into the red without any changes that we need to do in any of the places. So in this way, this var function is useful. So the browsers that, there are browsers that support this, that are in the Chrome, the 49.0 version, and Internet Explorer 15.0 version, Firefox 31.0, and Opera Mini 36.0 version. So by using this, we can just, these browsers support this var function. So the one thing that you need to note down is that if you just define anything global here in the root, and if you just define anything in the local, then obviously, like local in the sense, when I just say from the something like that can be used inside the selector only. So when you just do that, this global one will be overriding this local variables. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS box sizing property. So this box sizing property allows us to include the padding and border in an element's total width and the height. So here the box, by default, with the width and height of an element is calculated like, it will be something like this. So the width and height are calculated by just giving something like width plus padding plus the border, that will be the actual width, and when we just give it something like height plus padding plus border, that will be the actual height of an element. This means that when you just set the width and height of an element, the element often appear bigger than you have set, because the element's border and padding are added to the element specified width and height. So here we can just see that we have two div elements. Like here we have this two div elements, where we'll be just giving the width to be 300 pixels and 100 pixels in the styling, and for the div 2 we'll be giving it to be 300 and 100 pixels height, and here we have given some border, and here we have given the padding and the border. So let's save this and let's check it out, reload this, and here you can just see. So here this do end up with different sizes in result, because div 2 has this padding specified, because of which it is, you can just see it's having a bit bigger box than this. So when we just come back, so with this CSS box sizing property, this will allow us to include the padding and border in elements total width and height. If you just set this box sizing to box border on the element padding, and the border are included in the width and height. So we can just do that by, so here we'll be giving this box sizing to be something like border box. So we'll just see how it works, and also here also we'll be giving the box sizing, and we'll be giving the border box, and let's save this, and now let's see the difference, like how it's looking. So since the result of using the box sizing with the value border box is so much better, many developers want all the elements on the pages to work this way. So this will ensure that all the elements sized in more intuitive way, and many browsers already use this box sizing value to be border box for many form of elements, but not all, which is why the input and text areas look different at width 100%. So applying this to all elements is safe and wise. So we have just seen about this box sizing property, how we use it and what are the benefits of it. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS media queries. So the CSS2 introduces media types, like we have this rule that is the let me just give some comments and just show you. So this this CSS2 has introduced this. So we'll be having something like at the rate of media rule. So this rule introduced in the CSS2, currently we are using the CSS3. This made it possible to define different style rules for different media types. So for you could have one set of style rules for the computer screens, one for printers and one for handheld devices like mobile phones, and one for the television type devices, and so on. Unfortunately, these media types never got a lot of support by the devices other than the print media type. So the CSS 3 introduced this. The CSS 3 introduced this media queries. So this media queries in CSS extended the CSS to media types idea. Instead of looking for a type of device, they look for the capability of the device. So media queries can be used to check many things such as the width and height of the viewport, width and height of the device orientation, like is it a tablet, phone, in landscape or portrait mode, and the resolution. So using this media queries are popular technique for delivering a tailored style sheet to desktop, laptop, tablet and mobile phones such as iPhone and Android phone. So we can just see these browsers that fully support this at the rate of media rule. The Chrome 21.0 version and Internet Explorer 9.0, Firefox 3.5, Opera Mini 9.0 versions fully support this. And now we'll see the syntax of media query. So here you go. So firstly, this will be starting with at the rate media and not only media type and expression, and after this open it and we can just give the CSS code whatever we are having with a semicolon. So the result of the query is true if the specified media type matches the type of the device and the document is being displayed on, and all expressions in media query are true. When a media query is true, the corresponding style sheet or style rules, that is the CSS code, is applied following the normal cascading rules. Unless you use this not or only operator, the media type is optional and all type will be implied. So you can also have different style sheets for different media also. So we have different media types like values, like we can just give it to be all, which is used for all media type devices, print for printers, and the screen is used for computer screens, tablets, smartphones, etc. And the speech is used for screen readers that reads the page out loud. So we can just see some of the simple media queries examples, like so here you can see this a simple example of this, that we have given this media and screen is something that we have used. As I told you, like we can use the values like all, print, screen and speech, and we have just given this minimum width to be for 480 pixels, and we have given the body background color to be light green. This example shows a menu that will this example like this will be firstly changes the background color to light green if the viewport is 480 pixels wide, or wider if the viewport is less than 480 pixels, the background color will be pink. If it is 480 pixels, then it will be light green. So in this way we can do this media query. And similarly, here we can just see that we have something like media screen and minimum width 480 pixels, and here it is given the left sidebar width is 200 pixels and float left, and main is margin left and 216 pixels. This will be this example shows that menu will be floating to the left of the page if the viewport is 480 pixels wide or wider. If the viewport is less than 480 pixels, then the menu will be on the top of the content. So in this way we can use this media queries. Now we'll be seeing about the CSS Flexbox. So the CSS Flexbox layout module. Before this flexbox layout module, there were four layout modes, like block for sections in a page, and inline for the text, table for two-dimensional table data, and position for explicit position of the element. So let me just show them, just write them over here for you, for better for better understanding. So there were block, and then which is for the sections in a web page, and there were inline, which is for the text, and there were the uh, layout mode, which is for two-dimensional table data, and there is position, which is for explicit position of the element. So the flexible box layout module makes it easier to design the flexible responsive layout structure without using any float or positioning. So the flexbox properties are supported in all the modern browsers, like for the Chrome or Internet Explorer or Firefox or Opera Mini. And this flexbox elements, to start using this flexbox model, you need to first define a flex container. So the flex container, we can just do it by, so here we do have this, we have created some div element, and here for that div element we have just taken the flex container class. For this we have used this, and then we have just given this class to be something like flex container, and then we have given some div 1 2 3 here. And in this way we can just we have created a container for our three flex items, that are 1 2 and 3. For them we have created a container, that is div class. So once we save this and let's reload it and see how it's looking. So this blue color part is the, this is called as this blue color thing, which you can, blue area which you can see is, this is the flex container, which is having the three flex items. So now we'll see about the flex container. So the parent element, that is the container, like we specified, this is a flex container, the blue area one which we have seen. So there are three flex items in it. So the flex container becomes flexible by setting the display property to the flex, and we can just do that by giving the display property with the value flex. And then this flex container properties are flex direction, flex wrap, flex flow, justify content, align items, align content. So these are the properties of the flex container. So firstly we'll see about the flex direction property, which this property will be defining the direction, defines in which direction the container wants to stack the flex items. So we can just give this flex direction here. So we can just give the flex direction, so the flex direction to be column, and let's save this and let's see how it looks on our web page. So in this way now the flex items got stacked, and we can even give the direction to be column reverse. Let's save this and now let's see. So now we can see that they got stacked from 3 2 and 1. And also you can give this flex direction to the row, when we just get back here, and if I just give it to be row, so row, and save it, like we'll be getting it something like 1 2 3. And we can even do it with the row reverse also. Save it and reload it. Now we'll be getting 3 2 1. So we do have another property, that is flex wrap property, which specifies whether the flex item should be wrap or not. So the examples, we can just use this flex wrap property, and here in it we can just give it to wrap when we have more than more elements, like you can just give them to, you can just wrap them. And then we do even have no wrap property, which specifies that the flex items will not wrap. And we can even wrap reverse, we can even give this wrap reverse value, which specifies that flexible items will wrap if necessary in reverse order. So now we'll see about the flex flow property, which is the shorthand property for setting the both flex for setting the flex direction and also the flex wrap properties. So if you just get over here, so yeah, if you just get over here, here we can give this flex flow property, which is shorthand property for flex direction and flex wrap. And then we'll be just seeing about the property that is justify content property. Justify content property, this property is used to align the flex items. So when we just give this justify content to center, this will be aligning the flex items at the center of the container. So if I just give it to be center, this will be aligning them in the center of the container. So then if we just give this justify content to the flex start, this will be this will align the flex items. Like if we just give it to be start flex start and save it, this will be aligning the items in the this will be aligning the items to the beginning of the container. So let me just do that. And when we give it to flex end, so as because why did we see them over here like this is because we have given it to be reversed. So let's take this flex direction and flex wrap out, and if we just give it to be flex start, and if we just reload this, let me just save it, let me save and reload this. Now you can see that they are aligned in the start, and if you just give it to be the flex end and save it, and this will be aligned at the end like this. So in this way these are working. And then we do even have another value, that is space around value. So when we just give it to be the space around value, so this will be this makes the value displays the flex items with the space between the lines. So save it and reload this. Here you can just see how it's getting displayed. So we can align the items property, we can use this align items property that is used to align this flex elements. So we'll just even see about that. Align, it is align items property. So here this align items property can be at the center, it can take the center, or it can take this flex start or flex end, or it can even take the stretch and baseline. These all values for the align items. And we even have this align content property, align content property, which can take values something like, it can take space between, space around, and stretch and center, flex start, flex end, the similar properties. And we even use we can, for the perfect centering, we can just use this justify content to be at the center, values to be center, and the align content align items value to the center to get this perfect centering. So in this way we can just use all these properties for our flexbox container. So now we'll be seeing about the flex CSS flex items. So these items are direct child elements of the flex container. So we'll be taking the flex container as the parent and the flex items as the child. So this automatically becomes flexible, that is flex items. So the for the items we have some properties, like for the flex items, that are order, flex grow, flex shrink, flex basis, flex, and align self. So firstly, the order property that specifies the order of the flex items. So the first flex item in the code does not have to appear as the first item in the layout. So we can just do that by just giving the values of order. The style equals to order is the property that by giving this order we can just make this one element as the third element in the layout while it is appearing, and the fourth element to be the first. Let's see how it's getting appeared. Let me just save this and reload it. And here you can see that the 4 is appearing first, second, 1, and 3. So in this way we can just use this order property. And then next, like, let's see this flex grow property. This property specifies how much a flex item will be will grow relative to the rest of the flex items. So we can just give this flex grow of each of them, something like this. Like when we just give this 1 2 3, here we have given this flex grow to be 1, flex grow to be 1 again, and flex grow to be 8 here. So when we just do this, this third flex item will grow 8 times faster other than this than the other flex items. So we can just do this, reload this, and here you can just see the difference. So I think again we'll just see the property, that is flex shrink property. We'll just see that that property that specifies how much a flex item will shrink relative to the rest of the flex elements, flex items we can say. So here we can just see that for this we have given the shrink to be 0, and in this do not let the third flex item to shrink as much as the other flex items. So by just giving the shrink to be 0, we can just reload to let me just go here. And so, and then we can even have this flex basis, where we can just see that in the style, if we just give this instead of this, let me just give flex basis a property which will specify the initial length of the flex item. So I can just set it to 200 pixels, save it, and now we can just reload this. So here you can just see this initial length of the third flex item is set to 200 pixels. And then we even have this flex property, which is the shorthand property for flex grow, flex shrink, flex basis properties. And also there is a property that is align self property. So align self property, which specifies the alignment for selected items inside the flexible container. This property overrides the default alignment set by the container's align items property. So we can just give it to be something like center, save this, and reload this. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS Flex Responsive. So for the responsive flex box, if you want to create a 2-column layout for more screen sizes and 1-column layout for small screen sizes such as phones and tablets, you can change this flex direction from row to column at a specific breakpoint, like when it reaches 800 pixels. In a 800 pixels, it needs to change it from the direction from row to column, and in that way we can just do it. So we can use this media queries, and in this way we can just make it something like media at the rate of media rule, and this max width is 800 pixels. And for this I want my flex container to be of having the flex direction column. So this is the one of the way that you can just make this, give the breakpoint to be 800 pixels. And another way to change the percentage of the flex property of flex items to create different layouts for different screen sizes. So we just need to note that we have to include the flex wrap property to be having the value wrap on the flex container. So we can just even create something like our responsive image galleries using the flex box. Like we can use this flex box to create the responsive image gallery that varies between 4 2 or full width images depending on the screen size. And also we can even create a responsive website using the flex box to create the responsive websites containing a flexible navigation bar and flexible content and all. So these are some things that you can make using this flexible layout. So now we'll be discussing about the responsive web design. So firstly, what is responsive web design? So a responsive web design makes your web page look good on all the devices. So this responsive web design uses only HTML and CSS. So the responsive web design is not a program or a JavaScript. So it's something like we are designing for the best experience for all the users. So web page can be viewed using many different devices like desktops, tablets, and phones. So your web page should look good and be easy to use regardless of the device. So web pages should not leave out information to fit the smaller devices, but they should rather adapt its content to fit any device. So like we'll be having some different view to our desktop, and for different view to our mobile phone with different sizes, and we'll have different view to our tablet also. So this is called as responsive web design. So when you use the CSS and HTML to resize, hide, shrink, and enlarge, or to move the content to make it look good in on any screen, so this is something called as responsive web design. So don't worry if you just don't understand this, but we can just break down this, and we can just do it with the experience with HTML and CSS. So yeah. So now we'll be seeing about the responsive web design and about this viewport. So this viewport is something that we're going to discuss now. So this viewport is the user's visible area of the web page. So the viewport varies with the device and will be smaller on a mobile phone than on a computer screen. So if you have just gone through this HTML tutorials, you might come across this viewport. So you can just feel free to go there, and you can just check out this viewport also. So before the tablets and mobile phones, the web pages were designed only for the computer screens. So and it was common for web pages to have a static design, that is the fixed size. So then when we started surfing the internet using tablets and mobile phones, so this fixed size web pages were too large to fit into the viewport. So to fix this, the browsers on those devices scaled down and the entire web page to fit the screen. So this was not perfect, but a quick fix. So we can just set this viewport in the HTML file. It was introduced a method to let the web designers take control over the viewport through the tag, that is meta tag. So by using this meta tag, we can just get this we can just get the control over the viewport. So we should include this something like, we can just give the meta, and here we can just give it something to be like name. So we can give the name. So this is not a proper one, just I'm just telling you the syntax, like how we can just do it. So name will be giving it to be viewport, and then we'll be giving the content to be having its width. So width equals to device width, and then with a comma, and we'll be just giving the initial scale to be equal to 0 point, or which is equal to 1.0. So this gives the browser instructions on how to control the page dimensions and scaling. So this width equals to device width. This part sets the width of the page to follow the screen width of the device, which will be varying depending upon the device that we use. And then this initial scale, that is equals to 1.0 part, sets the initial zoom level when the page is first loaded by the browser. So this is how this web page looks. This is how makes the web page responsive. Like without the viewport, it will be looking something like it can be more than the screen size can be more than sufficient, or the screen size would be more, and it will be just taking less space, which is not so readable and not so handy for the users. So if you are browsing through a page for a page using your phone or tablet, you can just see the difference between you can just see the difference between the phone and the tablet and the laptop. If you can just do that, if you can just take some website, and you can just see how the elements are getting arranged when you just check them on your phone, on your tablet, and also on your desktop or laptop kind of. So now we'll see, users are used to scroll the websites vertically on a both desktop and mobile devices, but not horizontally. So if the user is forced to scroll horizontally or zoom out to see the whole web page, this results in the poor user experience. Like the rules that we need to follow are something like this. So first one will be something that you should not use the large fixed width images. So large fixed width images are not to be used. Large fixed width images. For example, if an image is displayed with a width wider than the viewport, it can cause the viewport to scroll horizontally. So just remember this content to fit within the width of the viewport. So the second rule is that do not let the content rely on a particular viewport. So do not let the content rely on the particular viewport with the render with width to render well. So since the screen dimensions and the width in the CSS pixels vary widely between the devices, so content should not rely on a particular viewport width to render well. And the third rule will be something like just use CSS media queries to apply CSS media queries to apply your different styling for small and large screens. So setting large absolute CSS widths for a page elements will cause the element to be too wide for the viewport on a smaller device. So instead, just consider using a relative width values such as a width of 100% kind of. So also be careful of using large absolute positioning values. So it may cause the element to fall outside the viewport on small devices. So now we'll be seeing about the responsive web design of this grid view. So what is this grid view? So this grid view is something which we're gonna see. So this grid view like something like many web pages are based on a grid view, which means that the page is divided into columns. So a responsive grid view often has 12 columns and has a total width of 100%. So 12 columns and total width of 100%, and will shrink and expand as you resize the browser window. So we can just build a responsive view grid. So firstly, we need to ensure that all the HTML elements have the border box sizing property set to border box. So for this, we need this box sizing property set to border box. This box sizing property should be set to border box. Just I'm giving this rough one here, so we need to set this to border box. So we can just see something like we can just give we can give the width and float, like where it should float and all. So uh, if like when we if we want the responsive grid view with 12 columns, we to have the more control over the web page. So firstly, we need to calculate the percentage for one column. That will be something like, if we need 12 columns and we have 100 percentage, so 100 percentage by 12, which will be coming out approximately to 8.33 percentage, like this. So then we make one class for each of those 12 columns. That class will be something like, we can just give some class, like we can give it to be something like class equals to call, we can just give something like this, call something like this. And we can just give first one to be call 1 and second one to be call 2, and in that way we can just give 12 classes. And these all calls should be floating on the left. So we'll just do that quickly. So here we have done something like, we have just given some columns like call 3, and we have even just have this call 3 and then call 9. So here we have given this box sizing property to border box, and we have given something like, when the class is something like call and then something, then we want it to float on left and padding to be 15 pixels, and we have given some border. So in this way we can just create this grid. So in this way we can just create this grid view. So then we can, like, we have given the padding to be 15 pixels and all. So when we just give it, these columns inside the row are floating to the left and therefore taken out of the flow of the page, and the other elements will be placed as if the columns does not exist, like as we are taking call 3 and call 9. So this will to prevent this, we can add a style that clears the flow. And then we even have this, to clear the flow, we are using this row after to clear this flow. So if we want to add some styles, like we can even add some more styles by using the font family and the background color and so on and so forth. So then in this way we can just use this grid view. So we just need to notice that the web page does not like this web page, like if you just can check out this web page, so this wouldn't resize the browser window to very small width. So how can we do that is something we can see in the coming further tutorials. Now we'll be discussing about the responsive web design in the for the media queries. So what is a media query? So a media query in CSS technique is introduced in the CSS 3. So which uses this at the rate media rule to include a block of CSS properties only if a certain condition is true. So here we can see this example where we have just given something like some HTML code, and then here we have given this media rule only screen, and like we have even discussed this example in previous tutorials, but now let's see. So we have just given the max width to be 600 pixels, and when till the max width is 600 pixels, we have just given this to be the light blue, and after that it is having this light green. So in this way we can use this media queries, which regarding this we have just seen the examples in the previous tutorials also. You can just go refer them. And then so we can earlier we have just made a web page with rows and columns. And it was a responsive, but it did not look like, as I told you, that we cannot resize it well with the browser. So media queries can help with that. So we can add a breakpoint where the certain parts of the design will behave differently on each side of the breakpoint. Like here we have just given this breakpoint to be 600 pixels. So we can just use this media query to add a breakpoint. We can just do that by combining it with the grid view. So here you can see that here we have some div elements and some classes, and here we have just given this call 1, call 2 until call 12. And here what we did was, here we have used this media rule with the max width to be 768 pixels, and here we have just told that for the when it is max width is still 768 pixels. So what it does was, when the screen gets smaller than 768 pixels, each column should have the width of 100%. And after that we can just have this for the desktop. So for the mobile phones it will be having the 100%, and this is for the desktop. Here you can see. So in this way we can just use this grid view along with the media rules. So then the first thing is that always design for the mobile first, because mobile first means designing for mobile before designing for desktop or any other device will make your page display faster on smaller devices. This means that we have to make some changes on our CSS. So instead of changing the styles when the width gets smaller than 768 pixels, we should change the design when the width gets larger than 768 pixels. So this will be making our design first for the mobile. So for that we can just do something like, instead of max we can just give something like minimum width. So now we are just doing the design for our mobile first. So you can add as many breakpoints as you like we can also insert a breakpoint between tablets and mobile phones also. So we can do this by adding one more media query uh, at the 600 pixels, like in the previous example we have seen at 768 pixels. So we can just do that by we have just given this width. Let me just do this firstly. So here we can just see that here we have this first media rule, which is having one for the tablets. Let's say that for desktops I have firstly I have just prioritized it for my mobile phones. So after I do that, I did for my tablets, that is when the minimum width is 600 pixels, I have just given some column 1, column 2, column 3, and all of this widths. I'm gonna just give it to be minimum width of 768 pixels. I have given these values again. So it might seem odd that we have two sets of identical classes. Like here we have call 1 and call is 1, but it gives us the opportunity in HTML to decide what will happen with the columns at each breakpoint. So we can even just see something like, for one element we can give multiple classes, and for them we can just style them, so using them. And we'll also see the typical device breakpoints, like there are tons of screens and devices with different heights and widths, so it is hard to create an exact breakpoint for each device. To keep things simple, you could just have a target of 5 groups. So now we can just see that we do even have this something like for the extra small devices that is having the max width to be 600 pixels. We want these background to be red. For the minimum width to be 600 pixels, I want my background to green. So we can just use this five groups, that is for this will be for small, extra small. This is for the small devices, and this is for the medium devices. For the landscape tablets and all, we have just given the minimum width to be 768 pixels. For the large devices like laptops, desktops, we have given it to be 992 pixels. For the extra large devices, we have given the minimum width to be 1200 pixels, like large laptops and desktops. So this will be applicable for 992, will be applicable for laptops and desktops. So in this way we can just take this five as our target groups, and we can just work on this while we create this responsive web pages. And we can even use something like orientation, like you can just give the orientation also inside this, like after this. And you can in this place you can even give something like orientation, and inside this orientation we can just give it to be landscape also. And yeah, so in this way also we can just give, and we can uh, after this we can just say that for the body, like not for this, so we just want for the complete body. So when it is in the landscape, orientation is in the landscape mode, I want my body to have the background color to be, let's say, light blue. So in this way we can just do it. And we can even hide the elements with the media queries, like when we just give display to be none here, instead of this background color, if I just give display to be none, I can even hide this hide the elements with the media queries. So to hide the elements on different screen sizes, we can use it. And we can even change the font size using this media queries, because like here we can just give in this background color, we can even give the font size in the landscape mode or in different sizes and all. And then in this way we can just use this media queries to make our websites responsive in multiple device screens and sizes of devices. So now we'll be seeing about the responsive web design of the images. So if the width property, like in the image, if the width property is set to percent and height property is set to auto, the image will be responsive and scale up and down. So we can just see that if we just go here and reload this, so here we can see that this image, you can just see this image can be scaled up to the larger than its original size. And a better solution in many cases, it can be used, uh, will be used to will be to use the max width property instead of this. So we can use this, if the max width property is set to 100%, the image will scale down if it has to, but will never scale up larger than its original value. So here we can just use this max width property. So max width property, and now let's save this and reload this. So it will be just staying in its own percentage, 100 percentage, but it will never scale up larger than its original size. So we can also see that the background images can also respond to resizing and scaling. So we can just use something like this, like let me not yeah, let me just show you. This background size property is set to contain, like if I just give it to contain, so this property is set to contain the background image will scale and try to fit the content area. However, the image will keep its aspect ratio, the proportional relationship between the image width and height. So if we can just give this something like we can just give uh, so here what I have done is I have just given some div element, and I have just taken out this image element. And here what I did is I have just given this viewport and content with the width of the device equal to device width and initial scale to 1.0. This line we have discussed in the intro and the next parts of this responsive web design. So here we have given the width to be 100% and height to be 400 pixels, background image to be this image which we are dealing with, and the background repeat to be no repeat, and background size to contain, and we have given some border. So let me just save this and let me go to my browser and reload this. So here we can see this image, and now let's see this with the resizing. So when I just resize it, you can just see the difference, like how it's looking like with my resizing of this. So if I just, you can just see it how it's changing with the resizing. So this is how you can just see this is how you can just make your image responsive. So if the background size property is set to 100%, 100%, 100%. So if you just do that with a space in between, save it, and now let's reload this. So here you can just see that when we just give it to be 100% and 100%, the background image will stretch to cover the entire content area. So, and we can even give the other value, that is if we just give it to be cover, this to be cover, so this cover. So if we just give it to be cover, this property is will be setting this in background image will scale to cover the entire content area. So this cover will keeps the aspect ratio, and some parts of the background image may be clipped for this. So if we just do this, and here you can see that this keeps the aspect ratio, but the background image may be clipped. And like we can even use something like different images for different devices. Like for the a large image can be perfect on a big computer screen but useless on a small device. So why we need to load a large image when you have to scale it down anyway? So to reduce the load or for any other reasons, you can use this media queries to display different images on different devices. Like we can just give a media query for the minimum width of 400 pixels. I want my background image to be this. And for some other device, we do have discussed about the 5 groups. So for the 5 groups, you can just give 5 different images. Like it's all up to you, like if you just feel like it's why we need to load large images in, if anyway we're gonna reduce it. So in that way you can just use it with the minimum device width. And you can also use this in the media query that are minimum device width instead of minimum width. You can even use this property which checks the device width instead of the browser width. So this image then the image will not change when you resize the browser window. So you can even use that property. And then in the HTML we do have a property that is picture property. So this property, the HTML picture element, gives the web developers more flexibility in specifying the image resources. The most common use of this picture element will be for images used in the responsive designs. Instead of having one image that is scaled up or down based on the viewport width, multiple images can be designed to be more nicely fill the browser viewport. So the picture element works similar to the video and audio elements. So you can set up the sources, different sources, and the first source that fits the preference is one being used. So here we have given one source set, that is some image small flower for the media equals to max width 400 pixels. And then we have given other source set, that is image flowers or jpg, and we have given this image with the alternative text and style. So in this way this source set attribute is required and defines the source of the image. And the media attribute, this attribute is optional and accepts the media queries which you can just see in the media rule. You can just give them here. So you should also define an image element for browsers that do not support this picture element, like this. So now we'll be seeing about the responsive web design in the videos. So using the width property, we can just set the property to 100%. So the video player will be responsive and scale up and down. So here we have just seen how we use this video tag with the width, and we have just given the sources. So here we can give the width to be 100% to make the video player to be responsive and scale up and down, and we have given the height to be auto. So once we just save this, so here we can just see our video player. So once we just do something like when we just resize this, so here you can see how it's looking. So we can even use this property of max width. So let me just use this. So if I just give it to be this, save this, and if I just reload my page, and now we can see this max width can be this, whatever the size of the browser be. So you can just see when we just use the max width property, the video player can be scaled up larger than its original size. A better solution, in the previous this example, when we have just given the width, it can be uh, scaled up to larger than its original size, but when we have just given the max width to be 100%, what it does is that it just goes till maximum width. So the better solution in many cases will be to use this max width property instead of width property. So this we can just set this max width property to 100%, and the video player will scale down if it has to, but will never scale larger than its original size. And we can add video to the web page by using this video element, and by just giving the sources, and we can just give the width. So we can give this multiple formats like .mp4, .ogg. So the browser would support this, like if at all we are using some browser, the browser will firstly check this. If it supports this, this will be played, and if it does not support this, this will be taken again. So in that way we can just give options to the browser. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS grid layout module. So the CSS grid layout module offers a grid based layout system with rows and columns, making it easier to design web pages without having to use floats and positioning. So the browsers that support this grid properties are supported in all the modern browsers like Chrome of 57.0, Explorer of 16, and Firefox 52, and Opera of 44. So a grid layout consists of a parent element with one or more child elements. So here you can just see that we have a parent element, that is this div class, and this is having the child element to be the other div classes, which the div elements for which we have just given the class to be grid item, and for the parent we have just given it to be the grid container, because we say that the container is the parent and the items are the children. So here we can just see that we have just given this, and in the style for the grid container we have given the display to be grid, and we have given this grid template column to be auto and auto. And then we can just give this background color, and here we have given some padding, font size to the item. So let me just save this and let me just check it out. So here you can just see this grid items, like how they are getting displayed and all. So now we'll see this display property. So here we can just see that an HTML becomes a grid container when its display property is set to grid, or inline grid also we can give. So this, when we just give this display to be grid, so this will be appearing as a grid container. And when we just then all the direct children of this grid container will automatically become this grid items. So we can the vertical lines of the grid, the here you can just see this vertical lines of the grid items are called as the columns, and the horizontal lines of the grid items are called as the rows, and the spaces between each column and row are called as the gaps. So and then, so we can adjust the gap by using one of the properties like grid column gap, grid row gap, grid gap. So when I just go back here, and if I just give something like a grid column gap, so grid column gap property. So here if I just give it to be 50 pixels, save this. So this sets the gap between the columns. So let me just go here and reload this, and here you can just see the gaps between the columns. And if I just give the grid row gap to be something like again 50 pixels and save this. So here it creates a space between the rows also. So this grid gap property is the shorthand property for the grid row gap and grid column gap. So for this we can just give something like grid gap will be the property. So this is the shorthand property. So we can give it to be something like some values like 10 pixels and uh, 15 pixels, let's say. So this is something like it will be just setting the pixels for both of them, the rows and the columns. So if you just come back here and reload it, so here you can just see the gap between the columns and rows. So this property can also be used to set the both row and column gap in one value. Like let's say if I just want to give the row and column to be 5 pixels gap, having the 5 pixels gap, I'll be coming here and reloading it. So this, in this way we can just set the same size for both the rows and columns. So now we'll see about the grid lines. So the lines between the columns are called as column lines, and lines between the rows are called as the row lines. So these are this grid lines. So if we just give something like let me just show you over here. If I just give it something like grid column start, grid column start to be 1 and grid column end, let me just type it, grid column end to be 3. So if we just give it to any of the item, it means that this places the grid item at the column line 1 and let it end on the column line 3. And if we just even use this instead of grid column start and grid column end, if we use grid row start and grid row end to be some values, then it means that it will be placing the grid item at the row line 1 and it will let it end on the row line 3. So in this way we can use this grid properties to create this grid on our web page. So now we'll be discussing about the CSS grid container. So to make an HTML element behave as a grid container, you have to set the display property to be grid or inline grid. So grid containers consist of the grid items placed inside the columns and the rows. So the grid template columns property, this property is something, this defines the number of columns in your grid layout, and it can define the width of each column. So the value is spaced so this value is the space separated list where each value defines the width of the respective column. So here I have just given it to auto. Like if you want your grid layout to contain 4 columns, and you can just specify the width of the 4 columns, or you can just give it to be auto if all the columns should have the same width. So let's say I want this 4 columns. So I can just add one more auto, save it and reload this. So here you can just see that how it's getting into the grid. So if you have more than 4 items in a 4 column grid, the grid will automatically add a new row and put the items in. So when we already have this 4, it will create a new row. So coming back, so this grid template columns property can be used to specify the size, that is the width of the columns. So we can even give it to be something like this. Instead of auto, we can give it to be something like 80 pixels with a space separated value, so 200 pixels, and auto and 40 pixels. So let's save this and let's see how it's changing its width. So here you can just see the width. So this is having the most of the width. This is auto, and here we have just given it to be 80 pixels. This is 200, so it obviously have a good width, like it do have a huge width and compared to others. And this is having this 40 pixels, and you can just see the difference here. So getting back, so this we do even have another property, that is grid template rows. So grid template rows is a property that defines the height of each row. So the value is also the space separated list where each value defines the height of the respective row. You can give it to be something like 80 pixels and 200 pixels. Let's save this and now let's check it out. So here just you can just see the height. So for the first one we have given the height to be 80 pixels, and for the second one we have given it to be 200 pixels. So now we'll also see another property, that is justify content property. So this justify content property is used to align the whole grid inside a container. So the grid's total width has to be less than the container's width for the justify content property to have any effect. So we can just give it to be something like space evenly. or we can even give something like space around, and we can even give something like space between, and we can even justify the content at the center, and we can just give it to be start, end, and all. So we do have different values where we can give for this property. And there is another property that is align content. So align content, so this property is used to vertically align the whole grid inside the container. So we can just give it to be something like center, and this grid's total length has to be again less than the container's height for the align content property to have any effect on. So here it is not less than that, so we cannot see any effect. Like, let me just remove this. So then it can also have some values like space evenly, space around, space between, start and end. So in this way we can just use this properties for the grid container to align it, and also to just use this grid template columns and all. So now we'll be seeing about the CSS grid item. So the child elements that are items, a grid container contains this grid item. So by default, a container has one grid item for each column in each row. But you can just style the grid item so that they will span multiple columns and rows. So this grid column property that we'll be seeing. So here we can just give this grid column property. So this grid column property defines on which columns to place an element. So you can define where an element, where an item will start and where it will be ending by using this grid column property. So this property is a shorthand property for the grid column start and grid column end, which we have seen in the previous topics. So to place this item, you can just refer to the line numbers or the keyword span to define how many columns the item will span. We can just give it something like 1 by 5, or else like we can just say 1 by span 3. In this way, this means that this 1 by 5 means that, so this will start at column 1 and end before column 5. And if I just give 1 by span 3, this means that this item start at column 1. Like, this is for all the items, but if I just give it to one item, like if I just give them to be something like, if I just give the classes to be, this is grid item 1, this is grid item 2, 3, 4, and so on. Like, if I just give it to be something like this, I can just do it for one grid item. So for one grid item, I can give something like 1 by span 3, which means that it starts on the column 1 and the span 3, and it spans the 3 columns. And then we do even have a grid row property, which is similar to this. So grid row property. So this property defines on which row to place an item. So you define where the item will start and where the item will be ending. So this property is shorthand for grid row start and grid row end properties. To place an item, you can refer to the line numbers. Like, similarly, you can just refer to the line numbers, or use the keyword span to define how many rows the item will span. We can just give it to be something like 1 by 4, which means that this starts at a row line 1 and ends on a row line 4. And we can even use something like span 2, which means that this will start on row 1 and spans 2 rows. So here I'm just giving it for all the grid items just to just show you the example, but in reality, like, you have to do it on one item, or you can just give it to be something like for some particular items. Like, it would be better working for like that. And now we'll see another property, that is grid area property, that can be used as a shorthand property for grid row start, grid row end, grid column start, grid column end. So this is a shorthand for these all properties, grid area property. So we can just give it to be something like 1 by 2 by 5 by 6, which means that it start on row line 1 and column line 2 and end on row line 5 and column line 6. And we can even use the span, like 1 by 2 by span 5, or span 3 by span 2, span 4. So which means that this row line start on a row line 1 and column line 2 and span 3 rows and 4 columns. So in this way also we can just do it. And the grid area can also be used to assign name to grid items. Like we can use grid template areas property of the grid container. So we can here give the grid area to be some name, like we can give it to be something like my area. And in the grid container we can just give it to be something like grid template area. So grid template areas to be something like my area. Like we can just give it to be something like if you are having 4 columns, or like if you are having the size to be 4 or 5, we can just give it to be my area and all. So this my area and spans all 5 columns in a 5 column grid layout if we just give it to be 5 times. Okay. And then so each row is defined by the apostrophe. So the columns in each row is defined inside the apostrophe, separated by the space. A period sign represents a grid item with no name. So this is a note that you need to just have a note on. And if we are using this grid template area property, like you do have different ways to use, like if you want to span for 2 columns and 2 rows. And we can just see how we can create this web page templates. You can just find them. And then comes this the order of items. The grid layout allows us to position the items any way we like. So we can give it to be something like, so here we go with it. Like here what we have done is that we have given the classes to be item 1, item 2, item 3, item 4, item 5 and item 6. So here we have just given this grid area for the item 1. So to be grid area to be 1 by 3 by 2 by 4. So we have just seen this. So in this way, like what we have done over here is that we can just we have just given this order also by giving this grid area, so like how much it is spanning in the row and column. So in this way we can even rearrange them by using this media queries also. For the max width to be this, we want it to be something like this, spanning for this many columns, and for max width to be something else, we want